Falling Walls venture is about to begin. We wish you an inspiring day. Please take your seats. Please switch off your mobile phones. Please take your seats. Please welcome Sebastian Turner, founder of the Falling Walls Foundation.
Now it's not only me who can listen to you, but you can listen to me, which is very nice of you. Thank you. Welcome to 24 pitching teams. You may have read that there are 25, but we identified one big winner already. He's becoming father. And so we will welcome him next year together with his baby. We are welcoming 13 distinguished jury members. We are welcoming billions of euro in this room. There are 15 investment companies who will pitch for you, for the young companies, for the startups. I really like this. This is something new for the past years, that it's not only the talent applying for the money, but what I like much better, the money applying for the talent. That's the way it should be. You've attended probably the welcoming session with the German minister. So you are already familiar with the historic situation that made us share knowledge when we commemorate and when we celebrate all at once. Something new with this year's Falling Walls Science Summit is that we are having a fourth day, which means this marking the first day, you have ever more opportunities to meet outstanding people and to get access to outstanding wisdom and insight and exchange. The newest edition, is there a child in the room? Where are you? Hello! Welcome. Why don't you come here? Please. Sure. I can take it. I have lots of practice, by the way. We have for the first time we have the Gipfel, the Summit for Research and Innovation of the German Stifterverband and other institutions, and they joined us because they said it's a wonderful occasion to relate to ever more people from other places in the world. It's a wonderful reason to be here and for the Summit for Research and Innovation as well. Today there are three competition highlights. There is the incredible Falling Walls Lab in the room that you just left, where 100 outstanding, brilliant talents are showing up, and they all of them won globally in, I guess, about 80 meetings around the globe. Then we have an ever important competition. It's called Falling Walls Engage, where people are thinking, how can we relate what academics, what researchers do to everyone who is not a researcher? You won't believe it. There are people in the world who are not researchers, and they fund you, and they have to understand why to do. So this is Falling Walls Engage, and of course Falling Walls Venture. This is the place you are perfectly placed here. As I'm a bit the housekeeping person here, I can tell you tonight there will be a Sciencepreneurs Night at 7:30. It will be in a different location, and you can take buses. You will find everything in detail, and it will be told to you later on again. The shuttle is starting a bit earlier in front of the building. again, as we extended our program, I guess there is a chart. You are not able to read this, but you can look into your program. There are lots of elements that are highly of interest for people in the venture field. Everything is of interest, but there are, let me highlight just tomorrow there will be a panel on building innovation ecosystems. There will be a meeting of quantum computing companies on 2 days from today, on November 8th, the Sprint, the German DARPA, so to say, the leapfrogging innovation agency of Germany, and the EIT, and I'm welcoming one of our distinguished jury members is representing, Andreas Zabi is representing Sprint. Could you make a leapfrog in front of us to show what you are doing? No. Okay, but maybe you train next time. And on November 9th, of course, you will see not only the winner whom you are identifying today, but you will see all the other breakthrough people and speakers. The 24 startups in here are already, all of them are winners. Many of those who did not get the very first prize in the past got lots of funding because they identified specialized investors who were looking just for that. You were picked from 187 shortlisted startups from 37 countries. And as you know, you will compete in 3 categories: sustainability, engineering, and health. Of course, it's of interest in this particular field, as we have a history of almost a dozen years, how well did the companies behave or develop that took place in this competition in the past. And I can tell you, first of all, it's incredibly difficult to identify this because they do not communicate their value every day as stock companies do. But there is one incredible indicator. It's the most easy to research. Are they still around? 90% of all companies ever represented in this competition over a dozen years are still around. This is an incredible number. The usual failure rate is, I don't know, Andreas Zabi, what is the figure? How many startup companies don't make it for over 5 years? Makes it. So 9 lose. So we have an almost turnaround structure. And I will tell you why. If you are from an investment company, it's a hard time now, the next 2 minutes. In the very beginning, we invited investment companies and invited academic institutions to endorse companies. And a good friend of Falling Walls, who was at that time the head of Hasso-Plattner Ventures, I asked him, how can we make sure that we don't get the Potemkin villages that every investment company has, which is those who will fall apart and the facade is almost not there anymore. And he said, well, you have to make sure that the institution is endorsing really. So every startup you will see will be endorsed by an institution. In the beginning, we had endorsing many fields, many kinds of companies. We had academic institutions and we had investment companies. And I was part of the first jury and then asked the people, what do you expect now as the jury has not yet made its conclusion? What will perform better, those endorsed by academic institutions or those endorsed by investment companies? And this joke is a bit poorly prepared because the pun is already in the room, as I introduced. Of course, the academically endorsed institutions and companies perform much better. This is the secret formula of this award, of this pitch. And in hindsight, it becomes pretty convincing. The key element of every successful startup is the team. Who could possibly know a team better than the academic institution it grew out of? So this is what sets this competition apart, and this is why you are in the very best place. One person can assure you, it's Andrea. Andrea Tüttenberg is a member of the jury because she was last year's winner. And I asked her, can I talk about money? How did it impact your company? And she said, well, we are still in negotiations. But I asked, is it millions? Of course it's millions. So thank you for joining us. And again, congratulations to your company and your win last year. So make it like Andrea. The overall money raised by the companies who participated over the years is over 4 billion. So that's quite some money. I'm getting to a conclusion, and I won't tell you much more about the incredible companies. You will see them there yourself. What I'm saying before I leave, and I'm very happy to do so, is to say thank you to our partners. Boehringer Ingelheim is a partner for many years, and you're in the jury as well. Thank you for joining us. The Museum für Naturkunde, it was invented, the people from Latin America know this guy much better than the Germans do, by Alexander von Humboldt, an incredible institution, is supporting us. Merantix, they will be hosting us tonight, is an AI campus in Berlin, and the AI Nation is supporting us as well. And now I can introduce you to the most venturous moderator on the planet, which is AC Carpens, and she is taking off, and you will know why I'm praising her so much. Thank you.
Please welcome our moderator, AC Carpens.
Good morning, everyone. I'm super happy to welcome you here. I'm AC Coppens, as Sebastian just said. I am the founder of a very small boutique agency working at the crossing of technology, innovation, and creativity. And that's why I'm here, because we love to push the boundaries too. So that's why I'm really passionate about what you're doing and why I'm hosting you. So it means I am your MC, so to speak. And I'm also your CTO. Not tech, time. I'm the Chief Time Officer. We're a little bit late, so I'm going to push the boundaries of time also today, right? So, again, welcome, startups, welcome, jury. So the startups are mostly there, prepared to pitch. Jury here in the first row. Advisory board all over the place. Welcome, everyone. Also, hello to the stream, because I know a lot of people are looking at us right now. Good morning. It's going to be a firework of great ideas all around the world. Science ventures to make a further splash, so to speak, and less walls in a better world. This is what we want to do. So what is awaiting you today? We know 24 startups, 8 countries, 3 sessions. How it's going to work, I'm going to tell you in a second. You just heard there are also 2 other formats which are happening in the house. We have Falling Walls Lab and Falling Walls Engage. Sebastian just talked about it. So guests do have the chance to change rooms. I want you to do this, please, respectfully. I mean, especially for the pitchers. It would be great if you change rooms between the pitches, not during the pitches, because it can be highly destabilizing. You know, we're here, we look at the screen and the timer, and then if people are moving. And it doesn't mean that you will get into the next room, because sometimes it's so packed, especially here. It's so packed sometimes that you have to queue back to come in here. So you have to know that, but most of the time you will have the chance to experience the 3 formats. Good. So now, I would like to give you a little bit more background about the Falling Walls venture, and I have the 2 best possible experts. I have with me here today Andrea Tüttenberg and Stefan von Holzbrink. Please come and join me on stage. Stefan von Holzbrink is the chair of the Falling Walls Venture jury. He's been there since 2013, right? Exactly. Yes, we don't count anymore. Please. And Andrea, Sebastian just said one last year. Andrea, I have to ask you first, how does it feel to be in that block and not in that block today?
Great.
Sorry, we need microphones? Yes, how does it feel?
Very good, but nearly as excited,
yes?
to be honest. Yeah,
yes.
Because I think it's a great honor to judge all those brilliant brains. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, I totally
I wish you all the best, and yeah, it will be great pitches, I'm sure.
It will be. Stefan, you are the CEO of Holzbrink. We can say it has been probably a startup at some point, but right now it is actually quite a large corporation. You're super connected to science and innovation. I meet you in different conferences all over the world. Last time at TED. You are investing in startups with HV Capital. I don't even need to say what HV means. And recently you launched this AI hub, right, in San Francisco. So what are your plans with this new endeavor? Because it's pretty new.
Now, I mean, it's very important for everyone in every industry to stay ahead, or at least at par with where competition is. And I have a great deal of respect for the West Coast in the United States, where, I mean, the market capitalization now about the 7 biggest companies is now together 20 trillion or something like that.
Okay.
So, and it's all going to be invested into AI, and this is the most disruptive technology that we have ever seen in the last 25 years or in my lifetime. So there's a good deal to stay close to them, to learn. I think it's always life. What makes, I mean, this is the good thing. I mean, what I will do today as well, I will learn from you as well. Yeah. And then inspire, getting my curiosity and bringing this to the world. This is actually what also life is about. Yeah. I mean, trying to do new things, trying to improve, and that's why we do these investments. Staying humble. And from small things, great things emerge.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there will be quite a lot of AI infiltrated in a lot of projects here today, so that's going to be very interesting. But a question also to you, because I know she's excited, but I mean, you're doing this for quite a while. What keeps you really excited? This is the learning effect you're talking about?
I mean, I'm generally a curious person, and I'll try to span my wings wide, read a lot, meet a lot of people. Going to this conference, I come back home and have at least 5 action points that I want to move ahead, and that is also good for the company spirit. I would say curiosity, passion, and commitment. This is what we are about.
Yeah, all these conferences, and I do a lot, it's so nurturing. It is where you get the know-how and the things you cannot read anywhere. It's happening here, and it's happening here at Falling Walls, especially here at Venture, because it's really brand new. So, Andrea, you were here on stage last year. You presented your startup, Actitrex, which is a developing platform for patent-protected cellular and biologic therapies targeting the root cause of overshooting immune responses, thereby decreasing the need of immunosuppressants.
That's it.
Yeah? That was the fastest speech.
Right.
Yeah. I tried my
Great
best.
title.
That's the pitch after the pitch. Yeah. So, the slogan here for Falling Walls Venture is where science meets business. So basically, it is the moment where all these researchers and etc. take the big leap and leaving the academic, the research and etc. and enter this real world of business. We've been talking a lot about money, but that's also a reality. So as a founder, where do you think are the specifics of these science startups, these sciencepreneurs, we call them? Are they different from the other startups, really?
So I'm coming from biotech, so this is something that really needs a lot of time because developments in biotech are quite time-consuming. You have to perform clinical trials that take lots of years, and time means also money. So you always have to have a lot of money to conduct your clinical trials. Yeah. And the point is you need special infrastructure somehow, not only for biotech, I think also for others, for other deep tech companies. And I think in our special case in biotech, you don't have fast revenues. So this is really a challenging time to convince people, or especially venture capitalists, that it's worth to invest and they don't get their money back as soon. I think for the people that do sciencepreneurship, it's quite challenging when they come from academia. They have to have a little bit change their mindset, because
reframe.
It's like absolutely. That. You have to, in academia, you are dedicated to your own career, publications, degrees, and so on and so forth. And then you come to the company, and you have to be dedicated to the goals of the company. And I think you have also to be very resilient, because there are a lot of failures. In Germany, failures are not that not that good. So, but I think that you have to be resilient. You have to be brave and you have to be curious. And
Are you resilient, brave, and curious? Are you ready for this? Yes. Okay, they are ready. That is really good.
Yeah, and you have to learn from the scratch. You know, I didn't know how to write a business plan, how to read contracts, how to negotiate with investors, how to pitch, because scientific pitches on conferences are completely different from pitches that you have to have here.
Yeah, so talking about pitches, what would be your advice for the pitchers right now?
Oh, right now they're
You
ready
said they
with
have
their
to learn how to
pitches,
pitch,
so I don't want to change anything here. But no, I think it's, and I'm sure you do it like that. I think it's quite, you have to tell, or it's always great to tell a story and to be passionate. I think that's the most important point, to transport this passion to the people, and I'm sure you all will.
This is great. So, Stefan, talking about exchange, interdiscipline, and business side, this is where Falling Walls Venture really comes in. We have here today the 3 clusters, as you know: health solutions, engineering of the future, sustainability, and the jury will first choose one winner per cluster. One of these will be then selected as the main winner and become the title that you already now have, Science Breakthrough of the Year in the Science Startup category. So what is the jury specifically looking for? Are there any evaluation criteria which are also helpful for our pitchers to get into the mood?
I mean, we have 4 criteria, and we're going to be very thorough about it.
Yes.
The one is, of course, innovation. Is it really original and substantial and for the innovation? Then the second is impact. What impact has it on the target group? And of course, if it's a broader humanity impact, the better it is. Then it comes about, of course, team, presentation, how you present it. It's very, very important. And then the end, of course, and the beginning, and that's why you're here. If you receive the money, how big is the potential commercially? Is that something we all believe in? How strong is competition already? How big is the market? That's what we're going to look at. So, and you have to condense that in your 5 minutes pitch. Good luck.
Exactly. Good luck. So get ready. Thank you so much, Andrea and Stefan. You can go back to the jury seats, and I'm going to introduce you to the further jury member, because for you it's really interesting to know, like, who is watching you, right? We want to know a little bit more. So here on the slide, you can see all the experts who are judging the pitches today. So, dear jury member, maybe you can just stand up when I tell your name, and just turn around. We have a couple of cameras so that everybody can see you from all over the places. So first of all, CEO and founder of W Lounge, LP at ICBF Venture Capital, and member of the board of the European University. Yes, Mali Baum. I didn't have the time to tell everything. Yes, wonderful, great. Then we have professor at the University of Milano Bicocca and representative of MUSA, exactly, an Italian innovation ecosystem and partner of Falling Walls this year. MUSA stands for Multi-Layered Urban Sustainability Action. Luca Beverina. We have the managing director, semiconductor and electronics, at the Erasmus Group, Clemens Brunner. Yes, welcome, Clemens. Founding principal at Visionaries Tomorrow. I love the name. Iris Tenhaver. Yes, Iris, welcome. Director of investment at Unternehmertum, Inga von Holz. Wonderful, Inga, great. Venture executive at Chevron Technology Ventures, Powell Konzal. Powell, welcome you. Global head of Boehringer Ingelheim Venture Fund, Detlef Menerich. Hello, Detlef, entrepreneur and investor and CEO of Early, with an I, not with a Y, a biotech company for early cancer treatment, Cyriac Rodring, great name, CEO at The Edge, Research and Business Development, and former Minister of Innovation and Growth in Bulgaria, Milena Sojcheva. Hello, wonderful. Chief Impact Officer at X Prize Foundation, Andrew Tahert. And finally, innovation manager at Sprint, the German Federal Agency for Disruptive Innovation. I love the disruptive. Andreas Sabi, welcome. Wonderful. So now, let's play a little game, just to help you to know who to look at when you pitch. Don't be afraid. We want also to give the audience a bit of idea of your background. So can you please stand up briefly when I mention something as saying yes? So, who of you is or has been a scientist? a real one, right? Okay. That's the people where you can pitch the, with really like, look at them, they know what you're talking about, right? Okay. Who of you represents a corporate? Yeah, you can, you can steal. Okay, wonderful. Who of you invests in startup? So look where the cash is. Yes. This is the cash. Well, that's a lot of cash, right? Well, Sebastian saw that already. Who founded a company themselves? Okay, they made it. I mean, no, hold on. Is this company still living? Okay, well, okay, they really know what they're talking about. Okay, so you know who to look at. This is great. Thank you, dear Jerry, for your contribution right now. Okay, and I want to also introduce briefly our advisory board because, well, they are the ones really selecting you. They are the ones who decided that you would be here today. They picked from 187 shortlisted startups, which is a really difficult task. But I'm like, who are you picking at the end, right? So I think a couple are here. Claire Egan, are you here? Yes, here is Claire. Maria Renner, are you here too? Yes, wonderful. Oh, first row, great. Valérie Schuster? Oh, yes, okay, wonderful. And Fiona Wong? Yes. Who else is still here from the advisory board? Oh, wonderful. Okay, so now it's going to be all eyes on you. It's getting serious. You stood out to our advisory board. You're already all winners. Sebastian said that. I think now it's time I tell you the rules for the pitch, and also for everyone who is watching you so that you know what is expecting you all day long. So, before your pitch, your nominating institution is going to come up on stage or send a video to present and say why they nominated you and why you should win. 1 minute. Then you have your 5 minutes to pitch, and I mean 5 minutes. I'm the CTO. So you will have the countdown clock on the screen here. You can have a look from time to time, right? And yeah, after your 5 minutes, you will put, the cube is going to be more at the front, and you will be able to put the clicker back before we go to the Q&As. The Q&As will be 4 minutes. So how do we know that the time is over? Because we need to stop you. I mean, the nominating institution, but I'm going to let you say why they should win, but you have 1 minute for those on stage, and there will be the little knock on the door sign, right? Can we hear it so that you know the 1 minute are done? Yes, it means please stop talking. It's the same for you, startups, but for you, we have a little bonus. I'm going to show you. When I hear the sound, when I see that you have 15 seconds left, I'm going to stand up. And I'm going to approach from the side. I don't want to threaten you, but you know that you have 15 seconds. Okay. And then I will come on stage when the knock is there. Okay? So don't be afraid. I'm not going to push you out, but I'm going to go on stage and tell you, thank you very much. Time is a science. Sorry to say. So, okay, let's go. I will also moderate the Q&As with the 4 minutes. The jury members will have the priority to ask the questions. The audience may also ask the questions, but I need to give the priority to the jury members so that they can know what they missed to be able to vote. When you want to ask a question, you saw on your seat there is a little sign with a question mark and an exclamation mark. This is where you can intervene and say, I have a question. If you just have a comment, please make it short. We don't want presentation of further PhDs or whatever that is. You go to the point. Also for your question, 1 question, not 2, and really straight to the point. Be brief and don't engage in a huge conversation. Good. For you, dear jury members, this is a moment where you're going to vote after the Q&As, and you need to hit the save button. Don't forget. Yes, okay, you've been brief, I know, but... Okay, so now, everybody's ready, jury is ready. Audience is ready, yes, and they are excited. This is great. Let's go and start with session 1, sustainability, because really this is one of the most major challenge for us that humanity have ever faced, really, to mitigate the global climate crisis. So how can cutting-edge technologies accelerate our transition to a more sustainable way of living? The projects we're going to see are going to include renewable natural gas, chemical recycling, carbon negative power plants. It's going to be super exciting. I can't wait. Let's go.
Please welcome Verena Finkenzeller, BMW Foundation, Herbert Quandt.
My name is Verena. I'm the program director of the Respond Accelerator, a program by the BMW Foundation where we empower deep tech entrepreneurs to scale their solutions. And today it is my pleasure to soon introduce Maya on stage from Turn2X, one of the startups that we got to work with quite closely during the past few months, and that convinced us with their solution for clean and secure energy. We nominated Turn2X because they developed a solution that is scalable and patented and turns renewable energy, water, and biogenic CO2 into e-methane. So with that, their technology really helps decarbonize industries that are hard to electrify and also helps reduce European dependence on fossil natural gas. So I am quite confident that Turn2X is breaking the wall of European energy dependence. And with that, help me welcome Maya on stage.
Breaking the wall of European energy dependence. Turn2X.
Thank you so much. Up until today, the European Union has spent over 215 billion on fossil fuel imports from Russia since the start of the war in Ukraine. 215 billion. But it's a fact that European industries are dependent on imported natural gas. Ships like these, the glasses and bottles that we drink of, their manufacturing processes require high energy densities and high process temperatures. And that is why in today's world energy mix, 80% are still made up by molecules. And the future looks a little bit brighter, but still, if in the most ambitious net zero scenarios, half of our energy will still come from molecules. And so the problem remains, we need molecules and we are dependent on them. 65% of the energy is imported in the EU today, and it's fossil. But is there a way to decarbonize now and to regain our energy sovereignty without investing billions into new infrastructure? The answer might be already below our feet. The European gas grid, 2 million kilometers, is one of the most advanced energy networks in the world. And wouldn't it be, and is there a way to use that network if that we can change the fossil gas running through the network and make it into renewable molecules that are made right here in Europe? Wouldn't that be great? That is what we are doing at Turn2X. We combine water, renewable electricity, and biogenic captured CO2 to make renewable natural gas. It's the same molecule chemically as fossil natural gas and ready to flow through the same pipelines. At the heart of Turn2X is our patented honeycomb methanation reactor. It's a unique combination of massive cost downs through its modular design. And we can ramp up and down in minutes, perfectly matching renewable energy profiles. Conventional systems need up to 7 reactor stages because they struggle with heat transfer. But our patented honeycomb allows us to transfer heat 100 times better, so we can operate with only 2 stages and much lower pressures and achieve direct gas injection qualities. And that is not a vision for 2040, but it is reality today. This is our plant, operating since the start of the year in Miajada, Spain, injecting renewable molecules into the gas grid, and we are one of the first to be EU certified for the production of RFNBOs. European policies also create an unprecedented mandatory demand for clean molecules with up to 350 terawatt hours by 2035. our customers from marine transport, utilities and heavy industries are securing their volumes today because they want to cut emissions without investing into new infrastructure. Our real strength at Turn2X is our diverse team, bringing expertise from chemical engineering, entrepreneurship and finance. And together, we are designing the next generation of 9-megawatt plants and rolling out our pipeline across Europe with over 70 million of offtake term sheets already secured. At Turn2X, we believe that Europe can power itself again with clean molecules that are made right here in Europe. We see a continent where the pipelines that once carried fossil gas now carry renewable molecules made by European technology, backed by European industry, fueling Europeans' energy independence. Because the wall that we are breaking isn't just made out of carbon, but it is the belief that decarbonization can end with electricity alone. It doesn't. If we want to decarbonize and regain our energy sovereignty today, we need molecules that are drop-in ready. At Turn2X, we believe that we can break the wall of European energy dependence. Thank you very much.
Wonderful pitch. This is great. That's a very good start into the day. So let us get ready for the 4 minutes questions from the jury. 4 minutes, thank you very much. So, yes, who is starting? Please.
Any cost estimations compared to LNG?
Oh yeah, sorry, the microphone, I'm sorry.
Cost estimations compared to LNG?
Cost is, of course, a very, very important topic, but I can tell you that the timing has never been more right than now. So the electricity cost is very low, is dropping constantly more than we ever expected. And our reactor, as I said, is modular, so we can halve the capex from now until 2030. And I would say, in our estimations, that these capex downs are validated by external validators like the DNV, and the first couple of plants we need still grants, but in the future, after that, we are already in the money basically, because and of course the demand from our customers that we have signed term sheets that are in the money basically already now, and the demand is sustained.
We have first, it was Andreas first, I think. And then, yes.
Thank you so much. I assume you're not the only company active in this space. How are you protecting your technology from competition?
Yeah, so our honeycomb is patented, and we have patents in the most important fields. So we are actively doing R&D on our reactor. So we have a couple of patents filed in the reactor design and then in the heat transfer processes, which is the topic that many others struggle with. So there are other catalytic reactors that they struggle with the heat transfer and hotspots, and we are actively researching that and have patents filed in that space as well. And then also the CO2 connection. So one of our synergies is putting our small plants next to biomethane plants, where we have a synergy using our heat because we have a highly external reaction and taking directly their offtake CO2, and that is another field as well where we have a few tens of patents filed.
Okay, the next one was Milena. Please.
What do you see as your next biggest obstacle in order to make this scale?
So the major obstacle is that it is very asset heavy. So we need money to build the next plant. Like we are we are preparing the next finance round. We are preparing a number of grants. We already got the EICL Accelerator grant that is also supporting the R&D, but also our current has supported our current plant. But for the first two plants, we need still to bring the first capex down. We still need money. So that's the major obstacle, and then yeah, it should look bright.
So you haven't completed yet the process of fully implementing this solution in the grid. You couldn't.
No, we are injecting. Currently, we are injecting.
Injecting. So the
first pilot runs, but for scaling and industrializing the production, making it cost competitive. We need funds in this next round.
How much?
We can talk about it offline.
Okay, we have 14 seconds, so it's a yes/no question. No? Okay. I'm very sorry, but we are above time otherwise. Thank you so much for this pitch. Thank you. And now we're going to move on. We're going to go to Switzerland. I want to hear everything about it because it's about unbound potential. I love the name.
Please welcome Maria Friedrich, ETH Zurich.
Hello, I'm Maria Friedrich, Entrepreneurship Manager at ETH Zurich. My role is to coach founders through the critical stage, from academia research to entrepreneurship, and to foster connections so they can learn from each other. I'm delighted to nominate today Unbound Potential, an ETH spin-off for the Falling Walls venture competition. Unbound Potential is developing the only truly scalable battery to fully enable the transition of energy. Their breakthrough, a membraneless flow battery built from abundant and safe materials with minimal manufacturing needs. This novel approach enables unprecedented scalability and sustainability. Unbound Potential is breaking the wall of energy storage, unlocking a net zero future. That's why I believe they deserve to be recognized as the Falling Walls Science Breakthrough of the Year in the Science Startup category.
Breaking the wall of unsustainable battery energy storage. David Taylor, Unbound Potential.
Hi, I'm David, the CEO and the co-founder at Unbound Potential. Having just raised a total of 14 million pre-seed funding, we're currently one of Europe's best-performing deep-tech early-stage startups. At Unbound Potential, we're building the fastest scalable battery technology, a core enabler for the global energy transition. Now, let's have a look at the challenge. The climate change, the AI revolution, and massive electrification are all driving an unprecedented hunger for electrical energy. In 15 years from now, the European Union, the energy consumption in the European Union will almost double. Now, where will all this energy come from? Solar power is the fastest, scalable, and most sustainable way to produce electrical energy. It's cheap, scalable, and abundant, but not available 24/7. In order to make it really reliable, we need massive energy storage. The International Energy Agency predicts that by 2040, we will need 3 times more batteries than the world can even theoretically produce. The gray line you see here shows the predicted production capacity for lithium-ion cells, which will double by 2040, and it falls short by far. In that scenario, it's not about cost or efficiency, it's about availability. Which technology can really scale fast enough? Now, if you look at traditional batteries like lithium-ion or sodium-ion batteries, they're fundamentally limited by their cell architecture. The energy storage material is integrated into the cell, which requires micro-precision, tedious manufacturing in clean and dry rooms, which makes gigafactories enormously expensive and hard to scale. Now compare that to tank-based flow batteries, where the energy is stored in 2 liquids, the electrolytes shown in orange and blue here, that are stored externally in tanks and are pumped through the cells at the site of use. So all the tedious integration steps are simply omitted. Now, if we look at the cost of a factory producing these energy storage liquids, is 5 times cheaper than a gigafactory and has 15 times the capacity output. That means flow batteries scale 60 times better than lithium-ion batteries in terms of manufacturing cost. Now, there is one big bottleneck, and this is the central power-producing component, the cell stack. It's a multi-layered, complex assembly which relies on a fragile membrane, which is shown in red here, and it's required to keep the 2 energy storage liquids, the orange and the blue one, separated. And it makes a large-scale and high-speed production almost impossible. At Unbound Potential, we're breaking this wall. We've developed a completely new type of flow battery that does not require a membrane. By this, we can drastically reduce the number of components and sealing phases. We do this by using 2 immiscible electrolytes. They behave like water and oil that allows us to completely disrupt the membrane. And this allows us to build our cell stacks out of only 2 injection molded components that are directly compatible with large-scale manufacturing assets that already exist. So we don't even have to make the factory. And that's also our business model. Of course, we want to sell storage systems to our customers, but we do not want to build the factories. We want to partner with strategic contract manufacturers from the chemical industry for making the liquids and automotive suppliers for making the hardware. And this model is validated by key players already having the largest growing energy needs. Amazon for electrifying its truck fleets, Econi, one of Europe's largest power producers, for selling solar power when it's really needed, and FlexBase currently building one of Europe's largest AI data centers where batteries will provide peak-shaved and continuous energy. Now going from a whiteboard idea to 14 million in pre-seed funding, 600 square meters of space with full-blown chemistry labs, a prototype workshop, test facility, really requires a stellar founding team. Us founders, we're from the University of Zurich and different departments at ETH Zurich, spanning from electrochemistry, material science, electrical and mechanical engineering to economics and finance. We're supported by world-class industry leaders who guide our decisions, among them Carlos Hertel, the former CEO of GE Germany, and Bettina Jarriere on the board of several international energy companies. At Unbound Potential, we developed the only battery architecture that scales fast enough to really enable a truly sustainable future. And you need this because your ChatGPT outputs, but also your cars and your home, need reliable, clean electricity. Now, let's unbound our potential and power the future together.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Okay. Ready for the questions? You see, it's very fast, so we need to be fast. Please, Detlef. The microphone, please.
Great presentation. If you find the solution for all the chemicals membrane, how mobile is this battery?
This battery is designed for stationary applications.
Okay.
Iris, right?
How does your levelized cost of energy compare to lithium-ion batteries?
We will be cost competitive and even beat lithium-ion batteries at scale. We designed our components to really scale, follow economies of at scale. So right now we're looking at costs below $50 per kilowatt hour.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Is this still vanadium based? Do you need any critical material in your technology?
No, the energy storage materials are based on organic energy molecules that can be synthesized in chemical factories as we have them in Basel and Mannheim.
Stefan first.
How does the economics look at the full cycle of it if you really scale the stacks, and how does it compare to other solutions?
We think it looks really amazing. So we have data from one of the potential early stage customers, FlexBase. They're building a 1.6 gigawatt hour flow battery in Laufenburg at the Swiss-German border. And they have real big issues even sourcing the components for such a big storage plant from reasonable suppliers within Europe. So our technology could be not just a competitive one, but also one of the only ones that actually enable such projects at that scale. Yeah, absolutely. So using chemicals that can be commoditized and be made by large chemical industry, also oil and gas players, and injection molded parts that actually are the hardware, and using workflows that are standardized in automotive supply industry, we can actually hit the cost targets.
Great. Next question, please.
Since those are two immiscible electrolytes, how do you generate electricity without the membrane?
Thank you.
We use a trick. Of course, we need electrolytes that feature the same ion conductivity for the system to work as if there was a membrane, and a special energy storage material that stays separated in these two solvent phases without having the cross-contamination issue. So there are some tricks we play, but we basically shift the complexity from the membrane, which is a mechanical part, to the liquids, which is a really scalable part.
Yeah. Next question was Cyriac, right?
Great idea, great concept. Question, how do you want to compete against the massive players like Tesla?
Yeah, I think they really feed they really face this one big issue, which I mentioned before. They need gigafactories in order to scale their production. And we already know now, by looking at the pipeline of gigafactories that's planned to build, that they will not be able to make enough of them. So, and we use existing assets that will have a free production capacity to just produce much faster in a much more scalable way.
Next one, thank you.
Maybe a follow-on question on that. How will you compete against China? Because I think the price is a very important thing.
Yeah, basically it's the same question, because most of the battery, at least the significant part of the supply chain of all the battery solutions we can buy now is in China. So we only compete against China. And yeah, we will compete against them by using massive infrastructure and production assets that are already available in Europe. And people are looking to pivot and switch and have new targets and target markets. So automotive industry, for example, are really struggling to find new things to make, and this could be the next big thing they should be actually making.
I'm sorry, Mali, we won't be able to take your question, but thank you so much for this great Q&A. I love the rhythm. You felt that? We're getting to the mood. Thank you so much. Please. We're already getting into the mood, and now we're going to go to the UK, and it will be about rethinking a 250 years old process. Let us discover that.
Please welcome Bénédicte Men, Oxford University Innovation.
Hi everyone, and greetings from Oxford. My name is Bénédicte Men. I'm a senior investment manager at Oxford University Innovation, the technology transfer office of the University of Oxford. So Oxford nominated Fluorock for the Falling Walls Science Breakthrough of the Year competition in the Science Startup category. Why? Because Fluorock is solving one of the largest hidden problems in industrial chemistry. Their proprietary technology replaces hydrofluoric acid, one of the most dangerous substances in industry, with a safe, scalable alternative. The company therefore enables cleaner, more sustainable manufacturing of vital materials for batteries, pharmaceuticals, and agrochemicals. Fluorock is not just innovating, they're reshaping a $24 billion global market. Fluorock is a scalable solution to a critical global challenge and is a true example of science-driven entrepreneurship. So thank you all for listening and enjoy Fluorock's presentation.
Breaking the wall of fluorochemical manufacturing. Gabriela Pupo, Fluorock.
What do these four pictures have in common? It's only one reagent and one reagent only, which is called hydrogen fluoride. It is toxic, it is dangerous, it is hard to handle, it is extremely corrosive, yet the world, and we've asked, why don't we just ban it and stop using it? There's a very simple answer, that there is no alternative to access chemicals that contain fluorine. Or as I like to say, there was no alternative. Fluorock is rethinking the way we access fluorochemicals in a safer, greener, lower cost, and localized way. But first of all, where do we have fluorochemicals? You actually have them in your pocket. They are present in this room with key applications in lithium-ion batteries, inorganic fluorides, so chemicals industry, up to 30% of agrochemicals and pharmaceuticals of the world, as well as application in refrigeration, fluoropolymer, huge market opportunity, yet they are made with one of the nastiest and most problematic methods that the world has ever seen. Where do we get that? Go back to 1771, when a Swedish chemist suggested using fluorite mineral or calcium fluoride, treated with acid under extreme temperatures to make hydrogen fluoride. We move to 2025, what do? We take fluorite mineral, we add acid, and we make HF. Exactly the same process 250 years later. And HF is at the center of the supply chain and unchanged, and really everything has to go through it. Fluorock rethinks completely this process, and for the first time in the world, we are able to access fluorochemical in a completely HF-free. But not only, we also do not rely on the mined material, as I mentioned before, but we are able to use recycled material that comes out of waste streams of adjacent industries. So we use waste, we don't use HF, and we're able to make fluorochemicals. Now, how do we do this? We basically combine this fluoride with a phosphate. We use a base instead of an acid, the exact opposite of what everybody does to activate it. We apply mechanical energy, and we get a new powder. That new powder is now at the center of the supply chain of Fluorock instead of a really dangerous, extremely toxic gas that was HF. And we really more focus into traditional chemical manufacturing rather than a high hazard like the HF industry is doing. Now, where do we apply this? For a platform technology that really has the potential to change an entire sector, we focus on high growth areas. In particular, lithium-ion battery electrolyte salts. The key component of a lithium-ion battery, anode, cathode, the salt that carries the charge, is called lithium hexafluorophosphate. It's currently in your pocket, in your laptop, right in front of you, because it is that salt that carries the charge between the two. How much are we going to need in Europe by 2030? In Europe and US, 170,000 tons. How much do we produce currently in the Western world? It's a very easy number to remember because it's 0. Everything is dependent on imports. Why? Because it's extremely challenging, for example, in a European context, to employ the current technology to develop this. How can Floroc really solve this? By really slashing the capital cost, by improving sustainability, and the costs are really related to the fact that we get rid of that really toxic chemical and really provide a supply chain, localized supply chain, to allow development of lithium-ion battery and pushing decarbonization. We already have more than 200 million revenue stream pipeline, both in terms of offtake requests for lithium PF6, as well as strategic partners on some of the largest chemical companies in the world, with all of our reagents validated, both the reagent part and the lithium PF6 itself, which has been put in batteries and has the same performances that you would expect from the market. And where are we on our path? We have already secured more than 10.7 million pounds in equity and up more than 3 million, actually this is not even updated, it's actually now 4 million, in grants. And we are at a scale in which we are at a pilot stage. In 2.5 years, we have developed from proof of concept to pilot stage multi-kilogram production facility for both our reagents and the critical lithium-ion battery electrolyte salts. We're now out for a Series A funding round to develop our demonstrator scale. That means that we move into the multi-ton production of chemicals, and the last step before the commercialization phase from 2028 for mass adoption and more on the thousands of tons of production. All of this is delivered by an incredible team of extremely talented scientists, engineers in operations, in business development, with a lot of knowledge both in fluorination, tech scaling, commercialization of chemicals, and fantastic investors that have really supported our journey and really believe in our mission to rethink chemical manufacturing towards a safer, greener, lower cost, and localized production of chemicals. Thank you.
Time is a science. I told you this was really on point. Great. Are we ready for... yes, okay, let's go. First question here. Yeah. Then we will go to Iris.
Thank you, great pitch. I see the point with inorganic fluorine-containing materials, but can you also handle organic materials? Does it work as well?
Yeah, so actually the interesting part of it is that the technology is platform. So once you access your key central reagent, that is derived from the calcium fluoride, you have the potential to access potentially any chemical. In practice, we have focused in specific areas. Some of the organic, for example, all the building blocks for pharmaceuticals and agrochemicals, we can access, absolutely. In other areas, we haven't put our focus in, but we really believe this platform technology has the potential to access anything that you can think of in the market. And it's really the technology of, the 21st century.
Next question by Iris, please.
What infrastructure changes do your customers need to make if they adopt your product versus HF-based processes?
Yeah, it's a completely different one. And this is why we go after growth markets. So places where you actually need to put in new capacity. So they're going to have two options. Do I use the old technology, very dirty, much more expensive? Or do I use a new technology that is really completely rethinking of it? So there isn't really this need to rethink and use fully depreciated assets. So we don't even make that comparison, basically.
Next question, Andrea, please.
Hi, great pitch. What's about competitors?
Competitors, excellent question. The competitors are the actual status quo, because to the best of my knowledge, there isn't anyone else on the planet that has a technology that can access fluorochemicals, not only HF-free, but also by using low purity materials like the one that we do, where we really use recycled materials, low purity, and turn it into battery grade materials. So the competition comes from the current HF technologies, but we have a platform that would be competitive even with Chinese imports that would come, for example, for the lithium-ion battery materials.
Next question by Cyriac, please. Oh, I don't know where the microphone is yet. Sorry.
Thanks. What are the biggest risks that this might fail?
It's excellent question. So we've been trying to de-risk it at every single step.
The scalability especially.
That on the scalability part is the part in which we have moved little by little in terms of scaling to make sure that we don't miss anything and we don't run before we are able to walk, as you usually say. We have considerably removed the scientific risk, which is where we are at this point, and we are now moving into the scaling part of multi-ton production. But critically, the pilot facility has really indicated confirmed how all the unit operations are actually the correct ones that we are going to scale. So we have mitigated that as much as possible. But as always, as a scientist, until you actually have a multi-ton production, I will not be able to tell you that the risk is always zero. That's just what it is. You have to build it.
For the next question.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So how do you make money? Is it only for the output or also for the input? Because you talked about using waste. So is it also a revenue stream?
So it's actually a potential revenue stream. We tend to be conservative and think of the recycled or low-grade materials are up to 50 to even 50% cheaper than the mine material, or even 10x cheaper potentially. So there is that potential revenue stream. Most of the business model relies on the manufacturing of the actual output of the product. And then once at scale, we actually have a business model that includes licensing so that partners can actually build even larger scale plants once we have our first of a kind, basically, which is expected in, from 28 onward.
Yeah, we have 20 seconds, Stefan.
Okay, can you tell the science secret in your patent?
The science secret, you can probably look it up on the patent, but...
10 seconds.
From a scientific point of view is that you just don't have that really dangerous intermediate that really raises your cost when you're actually looking at a simple chemical reactor.
Yes. I'm sorry, but we are over the time. I'm very sorry. I need to be fair to everybody. Yes, you can definitely go on with that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I always feel awful when I have to interrupt such a great conversation, but we need to go on because we want to go this time back to Germany, and they are capturing CEO directly from the air. I definitely want to know how they do that. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Please welcome Birgit Herreys-Roggendorf, Stellar Capital.
Hi, I'm Birgit, an angel investor in Flare. I nominated Flare because they're attacking one of our most urgent challenges in the world, reducing CO2 emissions at scale. Flare develops a hydrolyzer-based direct air capture technology, enabling scalable and low-cost CO2 capture. The electrochemical technology they developed allows off-the-shelf components and is ideally suited with renewable energy. This breakthrough transforms carbon capture from an expensive necessity into a viable solution for decarbonizing hard-to-abate emissions in our industries. With pioneering technology, a dedicated and extremely hard-working team, Flare is redefining the future of direct air capture. That is why they deserve to be recognized as a Falling World's Science Breakthrough of the Year.
Breaking the wall of inefficient direct air carbon capture. Flare.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm coming from the southern part of Germany, and there we have a long tradition which is called the Kehrwoche. It's the Swabian Cleaning Week. And what does the Kehrwoche mean? It's basically an old tradition where all tenants of a house come together and clean up everything. No dust, no leaves, no excuses. But we, as humanity, have treated our planet and the climate really badly. We haven't had this cleaning week since a very long time. And we at Flare want to change that. Because, yeah, climate change and fighting climate does not only mean carbon reduction, it also means carbon removal. And to really get to net zero, to really hit our climate targets, we need to remove the CO2 from the air. And this is exactly where direct air capture comes in. And this is not only a niche market, it's actually a $1 trillion market that is possible to happen if we get the cost down. And this is really where the problem currently is, because all the typical conventional approaches that rely on thermal energy, which is needing a constant green energy input. Constant green energy input. I think this is exactly where we all see the problem, because renewable energy doesn't have a constant base load. It's basically fluctuating, and this makes these technologies extremely energy inefficient and also sometimes not green because they're relying on a fossil backup. What Flare does inherently different is that we follow the renewable production curve. We have, so to say in simpler words, invented a direct air capture battery. When the sun is shining, we overproduce our absorption agent, and when it's not shining, we use it up. And this makes us purely electric and has really a big potential to get the cost down. And all of this is not only happening on paper. We have already built our pilot close to our facility in Munich that is able to remove 10 tons of CO2 per year and is fully compatible with renewable energies, in this case solar. It is energy efficient and mass manufacturable. If you look at this photo here, you see a 7-meter high absorption tower that is really standard in the cooling tower industry. And what is new to our technology is the regeneration that is happening in this 20-foot container where the electrochemistry is taking place. And this really modular approach allows us, like Lego bricks, to multiply it to a big plant. And this is what is going to happen next. We are building Europe's first direct air capture plant. I'm not allowed to reveal yet where, but it's going to be in Germany, maybe in Bavaria. And why do we need this? Because we want to deliver our customers. We have already customers that bought from us, well-known American companies, Google, Shopify, Stripe, that bought an offtake of $30 million, which corresponds to 47 tons of CO2. And it's actually the world's first electrochemical DAC offtake. And all of this is only possible because of our amazing team that really combines deep science with a sharp focus on commercialization and scale up. I'm Stefan, CSO and co-founder of Flare, and together with my co-founders, Malte and Paul, we have the vision to enable a carbon negative future. We are backed by incredible experienced advisors and have secured already 15 million euros in funding to make breakthrough innovation happen and scale it fast. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for the Kehrwoche. It's time to remove the CO2 from the air. And if you are interested to help us with this big mission, let's talk. At Flare, we bring the Kehrwoche back to the climate. Thanks a lot.
I love the Kehrwoche.
Thank
you very much. No, you stay here. We have the Q&A. No, don't go. We need you. First question by Iris.
Iris, hey.
Then we will go here in the center. Thank you.
Beyond carbon credits, who is going to pay for this and why?
So currently, this whole value chain is not really fragmented. So our customers buy carbon credits from us, which means we develop the technology, we scale it, we operate it, we put the CO2 in the earth with partners. But what will happen in the future is that it becomes more fragmented. And we have already first customers that buy the plants from us and operate it itself. So this would be the next step, that other companies operate these direct air capture plants themselves. I mean, the current market shows that there's quite some traction. So this Frontier consortium has over 1 billion now to spend on carbon credits, and we see more and more customers, especially from Japan, approaching us to buy carbon credits. So I think, it's really taking off these days. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Do you only capture CO2, or you turn it into something? Do you need hydrogen? Where do you take it from?
We don't need anything except of salt solution and electrical energy input. that's enough to take out the CO2, formate the carbonate out of it, and then release the CO2 in something where it's going to be used or stored away.
Mali, please.
Thank you for the presentation, really great. I also saw you funded by the European Commission, and I guess this is a grant. My question is more of the commercial. You mentioned a successful pilot, but also some customers came in. What can you share with us, how you can become global, significant companies, more of the go-to market, or even name names who you're working with and how you penetrate the market so far?
I mean, I've just showed a slide with this 10 customers that we have. I said already there's a lot of Japanese companies that are currently buying.
Yeah?
Then we are currently also the process, sorry?
The process of winning these customers.
The process of winning these customers. I mean, currently they're all approaching us, so we're not going through. So currently the shipping industry is, for example, heavily interested in it. Banks are approaching us, insurances. So it's really companies with high margins and low costs that are interested in offsetting their CO2 footprint.
Next question. Yes, here in the second row for once. You're not from the jury, right? Where you have luck. Yes.
Thank you. I'm just a journalist. Why are you cheaper than other DAC companies? There are quite a few who are offering this DAC service. Your detergent, you said, it's storable something?
Our absorbent agent. So our process is purely electrical, and as I showed, we can follow this renewable energy pattern, and other companies cannot do that. That's the reason why they have large off times. If you look at the recently published data of the, for example, Climeworks plant in Iceland, you see that they had, I think, 3,000 hours per year of uptime, and that's exactly the plant. If you only run a plant a third of the time of a year, it's not going to be cost efficient.
We have 20 seconds left. Yes, no questions. Cyriac, please. Very fast, please.
So if this really scales and gets large, how much percentage of reduction of greenhouse gases are we talking about here?
10 seconds.
Okay, so we need, as a humanity, to remove 60 gigatons. Direct air capture is counted to be for like 2 gigatons, basically. And this is where it needs to scale. So currently we have 10 tons, then the next biggest plant, kiloton scale, megaton scale, etc., etc. Let's talk later.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, great, well then, thank you very much. And now we are going to go to Argentina. Let's see what's the ideas.
Please welcome Maria Renner, Gridex.
Hi everyone, I'm Maria. I'm partner at Gridex. We are a VC fund with a focus on life sciences from Latin America. I'm very happy to be here today. Food security is one of the big challenges that we are facing today, and if in order to break the wall of toxic crop production, we need more sustainable ways to preserve fresh produce. That is why we nominated Nat4Bio, a startup from Argentina that we invested in, who are using microbial biopolymers to enhance the active ingredient delivery, therefore being able to reduce drastically the use of fungicides. I'm very happy today to introduce Leandro from Argentina, from Nat4Bio. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of toxic crop protection. Leandro Sanchez, Nat4Bio.
Well, every year, 1/3 of all food produced worldwide is lost or wasted. Fruit and vegetables are the most vulnerable, fragile, perishable, and half of them often spoil before they reach consumers. But this is not just about food. It also represents wasted water, energy, land, and human labor. In a world where millions face food insecurity, this level of waste is unacceptable. And this is the wall we need to break. Fresh produce spoils due to microbial infection, dehydration, and natural physiological damage. Current solutions rely heavily on synthetic pesticides, polyethylene-based waxes, and plastic packaging. But as we know, these approaches bring new problems for health and the environment. We need a solution that is safe, sustainable, and effective. In nature, microorganisms already have one. They produce biopolymers. These polymers act as a protective shield and strong adhesives, allowing microbes to survive and attach to plant. Then at NaturalBio, we ask ourselves, what if we could use these natural strategies to protect food instead? Hi everyone, my name is Leandro Sanchez. I'm co-founder and CSO at Nat4Bio, where we harness microbial biopolymers and we transform them into natural coating for fruits and vegetables. This coating functions as a second skin. They protect against infections, reduce water loss, and prevent physiological damage. The result? Extend the shelf life, preserve freshness, and healthier produce without synthetic chemicals or plastics. Our first product, NT-Base, is the first food-grade adjuvant designed for post-harvest protection of fresh fruit. It integrates seamlessly into the existing packing house operations, can be applied with the standard machinery, and easily can mix with conventional fungicides already in use. After 2 years of full-season trials in packing houses in Argentina and California, NT-Base shown an exceptional performance. Thanks to the unique properties of our biopolymers, the product enhanced the efficacy, adherence, and bioavailability of conventional fungicides by up to 300%, enabling to reduce doses up to 50% without sacrificing disease controls. This means that producers can simplify their post-harvest programs using fewer molecules while maintaining or even improving performance. In agriculture, cost and performance are important. Our product costs less than 4 cents per box of fruit, with a return over 4x through operational performance, for a better operational performance. And that's not all. By cutting agrochemical use, the product helps reducing at least 25% the total environmental impact factor, giving to the retailers and the packers a clear competitive edge. This product is a reality. This year we shipped over 6,000 liters to 6 different citrus packers in Argentina and California in our pilot program. We are also working with 4 corporates through MTAs and evaluation agreements. And for the next season, we're planning or projecting a demand over 180,000 liters of product. But NT-Base also delivers strong results beyond citrus. In pears, apples, and avocados, it increases firmness, maintain color retention, reduce water loss, and reduce the ethylene release, and extend the shelf life up to 9 days compared to control. In berries, we are developing a system that combines microbial polymers with bacterial volatile compounds to inhibit botrytis and other diseases. This portfolio has a market potential of 2 billion. However, our platform can be also adapted for pre-harvest applications such as seed treatment or foliar application, reaching a market of $20 million. Our team combines deep expertise formulating microbial biopolymers with a broad understanding of the fresh fruit industry. We are supported by top early-stage investors, scientific public institutions, and ag tech communities all over the world. Then at Nat4Bio, we believe that answers are already written in nature. By rethinking microbial biopolymers, we're wrecking the world of food waste. We're building a future where food lasts longer, where food sustainability is the standard, and where innovation serves both people and the planet. Join us. Thanks.
50%.
50%.
Wow,
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't know
shocking,
that.
no?
Yes, totally. We have a first question already here in the first row, then in the second, in the first row too. Please, go on.
Thank you. So in your presentation, you also said that your seed round will lead to obtaining regulatory approvals in multiple geographies, but Europe is missing on this. Can you say why?
Yeah, because we started first with US. We are affiliate patent there, and yeah, we are going there first because we started trying, making some trials there with big companies there. So in our pipeline is the first to attach, the first step. Europe comes later, I think.
You need a microphone when you talk, so yeah. So.
Sorry, but there was like also, Brazil, UK,
yeah,
multiple places. So it's not just US, but Europe was missing. Do you think you will have a challenge to make it direct? Do you think you will face challenges to acquire approvals in Europe because of food safety or anything like this?
No. All our ingredients, all of our polymers, most of them are already food additive and are considered like safe. We're working with several biopolymers, and we're combining them in different compositions, because some of them are hydrophobic and other hydrophilic, and it's the combination that works in each kind of fruit. No, it's not the same. A tomato and an avocado are different pills, so we are combining them and making a real good adherence and making the success for all the molecules we are using there. No, so all of them are food additive, are safe.
What is the shelf life of your coating solution, and can you make a concentrate to reduce shipping costs?
Yes, very good question. The shelf life is up to 8 months up till now, because we are now evaluating them. It's not a problem because all the companies, all of the packers, mostly buy the product for each season. No, so it's annually bought somehow. Another question was
the maximum concentration.
The
by
maximum
weight,
concentration.
So
That's a very good question, because we are working with polymers, and we have some issues with that. Now we are concentrated 5 times, but our formulating process is really easy. No, so we are thinking to be close to the application lines to avoid the shipping cost. No.
Andreas?
There is formidable competition in agrochemicals, and many of the big players owning the market access. What's your strategy concerning this issue?
We are in contact with all of them, mostly. We are working with big corporates. Our solution is the first one. It's totally natural. It's made by biopolymers, as I said. There are many solutions now based on citrus, or fruit, pectins, and different stuff, but all of them have the same. We are different. We are also a coadjuvant more than a coating. No, it's both combined in one. So that's our unfair advantage, I think.
Yeah, 30 seconds for the last question, Milena, please.
What is your next step, immediate next step? What do you want to do?
Well,
go to market.
Our next step is now working in the next season in Argentina with citrus. We're also working with avocados in Colombia with a big company there, and also in California, where we are facing the contrast season, or one season in Argentina, one season in California, to move forward. No, our next step is the regulatory process. We are registering the product now in Argentina and in US.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to come back to Germany for the next pitch, and it will be about wasteful fashion, which is a very hot topic these days, right? So let's have a look.
Please welcome Nora Kottmann, Volkswagen Foundation.
I'm Nora Kottmann, acting head of our funding team, Societal Transformations at the Volkswagen Foundation, which is Germany's largest private non-profit organization supporting academic research. As we all know, our linear economic model to buy, use and discard a product is not sustainable. Resources are too scarce to be wasted. We should give products a second life when possible, or use waste streams as source for materials. One of many examples where there's still a long way to go. Globally, we produce over 92 million tons of textile waste every year, but so far only 1% is recycled into new clothing. That's where the startup Resolution comes into play. Resolution has invented a chemical recycling scheme to recover polyester from textile waste. What makes it stand out is that the resulting polyester material is of a superior quality. It goes without saying that the water is recycled during the process and no chemical pollutants are produced. Resolution tackles the textile waste problem with a clever solution, and that is why we nominate Resolution as the breakthrough of the year.
Breaking the wall of linear and wasteful fashion. Marcel Gaussmann, Resolution.
Good morning, my name is Marcel Gaussmann, I'm CTO and co-founder of Resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a fashion crisis, and I'm not talking about this tie. Globally, or in Germany, we produce and waste over 1.3 million tons of textiles every year. And as we heard, less than 1% of that waste gets recycled. That means, on a global scale, fiber materials worth over $100 billion are wasted every year. And with the waste in Germany, we could rebuild a Berlin Wall from textile waste, 10 meters high, every year. So why do we keep building if nobody has the intention to build that wall? Because modern textiles blend fibers for functionality. Apparel must be fashionable and affordable. Workwear must protect. A mattress and your bed sheets must be comfortable. And when you drive fast, you want an airbag and a seatbelt that keeps you safe. All these textiles have one thing in common: polyester, a synthetic fiber derived from crude oil, which accounts for more than 50% of all that waste. And modern fibers blend polyester with other fibers for functionality. So the polyester and the cotton are mixed, resulting in a complex material mix with only 3 disposal options: landfill, incineration, or dumping in the ocean or desert. The idea of chemical recycling is to break down the polymers into the building blocks, recover these monomers, and make new fibers. Sounds good? It works, but there is a downside. For the chemical recycling, you need chemicals. They are added along the process, react, and produce mountains of chemical waste. 1 kilogram of waste per kilogram recycled product. This amount of waste prevents chemical textile recycling from scaling. And as a process engineer, I can talk hours about complex flow sheets and shortcomings of existing technologies. But for the sake of time, let's save that for later. Just remember, our innovation is to do chemical recycling without adding chemicals. We have developed and patented an electrochemical crystallization process where we utilize electrochemical water splitting to produce protons which shoot into the solution and trigger the crystallization of terephthalic acid. This allows us to recover the monomers without adding chemicals and recycle without making waste. So what are the benefits? We save substantial amounts of chemicals and can recycle up to 74% of the water used in the process. And as it runs on renewable electricity, we save up to 90% of carbon emissions. And this breakthrough comes from more than a decade of research at RWTH Aachen University. I founded Germany's first electrochemical separations research group. And when I met my co-founder Amrei, who at this time was researching textile recycling, we developed the concept of our electrified hydrolysis technology. We proved that concept and secured the EXIST grant, which enabled us to build a demo plant and conduct early trials with customers while scaling capacity 100x. Last year, we were awarded the prestigious Achema Startup Award at the largest process technology trade fair in the world. And now, we are building our technical first of a kind to recycle textiles and deliver products at ton scale as of next year. We have gained strong traction with over 35 LOIs from customers, waste suppliers, research partners, and even recycling competitors who are drowning in salt waste. We also recently closed our pre-seed round. And before the end of the decade, we want to enter this €100 billion market with our first commercial plant. This one plant will deliver 50 million annual revenue and save up to 80,000 tons of CO2 emissions. So we have a great team with diverse skills, experienced mentors on our side, and a clear vision. Recycle once. As resource once, recycle longer than you live. And today, I invite you to join our mission. If you have textile waste waiting for disposal, or want to build secure and resilient supply chains for your industry that use fibers, then I'm happy to talk to you. Because I strongly believe that together we can break the wall of wasteful fashion, but not only break that wall, because we as Resolution, we also reunite molecules. Thank you. I need that. I still need that.
No, don't worry. I'm not going to steal it from you. We are ready for the question. Oh, no, we have a remark for once. Oh, you want a question? Okay, I think you were the first one, second one, third one. He was... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Iris, please. If you were the first one, ladies first. Please, can we have Iris first? Thank you. Thanks for your attention and help.
How does your process deal with contaminations like dye or cotton or anything else, really?
This is one of our strengths. So we have a water-based chemistry where we break apart everything what's in the textile, and then we remove all these impurities. So we can remove dyes, we can remove pigments, we, for example, recover titanium dioxide, which is commonly used as a pigment in textiles. So yeah, we eventually get products which are of virgin quality.
Next question, please.
Very interesting. It's essentially acidic hydrolysis. Do you recover the diol as well, or do you have elimination products?
I have to correct one thing. It's not acidic, it's alkaline hydrolysis, but we also can separate the dyes, and depending on the dye nature, some of the dyes are degraded, and then we recover them as a side stream, and some are not affected by the chemistry, and those actually can be recovered. So we once got a nice blue powder, which could be directly fed back into the PET.
Cyriac, who's the next?
Your competitors are probably not other recyclers, but actually landfills and other current technologies that are terrible. So what are you, how are you comparing in the cost compared to those? And how do you intend to get paid?
So currently the textile waste disposal industry works that if you want to dispose textile waste, you have to pay approximately 100 to 200 euros, depending on the kind of textile waste, to the landfill operators. And if I could get textile and as a recycling company be paid 100 euros to receive that, I would be happy. I would even take it for free. So it would make more sense if you have textile waste to give it to us compared to the landfill.
Inga would be the next. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
I was
sorry.
the first one, thank you. Did you manage to secure the exclusive IP license for US, China, and Europe? And if yes, like, what are the terms?
Sure. So we have built 3 layers of protection to our IP and also to our business. The first layer, of course, are patents. We have patents in the core markets for textile production, also in the Chinese, European, and US market. Patents are filed. And we then have proprietary equipment, which we operate and build. And of course, we add some trade secrets because you know how to operate a chemical plant. There's more about that than you can read from a patent.
So this time we have Inga.
Going back to the question of price, so where do your customer produce? So do you have to ship your output to Asia, for example, and how does this play into the price comparison?
That depends. The monomers are traded on a global scale, so we could ship the monomers, the terephthalic acid and the ethylene glycol, to European manufacturers, but also to Chinese or Asian manufacturers, because it makes much more sense to ship the polymers and not ship the textile waste.
We still have 48 seconds for the next question. Anyone? Everything is clear?
Over there.
Yeah. 36 seconds.
Thanks. Looks great. Wanted to ask about the what is the electricity demand and how do you account for the emissions from electricity generation?
Great.
If we have renewable electricity, we cut the emissions compared to the fossil route by 90%, and the electricity demand is actually surprisingly low, so approximately 2 to 3 kilowatt hours per kilogram.
Wonderful. Just in time, because 10 seconds won't make it. Thank you so much. Excellent pitch. Okay. And this time, we are going to go to Israel. So let's have a look for the next pitch. Thank you.
Please welcome Shikma Litmanovitz, Technion, Israel Institute of Technology.
Hi, my name is Shikma Litmanovitz, and my mission has always been to cross boundaries and build bridges between academia and industry. Today, I'm deeply honored to nominate Seal Minerals as the Science Breakthrough of the Year 2025. Why Seal? Because they embody the power of science to change the future. Born from the pioneering research of Professor Charlotte Wort at the Technion, Seal Minerals has created the most energy-efficient technology for removing carbon dioxide, and they are ready to scale it to a level the world has never seen before. Their innovation transforms CO2 dissolved in seawater into essential minerals, while providing soft water that can serve communities and industries alike. This solution doesn't just reduce emissions, it tackles marine pollution and reimagines how industry can coexist with our planet. Seal Minerals shows us that breakthrough science can also be a breakthrough for humanity. With a vision, we are not only addressing climate change, we are taking a bold step toward reversing it.
Breaking the wall of power plant and mining pollution. Marty Shani, Seal Minerals.
Imagine a world where power plants not only avoid harming the environment, but actively help clean it. That is SEAL. We reduce the carbon footprint of power plants cooled by seawater while also increasing their efficiency. Every year, each power plant loses $3 million. Their pipes are blocked by biofouling and scale, cutting efficiency. So they use hazardous chemicals to reduce buildup, but these pollute the oceans and don't help. You can see it in the picture, a blocked pipe before its maintenance. And of course, fossil fuel plants also emit a lot of carbon dioxide. Our technology works with any thermal power plant, including nuclear. Our system turns the calcium and carbon dioxide in seawater, the sources of biofouling and scale, into solid minerals and creating two output streams. The first calcium carbonate, how do I go back? Yeah, the first calcium carbonate, calcium depleted water, perfect for cooling, no more clogging, no more hazardous chemicals. The second, precipitated calcium carbonate, also known as PCC, an essential industrial feedstock with a $40 billion market. Please remember the power plant you see in this picture. For an average size 1 gigawatt power plant, SEAL delivers every year $3 million in OPEX savings, 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide sequestered into 1 million tons of PCC, which generate $100 million in PCC revenues, and at zero marine pollution. All these benefits without relying on carbon credits. There are 1,100 power plants cooled by seawater globally, a huge market with a gigaton carbon dioxide removal potential. We create an end-to-end win-win-win industrial value chain. SEAL delivers a tailored design reference to the power plant. The plant then engineers, purchases, builds, and operates the site. It owns the produced PCC and enjoys an incredibly short return on investment. The industrial mineral producer offtakes the PCC and processes the end applications. They benefit from cheaper carbon-negative PCC. SEAL also provides maintenance and consumables and collects royalties on PCC revenues. It is a capex-light business model for SEAL, enabling rapid scaling. We're talking with 7 utility companies operating 79 power plants cooled by seawater. One of them, the Israel Electric Company, invested in SEAL and signed a contract to deploy a funded pilot next year in the power plant presented earlier. We're also talking with 4 industrial mineral producers confirming PCC demand. We run a TRL-5 pre-pilot prototype using real seawater. It is the basis for next year's pilot. We see connections to European utilities to host our first pilot in Europe. We're protected by 4 pending patents based on our experiments and promising results. Seawater, electricity, and air are all we need to operate. We do not require chemicals nor any other additives. Only SEAL delivers high-quality minerals, reduced carbon footprint, and sustainable water treatment in one process. We outperform legacy water treatment solutions with a green and a more effective solution. We outperform other carbon removal technologies with a more energy-efficient system. SEAL's technology was developed at the Technion, Israel's Institute of Technology, by Dr. Charlotte Vocht, co-founder and lead scientist. Dr. Shani Hershkovitz, co-founder and CTO, and industry expert in electrochemical catalysis, takes the technology from lab to product and to scale. Anat Greenblatt, Chief Business Officer, turns our deep tech innovation into business and regulatory growth, drawing on her legal, finance, and VC experience. I led multiple design wins and the development and selling of complex deep tech systems that require a long sales cycle. Our passion, turning climate problems into profitable business. Finally, the beautiful view from our office, a reminder of why we do what we do. Thank you for your attention and the opportunity to pitch. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Okay, so now we can be ready for the 4 minutes for the Q&A. Thank you. We have a first one here. Second, Iris. Yes?
Thank you. So the electrochemical cell, which processes the seawaters first, how durable it is, and is it also prone to all the problems which you showed just with the pipe, with the clogging, etc.?
So the process is divided into two steps. First, there is electrochemical process, which we create the conditions for calcium and carbon dioxide to precipitate. It's a supersaturation state. And then we have a separate process step, which is mineralization. The water is ready for saturation, and there's precipitated outside of the electrochemical cell. Does that answer your questions?
Okay, so let's move to the next question because we are building for sure. Yes.
Thank you. How do you make sure that only the calcium precipitates and not all the other minerals present in seawater?
Perfect question. So the process is very selective. There is a fine window where only calcium, actually also boron, but boron is a very, very low concentration, precipitate. Magnesium is at a different state. Basically, we raise the pH to a very specific point, and we already checked that we have a very pure mineral.
Okay. I don't see any question from the jury. Otherwise, I will take one from the audience. Can we have a microphone here in the third row, please? Thank you.
I wondered, what do you do in the future where all our energy is produced by solar and wind?
Well, give me the estimation of how long it will take to all power plants to... and as I said, we can work with nuclear as well. It's not going to be anytime soon with all the AI demand, and power plants are built today as in the past.
Yeah, okay, we have the next question here in the first row, please. Thank you for the microphone.
I think you said your business model does not depend on carbon credits, but then why are you not monetizing them?
I didn't say we're not monetizing. It's not there, but mainly we want to show that we're very profitable without carbon credits. We actually have two sources for that, if I have time. Yeah, so one is we're actually reducing the emissions polluted by the limestone industry, and they're extremely polluting, so we have scope 3 on that. And the water that we're emitting has a higher buffer in terms of absorbing carbon dioxide. So we'll be also doing, so it's a carbon capture and a carbon removal in one process.
We still have 1 minute 20. Sorry, I don't see. Oh, here, sorry. We have a comment here in the last row.
Yeah, a comment regarding the production of energy. It's not just power plants that have scaling issues, also large-scale data centers using liquid cooling, where scaling is a real issue. So I think that could also be a game changer there.
Yep.
Nice comments. Thank you. We still have 1 minute. Yes, Milena, please. Thank you.
So what is your target market? Mostly the...
Power
that
plants.
kind of power plants.
Power plants,
right.
Cooled by seawater. We just want the most massive industry that uses so much water.
And then do you see any other application after that?
Yeah, it's before that actually. In order to get the scale to power plants, we will stop at earlier or easier industries that simply use less water, such as cement and steel. Some of them are located on the sea.
Cement and they are one of the biggest energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing is that we need seawater, so they need to be located near the shore. There are many refineries, oil and gas rigs. By the way, shipping, we're approached by shipping as well. So
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we won't have any further questions in 6 seconds. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to come back to Germany. I would like to know who is vegan in this room. Please raise your hands. Okay, well, you're going to like the next pitch? Let's have a look. Thank you.
Please welcome Francisco Quiroga, Mexican ambassador to Germany.
Next, we're inventing the egg, a fully functional, plant-based alternative that is healthy, cookable, and tasty. But this isn't just innovation on a plate. It is a leap toward food systems that are ethical, sustainable, and resilient. It is science with purpose, answering the call of a planet under pressure. And behind this leap stands a Mexican scientist. Veronica is a woman redefining what leadership in science means. Fearless, brilliant, and deeply human. She's not just building a product, she's building a path. That is why Next deserves the Falling Walls Science Breakthrough of the Year, because the future of food should be shaped by bold science and by voices like hers.
Breaking the wall of extinction. Veronica Garcia Arteaga. Next.
Hi, everyone. So this is not a chicken egg. It cooks, looks, and tastes like one, but it's made completely out of plant-based products. I developed the first plant-based raw egg. One product for frying, baking, scrambling, making sauces, and even for making meringues. One single product to prepare all your favorite foods. I started this journey because myself, I wanted to remove animal products from my diet. However, eggs were for me the hardest to live out. We can find it in so many different products, and they're also in so many different presentations. However, the more I learned about them and their impact, the more I was shocked, especially their water footprint. Did you know that it takes 200 liters of water to produce one single chicken egg? And who eats just one egg? I know I didn't. So still people don't know what are the real problems of consuming chicken eggs. But the reality is completely different. We are consuming 1.5 trillion eggs globally. We are using millions of hens and tons of resources. Plus, if you keep close look into the food tech or the food industry, you have seen that we have been impacted a lot by the avian flu. Some countries more than others, but it's still the risk there, and it's growing, and it's not stopping now. And there's no really egg alternatives out there. And because eggs are really complex, eggs, like I said, they can be used in so many different ways. They have a complex structure. Only the egg whites include 150 different proteins, even more when we count the egg yolks and the shell. And redoing that with plant ingredients is challenging, because plant proteins, they have their own attributes. Their final functionalities, their taste, and the color also depend on the process of extraction, on the final characteristic of each of the ingredients, and also the storage and the harvest from the seeds, but also from the proteins. And we at Next, we have cracked this science. So we found the best combination of plant-based ingredients and the right process parameters, so we can achieve the entire functionalities of a chicken egg. We have 4 pending patents in Europe, in US, and also in Japan, where we protect this combination, this process, but also we have designed and built a prototype machine that creates this membrane around the egg yolk. We wanted to have the complete resemblance of a chicken egg. So this membrane is as thin as possible so people cannot feel it when you eat it, but as strong as possible so it survives the process when we produce it until it comes to the consumer. Right now, this product we finalized all the development part. Next year, we're just finalizing the scale-up and putting together this prototype so we can produce automatically, and how we package and preserve it, that it takes enough, that the shelf life is enough to bring to the consumers. But we were not waiting. We wanted to start making an impact and testing the consumer demands. So the last 2 years, we developed other products. We launched these 4 products into the market. These products were developed completely focusing on food service, because we wanted to pair with already known chefs and other customers that can bring final consumers the view and show how products, egg alternatives, can really look like and taste like. We are in several restaurants already in Germany, and we are expanding to bigger accounts and also other markets. Just this year, we have already shown that we offer a healthier product, but also a really impactful product. We are a female-led company that we are we are built on science, but we are building science or bringing science to people that with products that can actually be tasted. So we are really proud of what we have achieved. We have seen that this category is the newest from the plant-based or the alternative sector. We see how it's grown, and yeah. And if you're interested in the future of food, please let's talk, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We needed someone with a knock, knock, knock on the door, so that's great. Okay. Stefan, first question. Thank you.
So I know that you have your patents pending, but could you explain a little bit of the science background? How did you go about the protein and egg white, yolk?
Yeah, so we have two completely components, so two different components, egg white and egg yolk. Each of them had a different ingredients of plant proteins. We have also some hydrocolloids. We have some, for example, vegetables like sweet potato inside and some of fats. That we, the right combination, we have our patent is not broad, so it's really strict on the range of ingredients that we're using and the amounts. And for the egg white and the egg yolk are specifically the same. Also the process, we have seen if we do a different process, either we cook it or we destroy the way the proteins and the hydrocolloids makes the gel. So that's why it makes us unique.
Second question was by Syriac.
Yeah, I was confused by the market size because it's obviously a very large market, but you're saying the TAM is 2.4 billion. Where does that come from?
So the market size, it's growing right now. The egg alternatives are just 1% in the world, but if we compare it to the plant-based milks, for example, it's 14%. We are projecting that this category will also grow as much. So just the egg category will be almost 2 billion global market.
Yeah, next question by Luca.
I know it's silly, but can you package everything into a shell?
We actually have a patent on a shell also. It's a really interesting project because I think it makes it we wanted to really recreate the whole experience of a chicken egg. We have the prototype, we have the patent, we know how to do it, we talked to partners already. However, we also consider at the end it will be a compost product, like packaging. So we're rethinking if there's the real packaging that we want to use or if there's anything else that we want to bring it.
To make it compostable.
Yeah, so it is compostable already, the one we have, yes.
Fantastic. Inga was first. Yeah, well, please.
How do you see regulatory approval, and especially in different geographies like Europe, US? Like, what's the road to that?
So that was really important for us. We wanted to start plant-based because we wanted to we didn't want to limit ourselves, so we are non-novel. We are using only approved ingredients, and we are really excited for other ingredients that are coming because our patents were looking already into the future, so we already were thinking which other ingredients or processes we could use, and we include that into our patent.
Inga.
Thank you very much. So what's the feedback regarding taste? Because I think taste is always one of the most difficult ones.
We actually have a really good feedback. It's also, we need to say that there's a lot of people that are skeptical. So those who come to us are the ones that are really looking for the solutions. Either the restaurants are looking for plant-based or vegan. They don't have any alternative to eggs or to their breakfast. So we had really good feedback from those people. When we compare one-to-one in a blind, I think it will really depend how much eggs you eat and how much used to it and which presentation do you eat it also. But we had really great feedback on that.
This umami taste of the egg. Okay, another question could be possible for 30 seconds. Yes, no question. Yes, please.
Amazing, Veronica. Thank you. Nutritionally speaking, how comparable are these eggs to the chicken eggs?
Thank you. Yes, we are 380% more fibers. We have no cholesterol. We have like 40% less saturated fats. We are working in increasing our protein content, but we are already with a good amount of, we are already source of protein.
Perfect. That's quite a pitch because you're also solving the question, breaking the wall of the chicken egg question, right? We don't need to ask anymore.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the end of session 1. Please, I have a couple of announcements. Don't leave the room immediately, please, please, please. So, first of all, did you like it? Yes? Great, because if you like it, maybe you want to get involved with the Falling Walls venture, and you can talk to Alina. Alina, are you here? Yes, so that's Alina. So in case you want to work with Falling Walls venture, here's the QR code also to contact Alina. I want to repeat 2 things that Sebastian said, because please, especially you, dear startups, come to the reverse pitches. There is no other conference which leaves the VC and the money pitch. It's really a pleasurable moment, and it's really a good moment for you to pick your favorite investor and not the other way around. And also Sciencepreneur Night, I know we are fully booked, so it's for those who will be registered, who are registered, who received an invitation and have the registration QR code, then networking galore. But for everybody else who is not, no FOMO here. There is enough to do. We have a great reception after award ceremony, so everybody will be happy for sure. And now you're going to be happy because it is the coffee break. As we are exactly 4 minutes late, but it's not depending on me, we will have until 12:04, right? Let's do this. Let's be back then. Thank you very much. See you later.
Falling Walls venture is about to continue. Please take your seats. Falling Walls venture is about to continue. Please take your seats.
Welcome back, everyone. This is fantastic to have such a vibrant room. It's packed. Look at this, the interest, because now it's getting, after sustainability, which was really super pressing challenges, we're going to dig into science fiction. It's going to be like engineering for the future. What does it mean? Groundbreaking, innovative solutions that are transferable across industries, promising to transform all industry sectors. And it's going to go from secure data processing, next-gen batteries. Actually, one of the battery pitches was the baby case. So we will have just one thing about batteries. And then also efficient AI computations. We talked about AI this morning, Stefan. We're going to get it all. So are you now ready for science fiction? Yeah, well, thank you very much. We're going to go first to the UK, and they're going to break the wall of conventional materials discovery. This is what we need to start. Thank you.
Please welcome Marianne Gazdik, GeForce.
Matnex. I would like to say a few words about Matnex and what they're doing. We live in an era where we see in real life AI change the software world forever. It's now coming to robotics. And the next is going to be materials. Because materials is where the most profound impact on the planet can be made, because 50% of global greenhouse gas emissions are coming from producing materials. Matnex is redefining materials discovery using AI and quantum modeling to compress what once took decades in R&D into just months. They create carbon-neutral alloys, semiconductors, and catalysts that can reshape energy, aerospace, and manufacturing. That's why we see them not just as a startup, but as a scientific revolution. And that's why we nominated Matnex for the Science Breakthrough of the Year.
Breaking the wall of conventional materials discovery, Richard Tomsett, Matnex.
Thank you. So every new technological advance relies on materials, but materials have become the bottleneck to the next generation of technologies. 52% of critical materials are already at risk, and developing replacements is painfully slow and expensive. That's because it relies on experimental trial and error to find new materials. That means it can take over $100 million and over 10 years to take just one new material from concept to market. That's the problem that we're solving at Matnex. To understand why it's so slow to find new materials by trial and error, imagine that you're looking at a casino slot machine, but instead of trying to find a winning combination of lemons or horseshoes, you're searching the entire periodic table for a winning material. Now, even if we only look at materials containing 4 different elements, as I'm showing here, and we limit ourselves to steps of 1% changes in the amount of each element in that material, we're going to see 7 quadrillion possible combinations of materials, which we're now spinning through in our materials slot machine. And we're now going at 10 materials every second. But you can see that the search bar that I made lovingly at the top there is not moving. I don't know why I bothered. We're stuck at 0.0000% progress. And if we wanted to get to 0.0001% progress, we'd be here until Christmas, 2027. So the scale of the challenge is staggering, but it's also an incredible opportunity, because hidden in those quadrillions are materials that could revolutionize clean energy, manufacturing, and computing, if we can find them. And that's where Matnex's AI comes in. So what you're seeing now is a public data set of known materials as viewed by Matnex's AI. Materials, similar materials cluster together to form islands of similarity, and the dark spaces in between are the vast unknown. And conventional research would say stuck to these islands as scientists painstakingly build on prior knowledge through trial and error. We could randomize our search a bit further, exploring the unknown, exploring more of the space of the unknown, but you're vanishingly unlikely. It's impossible to actually land on a useful material this way by chance. So at MatNext, we solved that problem by developing AI to search this space intelligently. So what you're now seeing, the green dots now appearing, are materials predicted by MatNext's AI. And you can see them filling in the gaps in the space and connecting together the islands of known materials. So it's searching the unknown, but it's doing so intelligently, guided by physics and by prior knowledge. This intelligent search can generate thousands of likely candidate materials in just a few days. And then we need to test those materials in the lab to check the AI's predictions. To prioritize these tests, we first simulate the properties of the materials, and we only move forward to the lab those with the best performance. And this is where AI comes in again. We use AI models to run simulations 10,000 times faster than the equivalent quantum mechanics calculations. This speed means that high throughput screening becomes possible, moving discovery times from years down to months. We bring this together in our MatNext suite of tools. We start with our models in our toolset that generate and manage the candidate materials. And then our MatNext AI models rapidly screen and simulate those materials. The most promising ones move on to the lab, where we make and test them. And successful discoveries then become new products, forming a portfolio of discoveries that can power the next generation of technologies. And this isn't just theory. We've done this in practice with rare earth element-free magnets. We set a search up to work with 3 different objectives: minimizing cost, eliminating the rare earth elements, but also maximizing the magnetic hardness of those magnets. We generated tens of thousands of candidates per week, screened those down to 70 promising candidates that we then synthesized, and we could confirm that the properties of those candidates matched what was predicted by the AI. I'm running out of time, so I'll just say we've got a lot of traction. We've won $14 million of venture funding and $1.5 million of grants. We've signed 3-year agreements worth $70 million with our customers for our new materials. So we're not just imagining the future of materials, we're building it here today.
Not bad. You made it in time. If you like to put your microphone a little bit further, it would be more comfortable. No, don't worry. Okay, we have a lot of questions. 1, 2, 3 to start with. Please.
So I think it's a super promising technology, very interesting. But there are quite a few companies doing that. Google, for example, was one of the first putting that to work. So what differentiates your company from the other?
Yeah, that's a very good question. There's a lot of great companies in this area. There are 2 things really that we think distinguish us. The first is that we can generate all of our own data from first principles, whereas other companies have to buy in their data. And we have the largest materials-focused supercomputing capability in the world to be able to do that. And the second thing is that we focus on actual synthesizability of the materials as like a key, as a North Star for everything we do. So we make sure that the materials we developed are genuinely synthesizable and not just theory.
Luca, you're the next.
So is the business model like I come to you and I ask, make me an alternative to indium tin oxide, and you tell me the composition? Is this what you sell?
It's something like that, yeah. So it's you can think of us as sort of, I guess, the NVIDIA of materials, where that's the plan, where we generate the IP through our AI models developing the compositions and the synthesis processes, and then we'll license those out via patents to companies who are interested in making those.
Mm-hmm. Next one will be Inga.
So actually, I had a similar question. Do you already have customers?
We do already have customers, yes.
You can name it? No.
I can't name them specifically, but I can tell you that we're working in the hard magnets area, magnetocalorics, and various other areas. So there's a general purpose technology. We're not just focused on magnets, we're also working towards semiconductors and other materials.
Cyriac, is it a question or a comment?
Question.
Okay.
So, so AI lives off of validation in real life, and I understand how fast the search part is, but how fast is the validation part, and how scalable is that validation part?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, one thing that we're really working hard towards, and this is one of our kind of key areas of focus at the moment, is making sure that once we've made a prediction with our AI systems and our simulations, the lab experiments they have to do genuinely are very likely to work. So last year, we went from 11 million predicted candidates, 8,000 of those we screened down to be novel. 70 of them ended up being made, as you saw in the example, which I didn't quite have time to go into. And then 2 of those were actually useful. This year, we've made some advances in AI that means that our search is 4 times more efficient. So we're 4 times more likely at the end of that search to get a candidate that we can actually make. So it's all about making our predictions more reliable so that when the people in the lab take it, their experiments are more likely to work.
We still have 1 minute. Another question? Yes, please. First row.
Can you get more concrete? What's your first product application? Give me one.
There's the rare earth element-free magnets is one key area. So that's replacing magnets in things like wind turbines, electric vehicles, etc. Another area is magnetocalorics, which is magnets used for efficient refrigeration. We're also currently looking at the superconductors and semiconductors areas.
Thank you.
Milena, last question. 27
The business model, are you testing to have partners to do the validation faster?
Very fast, please.
Possibly. At the moment, we're doing it in-house, but possibly, yeah.
Okay, great. I think for 11 seconds we won't make another question. Sorry, it's too short. I'm very sorry for that.
You can do a yes, no answer. Yes.
Yes, I mean, we still have networking afterwards. You can ask further questions. Thank you very much. We're going to move from the UK back to Germany, and this time it's going to be about quantum. I'm excited. Let's go.
Please welcome Andreas Kolb, Universität Siegen.
Modern computers seem powerful, but they break at hard limits. And limits on falling walls are no obstacles, but meant to be overcome, right? So today is about one of the hardest, the limit of small-scale quantum computing. I'm Andreas Kolb, Vice Rector of Research at the University of Siegen, and yes, a computer scientist. But when Michael Johanning and Christoph Wunderlich from our experimental quantum chair came up 15 years ago with their ideas, I was thinking, fantastic idea, never practical. Now, here we are. Electron is founded in 2020, already building quantum machines for DLR and Forschungszentrum Jülich, with 80 brilliant people at sites in Siegen and Hamburg. Their trapped ion quantum computing technology makes them unique. They don't need fragile laser beams, but they use magnetic and use quantum control to get stable qubits at the end of the day. So Electron is paving the path towards scalable quantum computing in Germany, and Michael Johanning will explain you how this is done.
Breaking the wall of small-scale quantum computing. Michael Johanning, Electron.
Computing is everywhere, and it's a success story. So the question is, where is the problem? And to see the limits and where maybe quantum is actually a good thing to go further, we should look at the things where classical computers don't perform so well. And among the problems where they don't perform so well and quantum could have huge impact are really big ones. For example, in chemistry simulations for material research, we just heard about that. And there is potential in quantum to improve battery efficiency, to widen the applicability of superconductors, to revolutionize drug discovery and therefore our healthcare system. There are optimization problems that can be addressed by quantum that would allow us to reduce our footprint, CO2 footprint. So the question where quantum has an impact is also a lot of the question how to save the planet. So when I advertise quantum, I need to address why there is this huge potential. And there are at least 2 good answers. In chemistry simulations, we really simulate something that is based on quantum. So basically, quantum computers work on their home turf. In optimization problems, we are going through a number of possible solutions, and we are using the fact that quantum computers use qubits, which can be in 2 states at once. And that means 2 qubits can be in 4 states at once, 3 qubits in 8, and so on and so on. And therefore, you can utilize that to sample the solution space exponentially faster. So you do not go through solutions in sequence as a classical computer, but do that in parallel. So there is the potential, yes. And we actually have seen proof of concept, and that's all there. So where are we stuck? Well, we can use only small systems to do toy problem proof of concepts, and that is based on 3 facts. The qubits that we are using are kind of fragile. They do not keep their memory forever. We need to make them better. We need to make the operations on them better. We need to connect them so they can exchange information, and that's a key to make very efficient algorithms and to change the point at which they overcome the performance of classical computers. In the end, we need to make much more qubits because we need to make the problem size so big that it becomes interesting. And what Electron does is it combines several things that actually address all of this. We use atomic qubits, which have world record memory time. We use them in trapped ions, so these ions all interact directly with each other, giving you all-to-all connectivity, the best you could have to make the most efficient algorithms. And we use microwave control to make the algorithms, which is actually already scaled and proven. You have all of that in your smartphone. And so the key recipe for Electron is we combine ion traps and microwaves. And these 2 ingredients pay on the problems that we just said, on quality of qubits and their connectivity and on scalability. So where are we? Electron founded in 2020, now grown to over 80 people, distributed over 2 locations. We are building machines for DLR and Jülich Research Center, and we have more than 30 patents that are already granted and more to come. And the near future, this was actually not a rendering, but a real machine. The near future will actually be to integrate much of the control periphery into the chip. So that is signal generation, photonics, and this is actually one of the chips created with our partner Infineon that is one step in this direction. So here we are, coming and building upon research that is over 20 years of academic work, and combining that actually with the talent, with the flexibility, agile methods, other resources that only a startup can provide. And therefore, we believe magic actually can be the Zukunft of quantum and can be one way to break the wall of small-scale quantum computing. Thank you.
The magic of quantum. I love this. Ready for questions? Inga, you're going to start? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Very impressive. So who are your customers right now? Because you talked about partners and how you plan to industrialize, because I think that might be very critical for the scaling part.
So the customer landscape at the moment is fairly artificial because the machines are not there yet. So our customers are research customers like DLR and Research Center Jülich, where it is about also to develop quantum algorithms and fully use the power of them. In the future, the model is completely different. We are also not into selling machines, really, but we want to sell computation time. So we'll partner up with hyperscalers, high-performance computers, and actually develop quantum as a module to be offered to the customer. So you don't need to think in the end about quantum. You should just click the check mark, I also use quantum, and get a boost on certain problems, not all problems.
Thank you. Mali, you're the next one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, in the EIC fund, we are the biggest, I would say, investor in quantum. We have the biggest portfolio. My question is, and you explained that a bit, what is the leverage you bring in? And I mean, I'm asking this because what is the biggest challenges right now for you to really scale? Because usually the problem is you're great in innovation, but the problem is that you're stuck too much long in lower TRL and there's no scalability.
Absolutely. So one can talk about every platform and the world records that you make, but it's actually not just about world records. The question really is about roadblocks. And we have many platforms and they all deserve actually attention and have potential, but to avoid roadblocks is the key thing. And so we avoid roadblocks like very fragile and sensitive lasers, and therefore simplify the integration into chip, which is actually the thing to scale up.
We'll go further with Iris first, and then back to Inga and Stefan first. Iris first, sorry.
You mentioned in some applications customers could benefit from quantum and getting a boost there.
Yes.
Which specific applications from an industrial perspective do you target?
Yeah, so the one is huge because it's everywhere is optimization problems. Many optimization problems are actually really that you need to check all options, like having a set of keys and trying to get the best one. And there, quantum has the advantage that it can try them all out in parallel and give you the best one. You can also have heuristics, but they don't give you the best one, but a pretty good one. And sometimes it's worth the difference.
Inga, you had already a question. I'll leave the priority to Stefan. Please, then back to you.
You have an impressive number of patents already. Which are the ones that make it a key differentiator to your competitors, which are very well invested with billions of dollars?
So I mean, we come from research. So the first thing that you do is you publish, right? And you make it open to everyone. But when we recognize that this is worth making a company, what we patented was the step to go from the proof of concept into making it scalable. So all the things, the technology, how it's utilized on a chip level, that is what we patented. And so this is difficult to get around.
Okay, Inga, you have probably the last question.
I would love to understand your management team, your executive team, because I think you are the CTO and you have a professor.
Correct.
So
Yes.
who is taking care of fundraising, of sales, of stuff like this?
Correct. So the professor is basically the academic branch, and not so much important on the everyday business of the company. We do have a CEO. He has actually really a deep background in running companies up to 500 people and so on. And partners and people in our company who know the scaling process up to a few hundred people. So there is a strong DNA about business in our company that is quite often unusual in the quantum business, I would say.
I think we're done with 4 seconds. Thank you very much for all of these answers. We're going to move from Germany to Belgium, and it's going to be really interesting. It's about computing on encrypted data without decrypting them. I want to hear more about that.
Please welcome Bart Preneel, KU Leuven.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have a small technical problem. It will be fixed in a second. Thank you for your patience.
I want to tell you about my last experience. I was recently in a conference, and it was an AI doing the hosting. So we had in the background this AI talking, and it was really very funny. It was an award ceremony on top of this. They wanted to make it faster. And then the AI would say something and then stop. And then we had the next candidate bringing it to the whatever it was, etc., and then stop. And then at some point, somebody came backstage to me and said, "Can you please go back on stage?" Okay, we can do it again. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Small question, do we have a transcript? If we have a transcript, I could read it. Okay, well then, are you ready to pitch? Yes? We know why you are here, because you are great. We don't need to listen to it. We know it, do it, pitch it. Let's go. Yes!
Breaking the wall of insecure data processing. Michiel van Berendonk. Belfort.
Oh.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, better. My name is Michiel van Beirendonck. I'm co-founder and CEO of Belfort, and we are hard at work solving the data paradox. In today's world, data is increasingly driving value. It's being used to train models, it's being used for inference. We even saw some examples of that in prior preaches today. However, there's also lots and lots of data in the world, valuable data that's currently not being used. This is data that's too sensitive, too confidential to be used publicly. Take, for example, medical patient data. This is data that could be used to further improve patient treatments, search for medicines, all those type of applications, but often too confidential, too private to leave hospital walls. Today, when you're using cloud computing, where you're using tools, algorithms to analyze your data, often you're fully exposing it. Many people have made the error of dropping a sensitive PDF into ChatGPT. There's now images as well. Before long, there will maybe be tools for medical diagnosis. All of the data is exposed. Sometimes, depending on the provider, it's even being used to train upon. What we're doing at Belfort is computing on encrypted data. This is a new encryption technology where you can encrypt the data, you can secure it, but you can still analyze or process it directly in encrypted form. Whoever is doing that analysis, whoever is processing the data, they never actually see the data that's inside. This offers value, privacy, and security, all three at the same time. Why this is not widely used yet today is that the main drawback of encrypted compute is the cost. When you're using this today, you're making your applications much slower and much costlier. The simple matrix multiplications that you might be used to, they get replaced by very complex cryptographic number theoretic calculations, which the current compute infrastructure of the world cannot handle very well. And that's exactly what we are tackling at Belfort. We are building the world's first chips for encrypted compute. And we're already doing that today on programmable chips. These are devices we can buy where we can program our Belfort executable into these chips. We have an ambitious roadmap, though. Eventually, we want to manufacture our own chips for encrypted compute. This will make encrypted compute massively cheaper, massively faster, massively more energy efficient, which we feel will be essential to open this for many applications. We're just getting started. In fact, we spun out of the university only 2 months ago, but something I'm very proud to say is that we already have a first product live. We're doing this by working with the programmable chips on Amazon Cloud. These are chips that you can rent just like any other cloud instance. You program them with our Belfort executable, work together with a software library, and this is ready to accelerate your encrypted calculations today. The business model we're using here is that you pay per usage. So for every analysis, for every calculation you're doing, you're paying for the use of the hardware. The markets we're going after and our go-to-market strategy is with a first focus on blockchain. That is where there's the first early adopters, where there's the very technical people that have the affinity to integrate this complex cryptography. But we see it much more broadly than that. The large markets we're going after are finance, government, healthcare. All markets where there's sensitive data being processed that holds lots of value, for example, in fraud analytics, in defense, intelligence, and in healthcare. It's about medicine analysis, it's about patient treatments. And those are the markets where we feel the hardware will be necessary to open this up. In blockchain, we're going after the first customers already today, and we're far advanced in talks there. In finance, we've already done a first proof of concept with the payment network SWIFT, where we analyzed encrypted bank transactions. We have a world-class team to work on this, and what really sets us apart is this affinity we have with both the mathematics and the hardware. We can really bridge that gap of translating the very complex cryptography into real-world chips. Our team combines both academic expertise as well as entrepreneurial expertise, and we feel we have the exact mix to tackle this problem. We also recently completed our first funding round and spun out of the university, and we got a great mix of deep tech investors on board to further tackle this. What we're now doing is first going to market on these programmable chips that we have. Second is building the proof of concepts and the applications across government, healthcare, finance, and finally taking the first steps and kickstarting our roadmap towards a dedicated chip. That's the wall we're breaking at Belfort, the wall of insecure data processing, and our vision is to enable a future of encrypted compute. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's go for the questions. We start with Luca right now. Yes, first row. Thank you very much.
Thank you. When you say you want to build your own chip, do you mean you are building on existing technology and just changing a little bit the architecture, or it's a different kind of chip?
It is a standard digital chip, but what's fundamentally different is the architecture that we design. If you're looking at the compute infrastructure today, for example, GPUs, they're built for matrix multiplications, they're built for floating point arithmetic. What we need in cryptography is very, very different. We work with large integers, we work in polynomial number fields, very different things from, for example, AI processing, and that's why we develop dedicated architectures. But it's with standard technology, standard digital chips that we can tape out at standard manufacturing agencies.
Cyriac, second, please.
So if you get multiple sources with different types of encryption mechanisms, or you don't even know which encryption mechanism they used before to encrypt the data, does this still work, or do you need to have a uniform system behind it?
This works, but that's where we typically need to add functionality on top of it. There's functionality that we can use to transform existing encryption into this homomorphic encryption. That's an operation called transciphering, for example, fully possible. There's also functionality possible where we combine data from multiple sources. That's called multi-key, multi-party homomorphic encryption. So all of that is possible. Typically, some of this comes with additional overheads.
We had Inga as the third question. You have to agree between yourselves here, right? There is a corner of questions.
Perfect, thank you. So who is your main competitor?
Our main competitor is actually not other companies working in this space, I would say, but other technologies. There's alternatives. There's, for example, confidential computing is becoming quite a big topic these days as well. Why we feel this thing will win out versus confidential computing is that the only thing you need to trust here is the mathematics, the encryption, the cryptography. With confidential computing, you're also trusting the hardware provider. You're trusting that they built this thing correctly. You're placing your trust in how the hardware is processing the data. And with confidential computing, what we're seeing time and time again is that these systems get hacked. The secrets get infiltrated. The data gets exposed. There's many flaws and many things to overcome there. What homomorphic encryption, what this encrypted compute has as the main drawback is the cost. And what we very fundamentally believe in is if we can get this cost down, if we can build our hardware, this is the technology that will win out.
Next question then, Iris?
Thanks. What are some of the adoption hurdles that you see when planning to work with some of these very conservative parties like the government and the medical industry? And what's your battle plan to win them over?
Yeah, I would say the first adoption hurdle across all industries is still the speed of the technology. It's a bit of a chicken and egg problem there where the applications are not there yet because the speed is not sufficient. But at the same time, there's very few companies like ours looking into speeding up the problem because the applications are not there. So that's definitely the first hurdle we need to overcome. And one of the ways we're tackling this is by first working with this programmable hardware. Beyond that, government, healthcare, of course, indeed, those are sectors known where there's long adoption cycles, where sales are difficult. We're approaching that step by step. We're really first proving out the fundamental technology with this go-to-market in blockchain and in simpler finance applications. And we feel government, healthcare will follow once the speed-ups are there and also once standardization and maturity of the technology has moved further.
Great. Next question. I have a question for you.
Sure.
And I have a couple of seconds more because I think you deserve a bonus, right? So, do you know what they said in the video before? Why you're so great?
I do.
Let's don't be ashamed.
I don't know it out of the top of my head. I think what really sets us apart is what I've also mentioned in the pitch, this combination we have between the cryptography and the hardware. And Bart Preneel, the professor introducing us, he's the head of the research group that we spun out of COSIC. And that is really what sets this research group apart, I would say. It's one of the few cryptography groups in the world that's based in the electrical engineering department instead of with the mathematicians or the computer scientists. And that's exactly what you need to build this combination and to build this expertise that we have in the team.
I think it's great. No, we know why you're so great. At any case, thank you so much for the questions and answers. Great. So now from Belgium back to Germany. It's well curated. We're traveling back and forth all the time. It's really very interesting. And it is the battery project I was evoking, the one who is here today. So let us see batteries. Let's go.
Please welcome Verena Finkenzeller, BMW Foundation, Herbert Quandt.
Hi everyone, I'm Verena, Program Director of the Respond Accelerator, part of the BMW Foundation. And it is my pleasure to introduce Niklas from PulseTrain to you today, a team that I got to work with closely during our program, and that is truly rewriting the rules of electric mobility. So why did we nominate them? They stood out when it comes to how we think about EV batteries as something that is no longer just a passive component. So their technology integrates inverters, chargers, and battery management systems into one singular module. And with that, in the end, we were able to charge batteries faster, they have higher ranges, and also last up to 80% longer. And with this, I believe Niklas and their team are really breaking the wall of EV battery performance limits.
Breaking the wall of EV battery performance limits. Niklas Lehnert, PulseTrain.
So every once in a while, a really breakthrough technology comes around. And that is especially important when it comes to the transformation of going from a combustion engine-based mobility to a battery-based mobility. And the reason why is that around 50% of the CO2 emissions of EV production process is coming from the batteries. Second, we still face a quite poor user experience when it comes to charging times, ranges, and also the price point. And third, we still think in a straight line. We produce, we use, and we recycle. And with this, wasting a vast amount of our resources simply because there is no good way of reusing or extending their lifetime. And that's exactly where PulseTrain jumps in. We have a combination of hardware and an operating system that significantly extends the battery lifetime. It is speeding up the charge and also significantly reducing the CO2 footprint of those batteries by up to 4 tons per vehicle. And this two-folded technology also translates in a two-folded business model. Because with this, we now have the opportunity to generate single-time payments for our hardware component, but at the same time opening up the cosmos of software as a service in the mobility industry, because we now have the opportunity to optimize your vehicle over its whole lifetime and keep it up to date while using it. And this is really a seismic shift for the mobility. And as Verena already said, the battery stops being a passive component, but really starts to be a smart brain within your vehicle. And the market we are talking about is not only automotive. It's more than $50 billion if you include the two-wheelers, the non-road, the off-road, and in the future, definitely also the electric aviation sector. And that definitely and luckily also creates some competition, because likely if you have no competition, there is no market. There are small players like Scalvi from the US, which are heading into the same direction but are quite far behind us. And there is the large players like Stellantis, who just recently had a press release also going into the direction of software-defined power electronics. And that's what PulseTrain is best in, and we are definitely the pioneers in this field. And I'm also happy to show you that we already have some contacts in the customer world operating in the non-automotive field together with Handmann, but we also have some significant contracts in the two-wheeler space with the German OEM, and the same is true for the automotive industry, also a German OEM. And last but not least, in the Asian market, we just recently signed a joint development together with a big Japanese tier 1 supplier. And this partnerships also opens up a quite large vision for our revenues. And we are planning to launch our first product in the non-automotive area in late 2027 and translate this into the automotive industry at early 2029. And we're not only talking about scaling a business model, but we're also talking about scaling a sustainable CO2 reduction when it comes to mobility. And the team behind this vision has already 2 exits. We raised more than 500 million in funding, and we are quite experienced in scaling and building sustainable and profitable business models. And I'm now inviting every one of you to take this opportunity to not only build a globally scaling business model that transforms e-mobility, but also take on one of the greatest decarbonization challenges we have in our time, and this is simply reinventing mobility for every one of us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, questions first with Stefan, then with Andrea, then... Yes, first we'll take this.
Okay, fascinating. What I did miss in your presentation is competition from China. Can you elaborate a bit on that one?
Yeah, very good question. What we see in China and has been seeing in China for the past was really elaborating on producing battery cells. So the production process behind the battery cells, and they are far ahead of us. What they have not been innovating so much on was the power electronics and software side when it comes to really managing those battery cells. And they are definitely innovating on this, especially BYD, who has an extremely vertical integration, but they still heavily focus on optimizing on the production process and the battery cell itself. And we are basically the interface in between the battery cell and the energy grid and also the vehicle. And what they are doing is still going into the conventional direction and optimizing the conventional direction with like a more folded powertrain concept and not so much on these integrated concepts as we are doing.
Next, please, Andrea.
A little bit the same question, but I would have another one. Could you give some examples for the non-automotive sector where this could be used?
Everything that is connected to agriculture and construction, especially in the European Union, we currently even see regulations that are forcing the builders to provide an electrified vehicle setup. So if you're not able to provide an electrified vehicle on the construction site, you're simply not able to apply for this construction site. So construction machines, then also agricultural machines, and now due to the time, also defense is quite an important and new field for this.
Andreas, please.
Thank you. This has been very impressive. You mentioned the extension of EV battery life, but you also alluded to the option of circularity. How would that work, and how does your technology contribute?
Basically, as we are talking about an operating system on a software side, the software defines the use case. And the software can also define if we are operating in a vehicle or if we are operating, for example, in a stationary storage. So if we think about the life cycle, starting in a first life in mobility and transferring the battery pack into a second life in stationary, this is no longer a hardware question. For us, this is simply software. So we are basically giving you an update like on your laptop, and we are good to go for a new application without changing the hardware.
Okay. Sorry, I have to give the priority to the jury, but I have you in mind. Please, 1 minute.
Thank you. What exact innovation on both the hardware and the software side enables you to increase performance and extend lifetime?
The combination of both and using latest semiconductor technology. We are also operating and developing in the semiconductor field. And this combination of optimizing the software for a very specific semiconductor and operating then on a cell level with algorithms that are using battery data that we're generating on our side is basically creating the benefit on the lifetime extension. And when it comes to charging, we have a very specific way of how we are charging the batteries, like based on the hardware components, that gives us the opportunity to simply charge faster without damaging the battery cells.
Okay, I don't see jury questions, so I take this audience. We have another jury question? Oh, you're good. Oh, sorry. I cannot hear from the left ear. I'm like, I have my in-ear, so I don't know. Sorry for that. Okay, so 24 seconds. Short question, anyone? Everything is clear? Okay, make it very fast. 15 seconds. I'm really generous right now. So short comment, short question, yes, no answer.
How about the safety of the battery stacks, like if you, for the storage?
Also increases because as we're operating on a cell level, we can also see when one of the cells is like deviating from the other ones and can even suppress this effect or remove it from the stack. More safe.
Very good, very good, very good timing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So normally now we would have had the father on stage. So I don't know if you are here with us. Abdesalem Aribia, hello. We hope everything goes well, right? We are all with you, and we are thinking of your family in becoming right now. This is great. So, but now we have to solve other problems and push boundaries. Let's move to the UK to break the wall of unpredictable chemical reaction. This is really exciting. I want to hear this. Okay.
Please welcome Adam Flanagan, the Creator Fund.
I'm Adam Flanagan, an Associate at Creator Fund and Board Observer at Solve Chemistry. We're proud investors in Solve, having backed Jose and Lyndon at pre-seed as their first investors. We were excited by their mission of solving chemical scale-up and by their combination of technical rigor and earned commercial insight. The progress since the pre-seed round has been fantastic, building out their lab at Imperial, hiring a great team, and most importantly, delivering real value for their customers. We're excited that with their recent seed round, they'll be able to scale their product to the world's leading chemical giants. We're very proud to nominate them as part of the Falling Walls Science Summit.
Breaking the wall of unpredictable chemical reactions. Jose Pablo Folch, Solve Chemistry.
Hello everyone. My name is Jose Pablo Folch, and I am the co-founder and CSO of Solve Chemistry. And we are a one-year-old spin-out from Imperial College London that was created because AI, as you have heard, has revolutionized discovery. And now we see more molecules, more drugs, more materials being brought to market every day and being discovered. However, we don't believe that value is created when you discover something, but it's delivered once you finally get it to the market. And unfortunately, the science of scale-up has been left behind by AI. Stuck in this loop of constant re-optimization that can mean that things that are ready nowadays will not see the market for many, many years. We believe there is a better path, one driven by predictive chemistry and modeling of these physical systems that will allow us to reduce this long process into just a few months. However, we cannot really do this without the data. The data just doesn't exist to unlock this path. And just like AI has revolutionized discovery, Solve is going to revolutionize scale-up. More new chemicals, faster, more sustainably, and less expensive. Our approach is data first. However, we cannot just use any data. We want to use the best data, collect it most efficiently, and maximize the insights we get out of this data set. We begin with Bayesian experimental design, which was the topic of my PhD, and we use this to select the data that's going to give us the most information out of to our models. We then collect this data very, very efficiently, up to 10 times more efficiently than industry standards, using techniques developed by my co-founder Lyndon during his PhD. Finally, we want to maximize the insights out of this data. And to do that, we use interpretable machine learning that understands chemistry and is able to really unlock insights into the deep chemistry that happens. We do this in a fully automated lab in order to really be printing out this data as much as possible and have as little human intervention, and the data is fully machine learning readable. We also collect this data in ideal heat and mass transfer conditions, which means that we are unlocking actual chemical insights that are scale independent, and that's where we can inform the whole scale-up process. We currently offer 2 data products. The first one is just a standalone one-time data collection of, we create one high-quality data set in a reaction of the client's interest. And the second one is a recurring contract of at least 3 months where one of our systems gets completely assigned to a client. And we constantly develop new data sets for them and new models and new insights in any reaction they want. Finally, we're currently building a software product where we are collecting a very large amount of data internally. And this data set will power a software product that will allow people to get access to our insights and to our models directly from software. The market opportunity we're tackling is huge. Agrochemical R&D spend in scale-up in small organic molecules was 3.6 billion. And if we include pharmaceuticals, we go over 11 billion. If we have planned expansion into materials and biologics, this could unlock markets of almost 70 billion. We currently have already gained traction, selling our what we call Island, which is a single project, and our Archipelago projects, which are the recurring projects, to large pharmaceutical and agrochemical companies, as well as working with equipment manufacturers. We have managed to break the 6-figure revenue already, and we are working to make these contracts long-year contracts that could bring in 7-figure revenue. We also stand in a very unique position in our competitor landscape. We are the only hardware-enabled software company operating so close to production scale. I would argue that our biggest competitors are the internal teams of these big pharmaceutical and agrochemical companies. However, they have very bad siloing, which means they will struggle to get our level of automation and machine learning across the whole spectrum of the reactions. And in addition, they cannot collect data fast enough. We had one of the lead labs visit our site, and they were shocked to know that when they can collect 30 data points of this high quality, we can collect 500 a day. We have built a strong team with expertise in machine learning, automation, and flow chemistry, with expertise from Oxford, Imperial, ETH Zurich, and Leeds, and as well as industrial experience that's very relevant to the industry from BASF, AstraZeneca, and Pfizer. We are currently focusing on building out our software product, industrializing sales, so building a proper sales team, and finally increasing our capabilities and capacity so that we can generate as much data as we can and also increase the amount of reactions that we can cover so that we can unlock larger markets. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Let's go for questions. 4 minutes to go. Who would like to start? Iris. This is the question corner here,
Thank
right?
you. Until what scale will you actually try the new recipe or new molecule?
So we don't do discovery. We assume the recipe is already made, and then the question is how you can actually scale it up to manufacturing conditions in an efficient manner. So that's when we come in. Currently, that process is optimizing in a small lab, then optimizing slightly bigger, so optimizing slightly bigger, and it takes a very long time. We help speed up that process at the moment.
But your customers would still be the one to do it at like kiloton scale?
Yeah.
Okay, Stefan or Luca? Go on, Stefan.
Okay. One of the key problems supposedly is to get the data and also building trust around the data with your customers. How do you acquire the data, and how do you can you then later scale about it? Because typically you may end up in a monolithic situation with one customer for one specific problem and then have to abandon all the rest of it. How do you go about the data? Yeah. Where do you get it from?
So we have an automated lab in London. So we create all the data, and we try to work with as many clients as possible to avoid this. We wouldn't just work with one client. We have a lab that we currently expanded with 10 systems, so we can assign a system to each different client and work on different types of reactions.
Same question. So let's go to Inga.
So how many? So thank you very much. So how many licenses could you sell, for example, at BASF? So how many seats do you have in a company?
So currently we haven't built a software product, so we're figuring out how to price it. But ideally, what it would be is we would charge per model created. So what would happen is you would be interested in a process, in a specific reaction. You go to our software, and we provide a lot of information that from that process. And those insights we charge per use instead of per seat.
Great. Next questions, comments? Audience, this would be your moment. Yes, we have someone in the audience. Last row, fantastic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is it also considering safety when scaling up, or is it only the efficiency of the reaction?
We're collecting data, so we're trying to maximize as much information as possible of the reaction itself. This can be safety, this can be the actual how much you're producing, this can be the sustainability aspect, so we do a lot of solvent replacement, for example. So we don't actually have we don't do optimization, we don't do specific goals in mind. What we're trying to do is just maximize the information of the process so that clients can make the best decision possible.
We still have 1 minute 20. Back to Iris, yes?
Since you already have some customers, could you maybe give a more tangible example of how you replaced a certain solvent for a specific customer?
Yeah, so we actually have a patent on our solvent replacement for our technology. The idea is that we can screen process conditions very, very efficiently. So for each solvent, we can check how it's going to perform at different temperatures, different reaction times, different concentrations. And that way, we are able to screen the solvent space very, very broadly and hopefully either find a new solvent that performs very well, or at least, if we cannot find anything, the company will have something to show regulators to say, I have to use this bad solvent because no other solvent works.
A specific example?
All of that is private information. Yeah.
Are we done? Yes? Well, everything is clear. Thank you very much. And we are going to move on. Back to Germany. This time, it's going to be the edge of AI limitations. It's getting really hot in here. Wonderful. AI limitations, I want to see how to break that.
Please welcome Philipp Meyer, RWTH Aachen University.
Hello, my name is Philipp Meyer. I'm head of entrepreneurship at RWTH Aachen Innovation. At RWTH Aachen Innovation, we support the 45,000 students and almost 7,000 researchers from Aachen University to turn their ideas and innovations into groundbreaking startups. And spoiler, we seem to be doing quite a good job at that. One of those startups today is Roofline. We nominated Roofline because they are breaking walls in the deployment of AI to the edge. Roofline deserves to be the science breakthrough of the year because with their novel compiler software, they allow us to run any AI model directly on device, which will allow groundbreaking new use cases and increase European sovereignty in AI technologies. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of edge AI limitations. Thomas Zimmermann, Roofline.
At Roofline, we enable developers to run any AI model directly on device. Today, most AI applications are run in the cloud on large data servers, as you probably know from ChatGPT. In the future, these overpowered cloud services will move more and more towards targeted edge AI applications run locally on different devices. And this will unlock the next generation of AI applications, for example, in energy-secure robotics and drone systems and data-private automotive and also medtech applications. But while cloud AI is moving at light speed, edge AI is actually failing to really take off. In cloud, NVIDIA has built the gold standard software ecosystem to easily run any model on their chips. So you can literally download an LLM from Hugging Face and build a chatbot with it in a matter of hours. But at the edge, this actually takes several months. Do you remember beginning of the year when DeepSeek was released and everyone was freaking out? It literally took 3 months until you could run it locally on a device like this. And this is because the models which are there and the chips which are obviously also here literally speak different languages. Because the deployment layer that connects the models to the hardware is missing. And Roofline provides this translation layer. At its core is our breakthrough AI compiler technology. Building on research at RWTH Aachen and combining that with world-leading expertise from AMD and Intel, we designed a software layer that finally connects AI models and hardware at the edge. Our secret sauce is modularity. Our compiler leverages so-called multi-level intermediate representations, which can accommodate all types of different models from different frameworks and then run them through different levels of mathematical abstractions. So while other solutions need to rewrite really their whole stack if a new model architecture like transformers is being released, with our stack, a new model is more like learning a new vocabulary, and targeting a new hardware is more like understanding a new dialect of your language. So with our solution, DeepSeek literally was supported on the day it was released. This is what excites our customers, and I will also show you why. With our solution, each and every one of you could build their own autonomous robot, for example, for a warehouse application, without knowing anything about programming. Here, we run a multimodal LLM directly on a device like a Raspberry Pi. Multimodal, like Gemma 3 here, means that it combines both vision and language. So the model takes this image, this camera view as an input, together with your prompt, and then the robot reasons that it needs to slow down and adjust its path. This is run fully on device, no custom algorithms, just the model downloaded straight from Hugging Face. And this excites our customers, the companies offering these hardware chips, because for them, they can unlock new applications, they can enter new markets, and most importantly, they can accelerate innovation of developers on their specific hardware. Based on this, we reached major milestones within just 18 months after incorporation. In product, we now have day zero support for these cutting-edge models on CPU and GPU, just like DeepSeek and Gemma 3 that I just showed. today, we're working with 2 S&P 500 customers to enhance software support for their specific AI chips, with a clear path towards licensing our full-fledged software development kit. We raised 2 rounds of funding, and earlier this year, we were awarded the most prestigious European spin-off award for deep tech startups, the EIC Accelerator, as one of the youngest companies ever, just a good year after our incorporation. This speaks for our insane speed, and this is mainly enabled by our team. Most importantly, we managed to hire an entire team of senior engineers from AI big tech companies like AMD and Intel. With this team, we are now breaking the walls of edge AI limitations out of Europe.
Out of Europe sounds great.
Right?
This is cool. Very good. Questions? Iris? Yes, I knew it.
Thank you. I was curious, what still needs to be proven before you can move ahead with the licensing business model?
Yeah, so it's 2 things. So first is CPU and GPU are like quite generic hardware, but then we also need to onboard like the specific AI accelerator hardware that these vendors typically have on their chips. And that's what we're doing in the pilot project together with them. And the second one is really around stabilization. So we can like generally support a lot of models pretty quickly, and that's what we show them. Like they bring like their weirdest model and it runs super fast, like quickly in terms of onboarding. But still, there's a lot of stabilization to have like really a pool of many models that always run.
Okay, I'll take Stefan first. Don't forget you, please.
What's the impact on latency if in your compiler model? Do you have any experience with that?
Yeah, so there are basically 2 key metrics that we measure, and the most important one is always latency. But for us, it actually comes second, because the main value add is really this time to market and enabling all models. But we always benchmark against mainly open source solutions, and we are mostly on par, but it then also differs. In general, we are better for larger models, like larger LLMs, rather than highly optimized like vision models, for example.
Great. Inga and then Syriac for sure.
Perfect, thank you very much. I would like to understand the competition from the US.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is, so I think 2 points to this. So first one is that talent is very scarce in this space, so there are just not many compiler engineers, specifically not for AI. And then in the US specifically, they are right now all drawn to server, because just servers right now still 100x market compared to this. And then all of the big tech companies usually get the best talent there. And that's why we're currently the only company really working on this technology for this market.
I love it when they say we are the only company that does that. Syriac, please.
Question, is the speed to conversion the key factor, or is the size of the compression or of the compilation most important when you run it on a mobile phone? In other words, why do if it's the former, why do the 3 months matter so much?
Because it just speeds up innovation in the end. And you can really, so I think it's 2 things, right? One is you have a certain hardware and you need to have software, like a new hardware, and you need to enable it to bring it to market. And we could speed it up by probably half a year to a year, which is just massive in terms of bringing it to market. And then second is enabling customers to build applications on this hardware. And that's key, because it's just innovation speed. And people, in the end, it's like people want to try out and run models on hardware. It just doesn't work, so they go to competitors.
Mm-hmm. Andres, please.
You mentioned several times how important speed is. On the other hand, you have to balance it somehow with defensibility of your intellectual property. You're not using patents, as far as I understood you. So how is this going to work, especially in an open source environment?
Yeah, agree. So we don't have any patents yet, and we also see it not too critical for us in this space. That's A, software, which is in Europe difficult anyways, and B, moving so fast. And then the open source aspect goes to it, but actually open source is one of our key defendability assets that we build up. So we're building on a lot of open source infrastructure, and we're building a lot of influence there, especially for our market. And that's actually adds tons of defensibility together with the partnerships and relationships we build with these hardware vendors.
Last question then, 20 seconds, short answer.
What would be the biggest enabler for you to scale?
The biggest enabler?
12 seconds.
Yeah, so convincing these chip vendors of partnerships and getting like the biggest players.
The chip vendors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
in Europe, can you get that?
We have some, so we're definitely working on it.
That's an excellent answer. You have already them. This is great. Thank you so much for this. Out of Europe. Okay. I can't believe we have the last speech of this science fiction session. I loved it so much. I don't want to stop. So the next one, we're going to go back to the UK. It's great. We're going to, like UK and Germany all the time. And we're going to break the wall of inefficient AI computation. This is really interesting.
Please welcome Pierluigi Freni, Lifty.
Hello, hi there. This is the last thing before the lunch. So I'm Pierluigi, an investor in Lifty. Lifty is an Italian venture capital that's very active in deep tech. Over the years, I've met hundreds of founders and evaluated countless technologies. But every once in a while, you come across a company that stands out with the power to reshape how we live and work. In artificial intelligence is something that, today we have mentioned that multiple times, is something that we live and use on a daily basis. And Lumai has the numbers to have a huge impact on AI adoption. And this is because they have a solution that ensures for scalability and sustainability of AI. So to let us know more, please join me welcoming James on stage. Thanks.
Breaking the wall of inefficient AI computation. James Spall, Lumai.
The number one limitation to AI capability today is energy. It's just getting power into data centers. We're at the point that hyperscalers are bringing back online nuclear power stations just to get enough power into their AI data centers. This is clearly not scalable, it's not sustainable, and we need to see why we've hit this energy wall. So fundamentally, the more compute power you have, the better AI capability you can build. So we've tried to scale compute capability in two ways. Historically, it's just by making your processors faster, squeezing transistors ever more tightly onto your chip. We can't do that anymore, right? Each transistor is only a few atoms across. We just can't keep scaling that forever. So we've gone the opposite direction. We've scaled out. We're now using tens of thousands of processors in a data center, and they're running up to gigawatts of power. We need to be smarter. That's just brute forcing the problem, and it's not viable. We need to rethink the underlying technology, and that's exactly what we're doing at Lumai using optics. So we use light to do processing. We use photons rather than electrons and build an analog physical system to perform the calculations for AI. And this has some really fundamental benefits over digital silicon processors. Now, those calculations that we perform is simple arithmetic. It's essentially matrix multiplication. Linear algebra underpins all of modern deep learning. So how do we use light to actually do that matrix multiply? By mapping different parts of the process to different optical phenomena. We encode the matrix in a pixelated display. We encode the vector in pulses of light in arrays of lasers. We do the multiplication by passing those beams through the display. We do the addition by combining beams with optics, so lenses, and so on. Crucially, this is a passive process. The entire matrix multiply gets done in a single clock cycle, barely using any energy. Now, it's not completely free computation. You still use energy at the input and at the output, encoding the data, generating the light. But this is where it gets really interesting. As we scale up our processor, as we try to get faster, we need to make the display bigger. We need to make the matrix bigger for more matrix multiplies. The amount of operations we perform scales as the area of that matrix, but the amount of energy only scales with the length of the vector at the input. So as we get bigger, we get faster, but we also get more energy efficient because we perform more operations for every joule of energy we use. That is completely unique to this 3D geometry of optics and something you just don't see in silicon. So that's the science. What are we actually building at Lumai with this? We are creating AI accelerator systems in completely standard form factors for data center scale AI. So that means standard server racks, PCIe form factors, and a GPU-like coprocessor, but built from the ground up for efficiency. Now, they were obviously artist impressions. The hardware is real. So in the lab today, and in the coming months, we'll be releasing our first demonstration system. It's a standard 4U server rack that contains Our Lumai optical tensor core is exactly performing that matrix multiply that I described earlier, as well as our custom digital and electronics systems, PCIe cards that push data through this multiplier at fantastic speed and interface to the host system. I'm very excited to share more updates on this in the coming months. Now, we've been talking with partners and potential customers across the entire value chain of AI. The overwhelming message is remarkably consistent. The gap between the AI capability that users demand today and what the hardware can generate is massive and growing. And it's exactly that gap in performance that's limited by energy efficiency that Lumai can address. We've put together an incredible team to do this, a super multidisciplinary team across optics and electronics and software. And we have engineers in the team that have delivered disruptive technology across a huge number of markets, be it precision optical instruments, AI chips, all layers of the software stack. We're also backed by a global conglomerate of VCs. We've raised over 10 million euros to date, and we're still growing. We have open positions, and we will be out fundraising again next year. So please come and talk to us. If you want to learn more about our upcoming demonstrator, if you want to know more about why energy is a massive wall for further AI capability, or if you just want to know how we do maths with lasers, please come and find me to find out more. Thank you.
Excellent. Whoa, we have already the first question here and the second by Stefan. First Luca, then Stefan, then Cyriac, then... Yes, we will check it there.
Thank you. As this is optical, do you have problems with alignment, like with vibrations and thermal expansion? And the second question, you elaborate the information optically, but you probably read it electrically. Is there a bottleneck?
So on the first one, that's a huge part of the optical design is how you can maintain the alignment of so many beams, right? And that's kind of part of our patented optical design is allowing that. The easiest way to overcome that is just to build in kind of redundancy. So if you want to perform a 1,000 matrix vector, give yourself 1,010 channels, and even if you're off by one, it doesn't matter. On the second part, absolutely. That conversion is where all the energy gets used. You need to amortize that conversion overhead to win out. So you need to get to a large enough scale that that quadratic speed up in operations overcomes the increase in energy. You can only do that with this free space optical system. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Stefan.
You are the readiness level of 4, according to the presentation deck. What's the biggest obstacle to get to 8, for example, or a 7 at least?
So there's two aspects. One is performance metrics. So we need to get to higher density of channels in the system to really get up that kind of quadratic scaling curve. And the second is just manufacturability. So we still have kind of off-the-shelf systems, off-the-shelf components, and we need to go and customize those components for the actual application. So we're using components off communications and so on. We need to re-engineer those for our own system.
Mm-hmm. Cyriac, and then we'll have Mali, please.
So this is fascinating to me, but I'm wondering, can you... does the technology allow to make chips like a Blackwell chip at that scale and complexity? Can you do that? And have you talked to the hardware companies that actually make the chips?
Absolutely. So crucially, what we're building is not in itself a chip. It's a system of components, using components that are already used in data centers at massive scale. Right? It's built off the components used in transceivers, in telecoms, in optical circuit switches, and so on. So all of the components that go into the system are already built for data center scale operations. We're just re-engineering them for compute rather than for communication.
Okay, Mali, please.
Great achievements, we have to say it as well. You mentioned 10.7 million fundraise already, seed round TRL4. You also mentioned the upcoming round in January. You want to open it?
Q1, yes.
Q1. And you dream about CVC, corporate access, I would say. Can you tell us what would be your dream investor for this round?
So we're still at an early stage, right? And so we're not necessarily targeting CVCs directly. There's a huge opportunity for this across hyperscalers, but also inference as a service providers and system integrators. So we're not trying to specify or limit ourselves at this stage.
Next one, we think is done. Iris? Yes.
Are you also planning to develop your own software stack, like how NVIDIA has that with CUDA, which helps them at least partially to get users?
No. Now, this is really crucial, right? This is a huge area that a lot of companies try to compete with NVIDIA head-to-head in doing the entire stack. They try to build the entire accelerator and build competitive software like AMD or so on. What we're doing is a coprocessor to a coprocessor almost. So we plug in not just in terms of hardware, but in software as well. And we're seeing all sorts of really interesting, exactly like Roofline that we just heard from, enabling new accelerators like ourselves to plug into the ecosystem really efficiently. So we'll definitely look to leverage those sorts of platforms.
We have only 7 seconds left. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes? Okay. It's 1-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know you're hungry. I know you're hungry. There will be food for everybody. Don't worry. Let me give you 2 or 3 pieces of information. So we have now the lunch break until 2:30 sharp. I mean sharp. It's a great opportunity to mingle because we have a common lunch together with all the other 2 sections I was mentioning before with the lab and with Engage. So this is really great, and also beyond all the visitors we have here, so great. Dear jury, as always, the iPad will be collected by the staff. You don't make sure you just voted and you saved, right? I didn't tell you by every Q&A, but you know that by now. Just want to remind for those of you who are new in the room, we will have later on the reverse pitches where the VCs are going to dance on this, well, dance. Yeah, they're going to dance, probably, and pitch themselves to the startups and further interestees. So don't miss it. It's already a very unique event. There will be an open mic, so we might have 1 or 2 spots left. So if we have VCs interested to dance on this floor and pitch themselves, I don't want to afraid you. It's not dancing. It's just pitching. And of course, Sciencepreneur Night. Don't forget, if you have the invitation unregistered and the QR code, you will be picked up between 7 and 7:15. And for everybody else, we have anyway, it's after the ceremonies. So everybody will be at the award ceremonies, and later on there is also a reception here. So everybody is going to network like crazy. So let's make this lunch a brain date, right? Or a matchmaking investor, etc. You know, and you tell me after the lunch, okay? Let's go. See you at 2:30.
Falling Walls venture is about to continue. Please take your seats. Falling Walls venture is about to continue. Please take your seats.
Now we can start. Did you have a great lunch? Yes, excellent. This is a good mood. I feel this. Hello back also in the stream. I hope you also had a great lunch. We had a great networking, but you can still, indirectly feel the vibes, right? So that's good. Okay, so now we're going to jump into the, I would say, most important matter of everything. We could have been putting this at the front of this conference, health. It's when you don't have it that you know how important it is, right? So it's all about health solutions. And the finalists in the health solutions clusters here at Falling Walls Venture will present projects that are unlocking the knowledge from within the research labs around the world to improve our daily quality of life. So we will hear now about solutions ranging from universal blood as medicine to women's health diagnostics, as well to exosome nerve repair. I think it's also science fiction again, right? We're staying there. Are you ready for health? Yes, let's go.
Please welcome Marcel Derpes, Flix founders.
Hello everyone, this is Marcel, the investment manager of Flix Founders, and today I would like to introduce you to our portfolio company, Malia Therapeutics. Imagine up to 33% of our female and even up to 85% of our male global population is experiencing problems with hair loss at least once throughout their lives. As you might know, solutions are often costly, painful, have unwanted side effects, and overall are not satisfying. This is where Malia comes into play. Founded by Manfred and Alexander, they have discovered a molecule that can fix all of these problems. Here to tell you more, we are firm believers that they deserve this year's Breakthrough Award, Falling Walls.
Breaking the wall of hair loss through immune modulation. Alexander Steinkasserer, Malia Therapeutics.
So, welcome back after the lunch. I'm happy that you are present today. So let me start with the introduction of our company and the problem we want to solve. And this is the problem, the wall of hair loss. And 65% of people, men over 60, suffer from this problem, but also women over the age of 70, 50% of them suffer from hair loss. What is the reason for hair loss? It's a degradation product of testosterone, the hormone, which destroys the hair follicle, and this then starts the process of finally leading to complete hair loss in some cases. Competitors only have products which slow down this process or keep alive those hair which are still present. In addition, they can go along with severe side effects, and therefore there's a huge medical need for new products. And due to this lack of effectiveness and these side products, only 10% of people suffering from hair loss are actually treated. It means 90% are not treated. And in total, 3 billion people suffer from this hair loss problem. So the market size is huge, $24 billion US dollar in 33, and the annual growth rate is about 9%. So what is our solution? We discovered a molecule, it's called soluble CD3. It's an immune modulatory molecule which blocks the process leading to hair loss, activates the growing phase of these hair follicles, and it induces, very importantly, also the production of keratins, which are the building blocks of hair. We have performed already studies in the lab using human hair follicles. You see on the untreated controls, you only see minor signals. It's completely different on the right-hand side, where you see the CD83 treated hair follicles, many molecules and pathway leading to hair growth and activation of the hair follicles are induced. We have already a couple of volunteers which have been treated. Here you see a younger one after 6 months. You see before and afterwards we indeed induce new hair growth, also in areas where no hair have been before. This is an older one after 12 months, again starting, and after 12 months. Interestingly, in this case, even the color came back. They are black hair again, which is quite something extraordinary. So what is our business model? We have two different models. One is a product for the private use, a B2C event, and we have already the first products on the market. From this Tuesday onwards, our online sale is active, and very nicely to announce that we reached already 100,000 euro figures after 2 days, so the market is really huge. And the second is to develop this as a therapeutic option, and we aim in 27 to have a proof of concept study, phase 1B, 2A, and this will then develop the therapeutic concept. So we also have scalability, and our vision is, I mentioned, we have an immune modulatory molecule, and this molecule also activates regulatory T cells. And I'm sure many of you know that those people which discovered regulatory T cells this year got the Nobel Prize. So this is a very, very important immune cell, and it plays an important role in different autoimmune diseases. We will try to keep or develop new therapies for autoimmunity. Transplant rejection will be inhibited, and also inflammatory skin and eye disorders. The financial situation is like that. Since we funded the company in June 23, we raised 5.6 million. And further development is either based on these revenues generated by the consumer study I just mentioned, introduced this. The alternative or additional pathways to further financing by rapid progress to allow the rapid progress towards clinical development. These are the two options. We have a nice founder team. Manfred Köppel, for instance, he's here in the present. He's co-founder of Immunic, which was NASDAQ listed after 3 years. We have a very distinguished advisory board with Jens Holstein, for instance, a former CFO of BioNTech. Alexandra Gilve is a dermatologist, leading dermatologist in Munich. And Ulrich also funded many companies. And this is our international advisory board. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. That was a sales pitch, right? They know how to sell stuff. I want to have it. No, I don't need it. But yeah, it's great. Okay. I mean, it's a great market. So questions. Let's go. Detlef, please.
Thank you. Question, what's in this kit? So this is not in clinical trial approved product. What's it?
This is the cosmetic product we have right now. We all tested. The necessary tests have been performed for a cosmetic product.
Topical application or injection?
Topical application, all topically. And this is the
soluble CD83 as topical.
Correct, yeah. It's in a PBS solution. You just apply it on your bald areas. You massage it a little bit in, and it directly diffuses into hair follicle canal. So right spot on where you want it to have.
Okay, next question will be Andrea, before we go to Andreas.
Yeah, thank you. Question to the mode of action a little bit. You mentioned that you activate the regulatory T cells on the one hand, and you mentioned also that the sensitivity to testosterone is one of the key problems that lead to hair loss. How does that fit together? Because the sensitivity will still be there after having applied your reagent.
So what we found out in our molecular studies, that CD83 inhibits apoptosis, which is induced by dihydrotestosterone. So we have anti-apoptotic molecules present. Then we have activation of stem cells, which is very important to prolong the anagen growing phase. And thirdly, we have also upregulation of keratin production, which are the building blocks. In addition, we restore the immune privilege of hair follicles using or inducing regulatory T cells and tissue repair macrophages.
All right, I have a basic question. Why is it a problem to have hair loss? Just kidding.
Best question ever.
But seriously, what's your thinking on pricing? And also, what is the thinking on how the repeat dosage? So how often will the consumers need to use this, and for which time periods?
Yeah, so the benchmarks you have to apply every day or even twice daily. Our product you only apply twice weekly. So this is already a huge advantage. Price-wise, we adapted our prices to the benchmark products before the patents run out. So it's comparable. What was the third one? Why it's a problem. Yeah, well, you know, it takes about 4 to 6 months until you see the first hair coming back. And we have now 3 or 4 volunteers that took it now between 15 and 24 months. Nobody volunteered not to take it anymore, so this question is still open. We guess that maybe at later stages you don't have to take it so often, but you still have to take it because you're right. The reason, which is that the dihydrotestosterone is not gone.
We have a question from Inga. Sorry for the audience. I don't think I will have the time, but let's
Thank you very much. I would like to understand the difference between the two products. So on the one hand side, you have the consumer one, and on the other side, is it only the approval? And if yes, what does it mean for pricing and focusing and stuff like that?
So we initially thought just to develop a therapeutic product, but we got so many questions and emails and phone calls from people suffering from hair loss. It's a problem, and therefore we decided to also generate a cosmetic product, which is much easier to bring onto the market. Secondly, we have 2 different products. We have the wild type, let's say, CD83, and the mutant for the therapeutic development. So they are separate. With the therapeutic, we aim to treat people from the allogenetic areata, which is an autoimmune disorder, which needs different treatments, maybe even systemic, might be. And then we also have the option, will develop wound healing, hard to heal wounds, diabetic wounds.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so sad to say that we are already beyond the 4 minutes.
No problem.
Don't forget your product.
No.
Otherwise, I'll take it for my father.
Perfect.
Excellent. So now, hair loss, that's really exciting for investors, right? It's a huge market. And we're going to dig into a totally different zone of health now. It will be all about red blood cells, modified or unmodified. Let's see this.
Please welcome Laura Davies, Science Creates Ventures.
Hi everyone, I'm Laura Davis and I'm a principal at SEVC, formerly Science Creates Ventures. We are a specialist early stage deep tech investor and we partner with founders building transformational science and technology companies. And we're thrilled to have nominated Scarlet Therapeutics for the Falling Walls Science Startup Award. Scarlet is developing a breakthrough technology platform originally based off years of research at the University of Bristol. With their world-leading know-how in red blood cell biology, the team have developed a scalable engineered red blood cell platform with huge application potential. This includes everything from creating lab-grown universal blood, replacing the need for blood donors and blood group matching, to creating a whole new category of advanced therapies for the treatment of life-threatening conditions. So I'm thrilled to introduce Alistair, CEO of Scarlet, to explain why the future of medicine is in our blood.
Breaking the wall of blood type barriers. Alistair Irvine, Scarlet Therapeutics.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Scarlet Therapeutics is a company that's focused on the development of universal red blood cells without the requirement for donors. And obviously we're applying that to human health. So imagine being able to give a blood transfusion to somebody where you haven't needed to have donors, collection centers, processing centers, all the testing involved in viral safety testing and blood group matching. So you need to blood group match. So instead, you just have an off-the-shelf product produced by normal biological processes that's applicable to any individual. That's one application of Scarlet's technology. Then let's take that a step further and say, what happens if we could produce those universal red blood cells, but actually modified to treat disease? And red blood cells have a half-life of 4 months, so one application should allow the circulation of those blood cells for four months, so long-term treatment. If you go into the literature, there's lots of examples of how modified red blood cells could be able to treat disease in metabolic diseases, autoimmune diseases, treatments for cancer, etc., etc. So this is one platform with large potential. So where are we as a business? Essentially, we're an early stage spin out of the University of Bristol. We've shown we can generate cell lines that produce these highly universal red blood cells. That's got granted IP around the technology for generating those lines, and the lines are covered by the IP once they're generated. We've also shown if you take those cells and you put them into animal models, the cells generated from our cell lines last at least as long, if not longer, than normal donations of cells. So in vivo, and we also show they mature in the normal way. So in vivo, they act like normal blood cells. And then we've also shown, and have IP around the technology used to do this, that we can modify those cells to do additional functions in addition to carrying oxygen around the body. So the question is, how are we applying this? Well, we're initially looking at 3 metabolic diseases, and these are all characterized by the clinical problem being a buildup of a toxic metabolite systemically in the body. These are poorly treated, so high clinical need, with high morbidity and mortality in some of these indications. Current products on the market are essentially not very efficacious, are very highly priced, and actually the most efficacious ones only address a subset of the market. So what we envisage is a product that gets administered once every quarter, circulates in the body, constantly converting that toxic metabolite into something that's non-toxic, i.e. something that's either used by the body or excreted by the body. And we've got proof of concept data showing that we can do that for all these 3 indications. From a team perspective, we've got a good mix of business experience and scientific excellence. My background, I've spent 30 years in biotech and medtech, all in small companies, have taken products from preclinical to market. And my last company was 5 people in 2015, now has a market cap of 1.5 billion. The scientific founders are experts in the area of red cell biology, and I'd really like to highlight Professor Ash Toy, who's one of the PIs on a clinical study that's the first clinical study to take lab-grown blood into human volunteers and comparing it with donated blood. So these are real experts. Where are we from a finance perspective? As I said, we're early stage. We did a pre-seed financing of 2.75 million. This is pounds. We've raised $1 million in non-dilutive grant money and 100,000 from opportunistically out-licensing our cell lines for research use to a small number of pharma companies. We're raising a £5 million round now. We have a lead, the due diligence is done, we're just building out the syndicate for that round. So to summarize, we've got a pioneering new therapeutic modality using universal red blood cells for both therapy and transfusion. It allows scalable, reproducible production of universal red blood cells, either modified or unmodified. And we've got proof of concept in 3 indications, and all of those indications are multi-billion-dollar indications. I'll stop there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions? Iris, I was missing you. Yes.
How come your products are so efficacious, whereas all the others aren't, or all the others have failed so far?
Well, there's a mixture. It depends on the indication. So, for example, PKU, phenylketonuria, the way that's treated at the moment is by giving a pegylated biological enzyme systemically. 20% of patients get anaphylactic reactions to that, so they're not applicable. And the price of that product is about $300,000 per patient per year. We're envisaging replacing that, which is normally given by weekly injections, with once every quarter injections.
How did you manage to cut these costs?
Well, it's a completely different product. And it's not cutting costs from the point of view of cutting the cost of a dose. Cutting costs is, theirs is weekly injections, so it's 52 doses in a year. Ours is envisaged to be quarterly, so it's 4 doses in a year. Mm-hmm. So our cost per dose is probably going to be higher than theirs, but overall for a year it's going to be lower.
Great. The next question is by Andrea.
Yeah, question to the therapeutic red blood cells. What makes them different to, for example, other vehicles like nanoparticles? Because you could also load them with cargo. And how do you guarantee the release? Is that, how is it regulated?
So the first question is, nanoparticles don't have a half-life of 4 months. So these are basically, if you think of red blood cells, they're the natural delivery vehicle for oxygen around the body. So that makes them innately good for this use. And then, sorry, what was the second question? Oh, the release. For the indications we're initially looking at, you don't need release. You actually, things get into the red blood cell and then leave the red blood cell, and we just have additional enzymes in the red blood cell.
Stefan and then Cyriac, please.
Cell line production is not without risks. What does proof of concept mean in that sense? Is that
well, proof of concept shows that we can generate red blood cells that do what we designed them to do. When you say red blood cell line production's not without risks, I think maybe what you're referring to is scale up and cost risks and being able to produce
purity and all
purity, etc. We're early stage. The manufacturing aspects of it we haven't.
And also
really
preventing the replication formula and so forth, that it doesn't.
Well, that's the beauty of red blood cells. Red blood cells don't have a nucleus, don't have any DNA, and don't divide, so they're inherently safe.
Inherently.
That's the beauty of the name too. Scarlet is quite good. Cyriac.
Question about the therapeutic version of the red blood cells. How far along are you with the development there? And what are the first indications?
So basically, as I said, we've got ex vivo proof of concept. We're moving into in vivo models, which is where we are. The 3 indications are the 3 indications we're looking at, and which one of those we're going to progress as the first clinical indication is dependent on the preclinical data, amongst other aspects.
Yeah, next one will be Inga. She was first. Sorry, Detlef.
Quick question. What's your funding strategy? How many money do you need until you can generate revenue, and how will you do that?
Well, if I can take the second part of the question first, there's a sort of 3-pronged hybrid strategy which is standard for biotech companies. There's develop products ourselves all the way to market. There's develop products to a certain stage and then partner with a big pharma or another biotech. And then the third, once we've got our first clinical data and shown proof of concept for the platform, we envisage out-licensing some of the components of that to other parties so that they can generate products on this.
Okay, 18 seconds, last question.
UCD, you engineer them, or you bring GS into it, or how do you want to get rid of the ammonia?
The ammonia. So basically, the ammonia diffuses into the cells. We have an enzyme system that converts the ammonia into an amino acid.
GS?
No.
Okay, final word. Thank you very much. We are just in time, 0-0. Excellent. And we can go on, going back to Germany for lung-dependent respiratory solutions. This is going to be really vital.
Please welcome Philipp Meyer, RWTH Aachen University.
Hello, my name is Philipp Meyer. I'm head of entrepreneurship at RWTH Aachen University. You may have heard that at Aachen University we support 45,000 students and nearly 7,000 researchers in turning their groundbreaking ideas and inventions into startups. And one such startup is O11 Biomedical. We nominated O11 because they are breaking the wall of effective COPD treatment with drinkable nanoparticles that allow breathing via the gut. And we think that is pretty amazing. Take a listen.
Breaking the wall of lung-dependent respiratory solutions. Caroline Knieps, O11 Biomedical.
Have you ever thought about breathing with your gut? Probably not, right? But this is exactly what we are making possible. So, inhaling oxygen and exhaling CO2, a healthy breathing process. But for chronic respiratory patients with narrow airways, the problem is that the CO2 is getting stuck, not only in their lungs, but in their whole body system, slowly poisoning these patients to death. And we are talking about 43 million patients worldwide. Every day, these patients rely on this, I would call it, Straightforward engineered solution. A big machine pressing the air in and sucking it out. Efficient in terms of CO2 removal, but coming with a high price. Not only the high price of goods, but also a high patient price. Like the patient's burden is even bigger, isolating these patients. And the worst part, further damaging the already damaged lungs. But we are changing this. We thought, why not use a complete other organ to get rid of this excess CO2 building up in the body? And we came up with the idea to use the human gut as an alternative breathing organ. So our patients can literally breathe with their gut. But how can this work now? So for this, we developed small microgranulates suspended in a solution. You can really think of a smoothie. Our patients will drink this smoothie 3 times a day. And in the gut, in the intestinal fluid, we will capture the CO2, and so indirectly, the CO2 level in their whole body system will go down. But zooming a bit in to this technology, it's so unique because it's simplicity. It's a polymer matrix, really, and in the inside, we have a CO2 absorber. So the CO2 will diffuse inside the small particles, get trapped inside, and the so loaded particles will then find their natural way out of the body, and so the CO2. And can this work now? I will spoiler a bit, it can. So in first or also last preclinical trials with large animals, with pigs, we could not only show that our product is safe, but we could also demonstrate the efficacy. So with a control device, with a placebo, nothing will go down with the CO2. With the gold standard treatment, this mask ventilation I showed you before, we can go down in levels of CO2. And now, with our smoothie, only drinking it 3 times a day, we can even double outperform this gold standard treatment. And starting from the left-hand side, there are machine-dependent solutions to get rid either of the CO2 or to pump more oxygen into the patient. But this upper right corner, this one, that's for us. Efficient in terms of CO2 elimination, even outperforming the gold standard, and coming with a low patient burden. And also, it's kind of a continuously scavenger. It's kind of a drink and a forget solution. So this growing 43 million patient market worldwide with patients in high need, and they will need a daily and lifelong treatment. So even if we will just touch a small 1-digit number, we are talking about a multi-billion euros opportunity with our low cost of goods product. And we are aiming for a B2B prescription model together with pharmacists and healthcare professionals. So what started as a crazy idea of us scientists, it's still a crazy idea, but also now backed with a really professional and engaging team of engineers, healthcare professionals, and regulatory professionals. With our strong advisory board, but also, and we're really proud of it, with our key opinion leaders together, we are really driving forward to bring this product to our patient. Having established our complete own production facility in the west of Germany in Aachen, we're now finishing our long-term animal trials and also applying next year for our first in-patient study. After finishing all the clinical trials, we're aiming for a licensing deal or with a partner deal with a strong partner helping us to build up and also to distribute the product to the patient. So if you're keen to back up a game-changing or breaking the wall respiratory innovation, follow our journey. Thank you.
Amazing. I love crazy ideas. Okay, talking about science fiction, let's go, Luca.
Do you have to control your diet in any way to keep it efficient, or you can eat whatever you want?
That's a good point. Our absorber, we have calcium inside our absorber, so we suggest a low calcium diet.
Andrea, you can continue.
Belong the non-invasive technologies. There is, for example, acetazolamide to reduce CO2 in the patients. What is your competitive advantage to this actual product?
Mm-hmm. Actually, also the flexibility of the patient, so that you can really take it away anywhere you are and use it at any time you will need it. That's a big advantage.
Next question, Iris, of course.
Are there any side effects, and what's the roadmap towards regulatory approval in humans?
So for now, our long-term animal trials are still running, but we have like the results from the 6 weeks, and we don't see any side effects either in the lungs or in the intestines. And regulatory-wise, we are now applying mid of next year for the first in-human study, and then we'll carry out beginning of 2027, and then following the different phases for the regulatory approval.
Okay, I give it to the audience for once. I don't see anything from the jury. Please
Thank you very much. I'll make it quick. What's the shelf life, and does it have to be refrigerated?
No, that's room temperature. And just this week we received the current shelf life conditions, and it's up to 2 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Not in the solution, just the powder, just to be clear.
Thank you. Cyriac.
Just briefly, there are two problems. One is CO2 removal, but the other one is O2 intake. How do you handle the O2 intake part?
Yeah, so I mean, this is really like the first time we can really separate the O2 intake from the CO2 removal, but some patients will still need the oxygen supply. So not all the COPD patients, but it will be that a small group of patients will still need oxygen supply in addition.
Luca again, please.
Do you have to keep the smoothie under nitrogen?
But, sorry?
Do you have to keep it under nitrogen?
No.
So it does not take up CO2 from the atmosphere?
No, exactly, because normally, I mean, that's just a demo, but normally you have it as a powder, you will stir it in a glass of water and drink it within an hour. So that's just like, you can also put it in a smoothie, of course, but normally you should drink it kind of quickly within an hour.
We have a question here. Yes, in the audience. Oh, sorry, Inga. Okay, let's make it short, please.
Does it need any allergic tests before taking the smoothie?
Good question.
No, only calcium, because there's a lot of calcium inside. But the other ones are already, yeah.
Wonderful. Inga, please.
Thank you very much. Do you have to increase the amount after some months or years, or do you get used to it or not?
No, so as is a chronic disease, the patient will need it lifelong, but we are really thinking of a first kind of detoxification phase, so the patient will get it like 4 times a day, and then slowly decreasing it, exactly. But still, they will need it, yeah.
Stefan, last question, I would guess.
How many patients have you treated with that? Was it already?
We're still preclinical.
So you're in vivo, ex vivo. Where are you?
We are preclinical. So we have like we developed a COPD pig model, the first one as well.
And we still have 37 seconds. So yeah, here in the second row, and maybe if you make it fast, maybe.
Is it possible to apply to sports, for example?
Really good question. Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Next question.
How does it taste?
Yes.
Until now, it's actually tasteless, but we added a bit of ascorbic acid, so it's slightly like lemonish, I would call it.
Lemon, that's great. Okay, I think that with 7 seconds, that was very interesting, fantastic for the back and forth. Excellent. So now we're going to travel very fast. We're going to go to Australia, and it will be all about skin cancer diagnosis.
Please welcome Buzz Palmer, MedTech Actuator.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello from Singapore. My name is Buzz. I am the CEO of MedTech Actuator. It's my great pleasure tonight to introduce the brilliant Stefan from Derma. We nominated the startup because they are transforming how we diagnose skin cancer. Instead of painful and costly biopsies, where more than 60% turn out to be benign and avoidable, Derma has developed a painless microneedle patch combined with a qPCR test. The team already has incredible, impressive traction. Why should they be the falling wall science breakthrough of the year? Because they are breaking the wall of invasive skin cancer diagnostic. Their biopsy-free point-of-care solution empowers GPs, nurses and even aged care providers to detect and subtype skin cancers quickly and equitably. A true diagnostic platform with the power to transform skin cancer detection, diagnostic and treatment worldwide. Please join me in welcoming the outstanding and genuinely nice guy, Stefan.
Breaking the wall of biopsy-dependent skin cancer diagnosis. Stefan Mazy, Derma Health.
Many of us here have faced it. That uneasy feeling when you first notice that suspicious spot on your skin. What do you remember about that feeling? Did the thought that you may need a biopsy delay you from getting it checked? Did you require one anyway? Was it painful? Were you left with a scar? Skin cancer stands as the leading global cancer, a hidden burden costing every healthcare system billions of dollars to manage. Yet, despite decades of medical innovation, diagnosing skin cancer still depends on an invasive surgical biopsy. Our research has found that over 60% of skin cancer biopsies are benign. In Germany, there was more than 1.2 million avoidable procedures, costing the healthcare system over 240 million euros just last year. And as for melanoma, it takes on average 15 biopsies to find a single melanoma. Now, while my home country, Australia, may lead the world per capita, the remaining countries are all cold climate nations, challenging the assumption that melanoma is associated with warm, sunny climates. Today, if a patient suspects skin cancer, they have to see a doctor for investigation. If cancer can't be ruled out, they either undergo surgical intervention or referral to a dermatologist. However, due to workforce shortages, to get a doctor's appointment can take weeks. Securing a dermatologist, often months, delaying diagnosis. Now, while biopsy and histopathology remain the gold standard for diagnosis, it's that clinical decision pathway, that decision to cut, that creates that bottleneck where over 60% of lesions excised are benign. We're on a journey to replace 1 billion avoidable skin biopsies. Now, I know firsthand that delaying a diagnosis is significant. In fact, 2 of those photos are of my mum, who's the reason why I started this. By leveraging advancements in digital genomics and advanced manufacturing, we're developing a new way to diagnose skin cancer. The Derma patch is a first-of-its-kind microneedle patch comprised of uniquely barbed structures that can painlessly extract viable skin cells without the need for surgical intervention and at a lower cost. The sample can be sent to any pathology provider for a standard qPCR analysis. Now, while other tools can only highlight suspicion, our proprietary genetic test can provide molecular confirmation and uniquely subtype skin cancer, distinguishing between melanoma, BCC, and SCC using just a few cells, enabling earlier, more informed clinical decision-making, including whether to proceed with surgery, monitoring, or non-surgical treatments like new topical immunotherapies. Now, in most countries, only doctors can perform biopsies. Our solution enables nurses and allied health to administer a biopsy-equivalent diagnostic test for the first time, unlocking a globally underutilized workforce and expands frontline cancer detection to underserved regions. Dermoscopy, light-based tools, AI, they all aim to improve triage, but they all have the same limitations. They can't subtype skin cancer, they fall short on specificity, which is the ability to rule out non-cancerous lesions, and they still rely on an excision for confirmation, compounding the existing burdens. In our first-in-human clinical trials, Derma detected skin cancer with 99% sensitivity and 96% specificity for ruling out non-cancerous lesions. By intervening before the decision to cut, Derma outperforms the current clinical workflow and all triage technologies. Our revenue will come from selling our next-gen patches and qPCR kits to pathology providers, enabling integration into their existing clinical networks. Everybody benefits. More patients can be seen in less time, genomics increases efficiency, reduces human error, which increases margins. In the last year and a half, we've completed our first-in-human clinical trials, received national attention for our innovation, and next month, we officially start our pilot phase trials. And we're raising 3 million euros to help us finish our pilot, getting us closer toward regulatory approval. My name is Stefan Mazy. I'm the CEO and founder of Derma Health. 15 years ago, I pioneered the consumer skin genomics industry. Today, I lead a team that are all experts in their own right, but it's their individual stories with cancer that make this more than a job, but a mission. Now, we often hear about the need for more doctors, or the need to invest billions in new infrastructure just to reduce wait times. But what if we removed millions of patients from the system that don't need to be there? Can you imagine what all healthcare systems would look like if we broke the wall to biopsy-dependent skin cancer diagnosis? How many lives do you think that would save? This is how I believe something the size of a freckle will change healthcare systems and impact the lives of 1 billion people, one pain-free patch at a time. Thank you.
I cannot applaud, but I would applaud, definitely. Thank you so much. Wow, okay. First question, second question. Thank you.
What makes you so unique that you are the only one doing this successfully?
Yeah, so it really comes down to a few things. Number one is we've figured out a scalable way to manufacture barbed microneedle structures. So there is research out there about extracting tissue. They're all prototypes. There is no scalable method, and we've figured out a solution that can do it. Number two is we've applied that to a genetic test, which we have IP around as well. So it's not just one thing, it's the manufacturability of the microneedles at scale for cheap. It is our genetic test component. It's also the trade secrets around how we do it that make us successful.
Detlef, please.
What's your commercial route? Do I go into CVS and buy the kit and do it myself and send it in and pay it out of the pocket, or do I need to see a physician or a dermatologist?
So our current reimbursement strategy, this is a global problem affecting every single country. We've made the decision that this is not an out-of-pocket. This is something governments need to support. Our reimbursement structure, we've identified over 30 innovative payment streams across Europe that will allow national coverage using certain Medicare item numbers. We've also identified something similar in America, making the entire system completely reimbursable under major healthcare systems.
GP signs off.
A GP will sign off on it, yes.
Andrea, please, you're the next.
Yeah, thank you. There are already some punch biopsy devices on the market. What makes you different to those that are already existent?
Yeah. Look, I guess the main thing that makes us different is functionality and workflow. So you're right, there are punch biopsies out there. The problem is when you actually see what it takes to extract the sample in the lab workflow, it is very, very fiddly. A lab can't physically do 1,000 of them in a day. The way that we've developed our workflow as a PCR test is fully automatable. So from a pathology perspective, their bottleneck is histopathology is quite laborious. All of this can be automated, reducing the need for lab technicians. And that's probably one of the biggest strengths that we have, that it's a plug and play for pathology without them needing to integrate or hire new staff or do something new.
Next question. Even the audience may ask. Andrea again, please go on.
Yeah, I have some other questions. For melanoma, there is the need to know the thickness. So you only say yes or no, it's benign or malign, but nevertheless there are different areas and clonal expansion areas. Do you use this biopsies kind of multiple on one lesion, for example? Because also for basal cell carcinomas, you know there are different areas, and it's very important to get the right one.
Correct. So what makes our patch quite unique is the depth. So the microneedle patch itself is 1 millimeter long, and along the patch there's unique barb structures. So when it goes into the skin, it actually collects tissue from all the layers of skin, so we can ensure that we're collecting the viable sample for that type of lesion. So it's not designed just for melanoma, it's designed to figure out what type of cancer it is, period. So that's the yes-no pathway. And then the uniqueness is our ability to subtype using our genetic test. So one, if it is cancer, step two is what type of skin cancer. And so we know that certain types of BCC, you don't need that excision, you have topical immunotherapies. If it's melanoma, you don't need the biopsy, you go straight to urgent care. So that's where we're sort of able to triage and effectively manage skin cancer.
Thank you. Do we have a question in the last row there from the youngest member of the audience? No? We're good? Okay, because we have only 10 seconds left. No, I'm sorry, we have 5 seconds. I'm very sorry,
All
it's
right.
super interesting, but you may ask, definitely. May I have a look at it very quickly?
There.
Oh, nice. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're going to stay with cancer, but from Germany again, and it wants to break the wall of collateral damage in tumor therapy. Very good.
Please welcome Stephanie Combs, Technical University, Munich.
Greetings to all at Falling Walls. My name is Stephanie Combs. I'm the chair of radiation oncology at TUM and also currently serving as the dean of the TUM School of Medicine and Health. Collimate Health is truly breaking the walls in radiation oncology. The game-changing microbeam technology will revolutionize radiation oncology and enables the treatment of thousands of patients previously untreated. Until now, microbeams were only available at large synchrotrons. The Collimate Health team is the worldwide only team developing a technology that will be available in a clinical setting with a footprint below 10 square meters. I truly believe that Collimate Health must become the Falling Walls Venture of the Year. It will bring this technology to the patient and it will help us cure thousands of patients.
Breaking the wall of collateral damage in tumour therapy. Hans-Maria Hein, Collimate Health.
Welcome to Collimate Health. Welcome to disrupting tumor therapies. More than 3 million patients every year in Europe alone receive a radiotherapy. But current radiotherapy, as you see it there with the linear accelerator, is limited due to its high toxicity. The efficacy for different tumor indications is really low. As Stephanie has pointed out, there is a different technology available. And that technology is stunning. It has a 200 times higher dose rate. It needs 50 times less radiation protection. And you can treat patients in only 2 to 3 very short sessions. But the challenge is the synchrotron. And until now, this technology was bound to this synchrotron. So what we would need is to shrink it from a synchrotron to the clinic. And not just to shrink it, but also for the cost applicable at the clinic, and actually to be used by the people that run the LINAC today. They must be running this new technology. This is what we have built in Munich. This is what is running in Munich. You can see in the middle that we have 50 times less radiation, which means we can take this technology out of the bunker and use it in every imaging room in the hospital, which provides for massive scalability. On the right side, you see our first preclinical studies, and they have shown this is not just a technological breakthrough, but this is a biological game changer. So what you see here now is the holy grail in radiation oncology. It's called the therapeutic window. How much tumor control do you do on the one side, tumor damage, which sparing healthy tissue on the other side? The gold standard LINAC has a therapeutic window of 1. Very expensive proton therapy can slightly increase this window. What we can do has been seen technologically and biologically impossible. 8 times bigger window, impossible. 2 times better tissue sparing, 4 times better tissue control. We have the data from our preclinical studies. But actually, this is just the beginning, because we are the only ones doing a 3rd dimension in radiation oncology. While all other solutions actually weaken the immune system, we activate the immune system, we act as an in situ vaccination, and we are creating a systemic immune response against tumor and metastases. On the left side, you see a study on breast cancer in mice, and if you look at the red line down there, even the unirradiated tumor volume shrinks if being treated with microbeams in a combination with immunotherapy. So we are the enabling technology also for the breakthrough of other technologies like immunotherapy and the efficacy of chemotherapy. On the right side, data of our friends at the Mayo Clinic. They're using a mini beam approach. Here you can see abscopal effects on the patient as well. We are a team rooted in Munich, but backed by the globally leading experts in technical ways, in entrepreneurial ways, and obviously in science, all focused on radiation oncology. Not just the Technical University Munich, but the University in Mainz, the Forschungszentrum in Jülich, and the Institute of Cancer Research in London. They have united on this technology and the team. They're providing all the IP that was generated as exclusive license to Collimate Health to generate this fascinating business case. We are not just selling a device, but we have recurrent revenue by every patient treated. This is already a renowned modus of payment in innovation in radiation oncology. But for us, it's a cash cow. Why? Because we can actually treat 10 times more patients than every other solution. Because we only need 2 to 3 treatment sessions and not 30 as of today. That brings us to a super high profit margin of more than 85%, and every of our devices is a cash cow for the hospital and brings down cost to the healthcare system. What you see here is not just logos of leading hospitals around the globe, but these are hospitals that have committed to actually either be our clinical study partner or buy our devices. With this, our actual pipeline is full, and we must come to the market as fast as possible to bring this to a patient benefit. This is where we stand today, closing our pre-seed round. We have one more ticket open. We want to come to the market fast. We want to be efficient and save patients' lives every day. So join us in disrupting tumor therapies.
I'm joining you. Wonderful. Thank you.
I just get our water.
Yes, absolutely. And in the meantime, I can check where the questions are. Stefan first, Andrea second. There we go.
What is the capex for a clinic to deploy your device, your machine?
Yes. We have the same price as all regular Linux. So we are not more expensive than a regular Linux. We have the size of a regular Linux. We have the same usability of a regular Linux. So it looks like a regular Linux more or less. So what is different is really the beam that we are doing.
Thank you, Andrea.
So one practical question, how long does the patient do have to stay for one session? Yes. And then you have significantly decreased the size from the synchrotron to 10 square meters. What did you lose on this way? You know what I mean? Yes. So is there any functional loss, or because this is really a significant decrease?
Yes, so the first part of your question I can answer. For the second part of your question, can you hand the microphone to my co-founder, Stefan? He is the CSO. He has invented this technology. So the length of the treatment is just a second, sometimes 2 seconds, because our dose rate is so high. So actually we can even perform this while patients are breathing. Or sometimes, because it's so, maybe even between the heartbeat, because we are so quick.
And is this independent of the depth of the tumor?
Now we come to Stefan.
Yeah, okay. So the technology change that we did is we have to have a very small focal spot, so a very small source size, but only in one dimension. So we make it long but
keep
thin.
The microphone.
And this is different to synchrotron, where you have a point source. So we lose something, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. Third question was by Luca. It's gone already. Oh, the same question, etc. Iris, of course. Yes, good.
What exactly enabled you to reduce the size by that much, going from the synchrotron to 10 square meters?
I think we need a technical expert again.
So we went back from the synchrotron technology to the conventional X-ray technology, but X-ray technology is only able to do it if you somehow get rid of the heat. And here's the key, basically, idea behind it, with a certain concept to get rid of the heat. It's a bit difficult to explain it in a few words now.
Okay, we still have a minute and a half. We can take another question. Yes, Cyril, sorry, I didn't see.
I would love to know about the off-target effects. So when you have such a high dose and it's so efficient, efficacious, how do you deal with off-target effects?
Yes, I'll pass the microphone behind. I mean, the scientific questions, we have an expert here.
Yeah, off-targeted effects is actually what we would like to have, because we would like to treat lesions outside of the primary site. And the reason why we get there is because high doses involve the immune system, and that's what we exploit with our technology.
Okay, let's go back to Andrea, please.
So I know there are several groups working on the microbeam stuff. What are your most important competitors, and how do they differentiate from you?
Yes, that's a good question. So first of all, we believe this is the technology of the future, because also the Linux cannot develop further. They have come to the end of their technical development. This is the breakthrough. The other teams that we see are actually more scientific teams that are working on this. They are working, let's say, on beams with a bigger size. We have a very thin size. This is why we are micro beams. What you have seen in Mayo is mini beams, so the size is bigger. And let's say the micro beam community has united on this team and has, let's say, given this support. So this is, let's say, the microbeam offspring of this community.
I'm very sorry, but it's 0.000 seconds left. Andreas, you can ask the question later on for sure. Thank you very much. I could go on for every pitch for an hour. But okay, now we are going to go to the US and we're going to talk about women's health. Let's have a look at this.
Please welcome Oliver Kontler, Embassy of Mexico in Germany.
Healthcare can just be for the richest countries. Innovation has to reach more people, especially those left out in the past. And Hera Biotech is making that happen. They are creating smart, science-based tools for women's health, tools that are more accessible and more fair. And they are truly a global company, with a team working across the US, Canada, Switzerland, and Latin America. And part of their technology was proudly developed in Mexico. And even more important, they are led by women, built on diverse voices. Hera Biotech isn't afraid to break old patterns, and that's exactly what makes them so relevant in today's healthcare landscape. We are proud to support them, because they're not just creating a product, they are driven by a vision of truly inclusive care. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of diagnostic gaps in women's health. Somer Baburek, Hera Biotech.
Hello, my name is Summer Baburek, and I'm the CEO of Hera Biotech. At Hera, we're dedicated to closing the gaps in women's health, and we're starting with diagnostics. Women's health has long suffered from a lack of robust diagnostics that focus on the mechanistic underpinnings of diseases, without which meaningful interventions cannot be developed. Hera Biotech is a precision diagnostics platform leveraging adaptive machine learning algorithms for indications that uniquely or specifically impact women globally. Our products solve problems for large patient populations in both endometriosis and cervical cancer. Endometriosis is a chronic progressive disease where tissue similar to what normally lines the inside of the uterus invades outside of the uterus. It affects nearly 200 million women worldwide, often causing debilitating pain, infertility, and it's associated with over 60 comorbidities, including cervical cancer, which is the fourth most common cancer in women, killing nearly 350,000 every year. Like many things in women's health, both of these diseases suffer from gaps in diagnostic technology. Endometriosis, for example, can only be diagnosed definitively with a surgery, which most patients wait an average of 8 years to receive. Cervical cancer is diagnosed with a pap smear, which relies on collecting a sample from a very specific location on the cervix and requires sophisticated cold chain logistics. In the US, it's about 76% sensitive, which isn't ideal. But in low to middle income markets, that drops to between 40 to 50%, which is where 94% of cervical cancer deaths occur. This is not acceptable, and access to robust diagnostics should not be geographically limited. Women's health certainly isn't. Hera's platform currently features 2 solutions. The first is MetriDX, a non-surgical in-office test for the definitive diagnosis and stratification of endometriosis. Requiring only basic lab equipment, this test is well positioned to replace the surgical gold standard. The second is HeraFem, a point-of-care cervical cancer screening device utilizing advanced electrical and optical spectroscopy to deliver real-time, single-visit precision while overcoming the challenges with the pap smear. Hera's revolutionary products measure the biological and physical properties of tissues where these diseases originate in a fast, robust, and cost-efficient manner, with results for endometriosis in days, not years, and for cervical cancer, instantly at the point of care. Women's health is underserved worldwide, and for Hera, success means serving women where they are. Our HeraFem device is currently in the process of regulatory approval in Mexico, with secured distribution across 7 Latin American countries and 150 pre-orders. We're currently in discussions with distributors that would allow us to commercialize across the remainder of Latin America, as well as parts of APAC and Africa. For endometriosis, we'll commercialize first in the US as a lab-developed test and shortly thereafter go for FDA clearance. We'll launch first in fertility clinics, allowing for a personalized approach to improve patient outcomes. Second, with pharmaceutical companies to lower the barriers to efficient drug development. And third, with OB-GYNs for patients who present with symptoms. This will allow us to generate revenue and build significant value while we pursue reimbursement and any regulatory clearances necessary across geographies. Something I'm particularly proud of is the team behind this technology. Our team includes deep scientific expertise, top-tier computational biology, data science, and engineering talents, life science venture capital, product commercialization, reimbursement expertise, healthcare executive leadership, and between our members, we have over 10 exits in this space. In summary, Hera Biotech has the deepest pipeline in endometriosis, with multiple assays in development, as well as the largest proprietary biobank and data sets in the space, creating a biopharma opportunity unique to other diagnostics in the field. We also have the only point-of-care cervical cancer device built for global adoption, which will be in revenue in Q1 of next year. I'll leave you with this. Complex problems require comprehensive solutions, and that's exactly what Hera Biotech is building.
Wonderful. Sometimes we say you need a great timing. It's a great timing always for that, right? Wonderful. Where are the questions? Who wants to start? Iris, I'm looking at you. No? Okay. Who else? Yes, Andrea, please.
Could you say something to your competitors? Because I think there are already some companies trying the same, and what's the difference to yours?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. So everyone else in the field, specifically as it relates to endometriosis, is very focused on screening. So they're downstream, most of which are looking at some sort of a liquid biopsy, typically blood. If you examine those panels more, they're looking at sequelae of the disease. They're looking at inflammatory markers. We would absolutely expect that to be elevated in an endometriosis patient. We would also expect inflammation upregulation in a number of other comorbid conditions. So we think that what will happen is likely what happened to the first entrant into that space, which is once they started doing randomized clinical trials and got confounding conditions on, it confounded their test. We would be really excited to see a screening technology like that with a lower threshold on the patient come to market. It would be wonderful because it's going to funnel the patient to us, which is the definitive test.
Next question. Yes, Iris?
Thank you. You mentioned you're using a spectroscopic tool for either of the two, either the endometriosis or the cervical cancer. I was wondering what exactly is analyzed in the spectroscopic data? Like, what is it looking for and how reliable would that be?
Sure. I don't have my technical expert with me to answer those questions, so I'm going to do my best. So we use electrical and optical spectroscopy in our HeraFem device. So the way that test is done is we touch the cervix, we don't collect a physical sample. And what we're reading are JSON files, so it's the wavelength that's coming back to distinguish between diseased tissue and non-diseased tissue. The entire exam takes about 90 seconds, and we read the entire effacing portion of the cervix, and we get a 7-millimeter depth.
Inga, you are the next one. And then we will have Detlef.
Thank you very much. Maybe I missed the information, but we also plan to go to the European market?
Yes, we are planning to go to the European market. We're commercializing the HeraFem device in Latin America because it was already in the process of regulatory approval, so we didn't want to disrupt that, and we're going to high-impact areas there. Then we'll pull it into the US with an FDA-supportive trial and then bring it over into the European market. We can go immediately into Switzerland with that FDA clearance and then go for CE. Same kind of with the endometriosis. We'll go for FDA clearance in the US and then pull it over. No offense, we just want to be priced in the US market.
Next question, Andrea. Oh, no, sorry, Detlef, sorry. Yeah.
The endometriosis test takes what tissue sample? So I didn't get, is this also a visual or?
No, that one takes an endometrial biopsy, and we're measuring gene signatures in the uterine lining.
Thank you.
Andrea.
Was the same question.
Okay. We still have 1 minute and 8 seconds. 6, 5, here we go. Oh, make it fast.
Do you have a way of also detecting adenomyosis as some specific endometriosis?
We're working on it.
Okay.
As well as endometrial cancer.
Great. Stefan.
How much money is being saved?
So the surgery so let me go that 2 ways. In the US, the surgery for diagnosis costs about $17,000. We're targeting just under $1,000 for our test. But the 8-year wait is massive. It costs insurers in the US about $36,000 a year extra for an endo patient who's non-diagnosed. That driver is that they are going into the ER, they're being admitted, and there's a very high misdiagnosis rate, 70%, and IBS is the #1 misdiagnosis.
Great. I think 15 seconds is a bit tight for a last question. Are we happy with this? Yes? Wonderful. Thank you so much for your important work. And now we are going to fly back from the US to Germany to make inaccessible cell therapies accessible, hopefully. Let's see how.
Please welcome Philipp Meyer, RWTH Aachen University.
Hello again. My name is Philipp Meyer. I think by now you have heard that I'm head of entrepreneurship at RWTH Innovation. And I think you've also heard that at RWTH Innovation we support 45,000 students and nearly 7,000 researchers in turning their groundbreaking ideas and inventions into startups. And one such startup today is BioThrust. We nominated BioThrust because they are breaking walls in the production of novel biopharma products. BioThrust has developed a next-generation bioreactor with their disruptive membrane stirrer technology, the first worldwide to achieve bubble-free aeration with sufficient gas transfer. And we thought Konstantin should tell you more about that. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of inaccessible cell therapies. Konstantin Kurz, BioThrust.
No worries, I'm just here once. So, we as humankind are on the edge of a new era, the era of cell and gene therapies. Breakthroughs in medicine for the first time enable cure of thus far uncurable diseases like diabetes, Parkinson, heart failure, or cancer. It is projected that up to 1 billion patients could finally find relief for a burden that is thus far not solvable. However, so far only a few thousand people have globally been treated with cell therapies. Due to high manufacturing costs, these therapies are locked behind the wall of accessibility. What makes manufacturing cell therapies so complicated? Well, the difference and the unique feature of cell therapies is that the cell itself is the product. So if you want to use these therapies effectively, you need a cell of high quality and high functionality. To achieve these cells, you need great culture conditions. So supply them with oxygen, nutrients, temperature control, and have low shear forces. Current bioreactor systems, as you can see them here on the slide, don't fulfill these purposes. The main issue is that for providing the oxygen, they are using bubbles to introduce the gas and to feed out the CO2, just like you would do at home with the soda stream. This induces high shear forces, which destroys the cells and leads to low processes with low process efficiency. This means that they can only run in small scale. Let's take the example of a type 1 diabetes therapy. If at the current process efficiencies you want to treat just the annual incidence of type 1 diabetes patients, this would mean more than 200,000 ones, each dose costing more than 40,000 just for manufacturing costs. This is a burden that is not sustainable for our healthcare systems. So we thought, why cannot we have an aeration system that avoids bubbles? And that was the birth of the BioThrust MEMSTAIR system. For the first time in the world, we have invented a system that can introduce oxygen to bioreactors completely without bubbles. The system works by using membranes which function as a stirrer in a unique geometry and thereby also mixing the whole system. Based on this unique technology, we have developed the BioThrust ComfiCell system. This bioreactor is a next-generation system that shall become the backbone of future biopharma manufacturing. With our unique technical features, we have set the world record for cell densities. We can completely avoid form formation, which can use up to 50% of bioreactor volume. We can increase gas transfer by 10x, and we minimize shear forces to the minimum level. Let's recall the example of the diabetes therapy. With our technology, we can reduce the number of 1 to 2,000. That is just 1% of current compared to conventional systems. And we can cut costs by at least 7x. With that, we can make these therapies available to patients all around the globe. These breakthroughs are only doable with an excellent team. And the BioThrust team uniquely combines excellence in engineering, bioprocess development, and business development. We are supported by world-leading experts, but even more, we are working with key opinion leaders who are convinced of the need of our system. We've already closed our seed round with Freigeist Capital, and we also were awarded by the EXC Accelerator. The biopharma industry recognizes us as the solution for their therapies. We are working with 4 of the top 20 pharma companies all around the globe, particularly in the United States and Europe. In addition, we are collaborating with leading CDMOs, academians, and the biotechs of the future to develop our system as the backbone of biopharma manufacturing. Our business model is based on the sale of consumables as single-use systems, thus generating recurring revenue. We invite you to become part of our journey. Let's make cell therapies accessible for everyone and break the wall of inaccessible cell therapies. Thanks a lot.
Yes, I'm coming. This is good. I love this when we give access. We have the first question here. Detlef, please, and then Andreas.
Thank you for the presentation. How much is this scalable? What's the largest volume of reactor you're shooting for?
We can pretty much cover everything that's currently also covered by single-use technology, so we can go up to like 1,000 liters at least.
Andreas, please.
Okay, my question ties into that. So you can double the cell density you mentioned. What are the results concerning the pricing then?
We can, depending on the process, we can even go more than double the cell density. There are processes that are currently stuck at 2 liters. We can bring it to 50 or 2,000 liters. So this is like, that's why we achieved this 7x cost saving. So it's a mixture of density and scale up.
Iris?
I'm assuming your customers are the pharmaceutical industry, but is there any specific use case where it's really like a no-brainer for your technology to be adopted?
You mean within the pharmaceutical industry?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, the example of diabetes is the no-brainer, because clinically, diabetes therapies are working. The question is, how do we bring them to the 100,000 patients out there? And that's why we need our technology. We're actually working with partners in that field to generate the beta cells needed for these therapies.
Luca, you have a comment.
Yes, it's not a question. I think this is also relevant for CO2. You should explore this way to saturate solutions containing CO2 absorbing phases, because this could be more efficient than the standard bubbling.
May I comment on this one, on the comment?
Yes, quickly. Yes.
Just quickly, excellent comment, because this is the way why big pharma in the field of antibody manufacturing contacts us. We can make processes much more intensified for antibodies.
Yeah, we have Cyriac, and then we will have Stefan. Sorry, Stefan.
How well is the moat here protected around your device? In terms of the principle, are the patents around the principle or about the specific design?
Well, the design of the membrane stirrer and the bioreactor is protected. So we have 5 patent families, and there's also a unique feature how to bring in the gas into like a stirring system without causing any bubbles or issues with the gas lines.
Stefan.
At what stage are you in concretely? What stage are you, and what could go wrong for you before you're really at the market?
I think we have de-risked the technology, and now we're like in commercial scale-up. So we're talking to big pharma. We have actually 4 pilot projects running with big pharma companies, and I think 20 with smaller ones. And now the question is the biggest risk is probably how to get in a market which is obviously more conservative than other industries.
Inga, you are the next one.
Thank you very much. So who is your competitor? Or how is the competitive landscape? How do you think about it?
The good thing is there's no company around the world who has a bubble-free system for bioreactor aeration that's scalable. So there's no competitor with the same technology that we have. I think we have the best technology, but obviously you have competitors. So we're competing with Sartorius, Thermo Fisher, Cytiva, and then there's a startup, PBS Biotech, which has a novel stirrer, but no solution for the aeration. And one comment, aeration is needed to scale up beyond 2 to 10 liters.
Do we have a last question for the last 50 seconds? Anyone? Even the audience? Yes, the audience, please, 3rd row here. No, you need a microphone. Even if you are only the audience, we are all experts.
Thank you. How strong is your IP on that?
So we have 5 patent families. The most important one is the stirrer that is already granted in the United States, South Korea, and the rest will follow. So I think we're pretty straightforward on this.
Well, you're so fast. Okay, we still have 25 seconds. Any other question or comment? Yes, wonderful. This block is very silent. So let's
what's the life cycle on this thing? How?
This is a single-use product. This is baseline for pharma industry.
Right.
Fantastic. We have 10 seconds left. Can you make it faster? I think no, we're done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Thank you so much. You know, we have only 2 pitches left. I have to check. Yes? 1? No, 2. We have 2. We have 2. I am right. I'm glad I am, because I am the host. So the next one is coming all the way from Israel, and it will be about the irreversible nerve damage, also a very important issue. Let's go.
Please welcome Moti Koren, Technion, Israel Institute of Technology.
Hi, everybody. Imagine a therapy that naturally finds its way to injured neurons, crosses the blood-brain barrier, and actually regenerates its spinal cord. That's no longer science fiction. That's Neuroxon Biologics. My name is Moti Koren from the Technion Business Unit with more than 20 years experience in the life science industry. Neuroxon is a Technion spin-off pioneering a new therapeutic pathway where conventional treatment failed. Its exotherapy platform regenerates neurons after spinal cord injuries, offering hope to millions of people around the world. The breakthrough was led by Professor Shulamit Levenberg, one of the Technion most distinguished scientists with a proven track record of turning academic innovation into real-world impact. So Neuroxon is not just a scientific breakthrough, it is a future of regenerative medicine and an example of an academic helping the real world. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of irreversible nerve damage. Lior Shaltiel, Neuroxon.
Thank you, everybody. Glad to be here, especially as a graduate from Munich. I have a PhD from LMU, to get to be here back in Germany and be also live stream to my team in Israel and all over the world. I'm presenting today Neuroxon. I'm the CEO of the company, and we are using exosome-based therapy for the CNS damage injuries. How we do it? We are a publicly traded company, so we in Canada, so this is a disclaimer for the lawyers, but let's go to the science. So we have a beautiful, very beautiful body. It can heal itself when we deal with peripheral nerves. But what happens when we have a CNS, central nervous system damage? All knows that it's irreversible and we are just treating the symptoms, just a symptom. So it's very, very hard conditions like spinal cord injury, optic nerve damage, and brain trauma, and we are working on that field. What we're doing is actually targeting the P10 that inhibits this process. The costs are amazing comparing to this unique phenomena. We are talking about the family that's damaged, not only the patients. Around 1.2 million patients and families suffer from those CNS damage. We're talking between $1 to $5 million per patient, and the cost of our whole health system for CNS in the US is up to $7 billion. Let's go to the root, and we go to the quote of Christopher Reeve. The best way to restore function is to find ways to regenerate the nerves. And this is exactly what Neuroxon is doing. This is a MRI of the spinal cord, and we actually close the gap. We are regenerating the neurons in the area, and this model is a full transection model of spinal cord injury, and the nerves are regenerate in a minimal invasive way, in a short way, just 2 weeks after, 2 months, okay? And we can see functional recovery. Our aim is to get this to human next year after our very successful preclinical data. Those are the data that we see. 2 weeks to 1 month later, we can see on the right side a rat that can walk again. And we could do it in a full transection model of spinal cord injury. We could also use a compression model, which is just press the nerves, even with more and high efficacy. How we do it? We use exosomes. This is a tiny vesicles secreted from cells. In our case, it's a bone marrow mesenchymal stem cells. those are tiny vesicles in a nanoscale, and we are loading them with a siRNA, short interference RNA, that inhibits specifically the P10 protein. So we are actually inhibit the inhibitor causing proliferation of the nerves and regeneration. And this is our exotherapy platform. We actually doing two mechanisms of actions. We first switching on the regenerative activation of the cells by decreasing the P10 and using the exosomes as an immunomodulatory and a targeted missiles, so to say, into the injury because they are aiming to inflammation. We have a robust science. We have a very strong preclinical data. We have 5 families of patents, 2 of them already granted in the US, covering the administration route to the how to produce the exosomes, how to load the exosomes, and what to load into the exosomes. We have orphan drug designation in Europe and United States, and we are with a close collaboration with the agencies to get it to human. This is our portfolio. XOP10 is our lead compound, came out of the Technion with already 3 indications, acute spinal cord injury, optic nerve, and facial nerves, and we have other in our portfolio. The potential here is used. First of all, the drug, XOP10 for therapeutic. We use it exosomes only for a cosmetic or aesthetic longevity, and also the opportunity for licensing. We have a very strong team with many years of experience and a very strong scientific advisory board that comprised for neurosurgery to rehabilitation. And with that, the message is clear. We wire by regeneration and create a functional recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First question here. Detlef, please.
Thank you, very interesting. What patients are you targeting? Acute spinal cord injury only, or are you also going for chronic?
We are going to the acute from 2 different reasons. First of all, it's true that spinal cord injury is the same name, but when you have a chronic patient, you have a glia, scar, it's completely different scenario. We are working on this 2 weeks of therapeutic windows that we have and try to reverse the damage and show functional recovery.
Why is yours working on mesoderms and all the others not?
It's first of all, it's not cell therapy, it's exosomes. And when you have exosomes, and it can be a different type of exosomes, each cells produce different. In our case, we use bone marrow mesenchymal stem cells, and we found it the most effective one. And they are targeting more specifically neurons, and this is why we see an effect.
Andrea is next, then we'll have Pavel and Andreas.
Question to the side effects. You mentioned that you inhibit P10, so this means mTOR is upregulated, and there is known, at least from in vitro, there is hyperproliferation, angiogenesis, and so on and so forth. So do you see any systemic side effects? And second question, can you target those exosomes? Because if you give them intranasally, they will go throughout the whole body. And if you have side effects, how do you target?
I will go with the second question, and then they are targeted by nature. Exosomes is a delivery system to communicate between cell to cells. They're going from healthy tissue to a damaged tissue. What is the target? Inflammation. The first things that they will do is reduce inflammation, and by reducing inflammation, they can prolong regeneration. Okay, this is the 2 things that we use exosomes. So they are very targeted. In our case, we have a proof of concept intranasally, but also intrathecally. So we can see that they accumulate in the area of the damage. To your first question, it's also related to the first question that I asked. We are using the acute phase. We are not giving it for chronic. It's very localized and very time-wise. So we are talking about 2 to 4 injections in the first 2 weeks, and that's it. It's maybe a wrong business model for business because we are only in the acute, but let's have this hope for those patients to get them functional recovery again.
Okay, we have a lot of 3 other questions. Please, Pavel, first.
I'll be very brief. Thank you. So just to understand correctly this short time window, does it mean that it's a hope for people who would have the acute injury now, but people who had it 10 years ago, for example, there is no hope with your therapy. Did I understand it correctly?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Andreas. Yes.
It's perhaps a bit unusual to see a public pre-IND company. So I'm curious now, with your proceeds from your round that you're trying to pursue, what's your clinical development strategy now? I see that you are also orphan drug designated in the States and Europe.
Yes.
And what's the route through the clinical development?
So we are going therapeutic like in the FDA. It's part of BLA. You need to submit the IND. But to the question of being public, I think this is the question that needs to be in the room. We are thinking out of the box. We came to become public 3 years ago when we just spun out from the university. It's hard, I never heard something like that before, and we could raise, so to speak, close to $20 million like that. As a private company, I don't think that we will succeed in this ecosystem. So it is another proof of concept, not only the science, also the management, and also the way to raise funds in this very, very hard condition, especially to the hardcore biopharmaceutical. So the question is to go to therapeutic with a normal cell therapy approach, and also the cosmetic that can produce revenue during the time, like already next year.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Cyriac, we don't have the time for the
0,
last
0,
question.
0.
0, 0, 0. Great sounding. Thank you so much. Okay, can you believe it? We're going to the last speech. Are you still with me? Yeah, yes, okay, great. Are you still with them? Yeah, yes, this sounds way better. We are going back to Germany right now, and we're going to break the wall of organ rejection. I think it's a really fantastic traveling journey we had through quite a few issues in health. So very happy to listen to the last speech.
Please welcome Lena Österlin-Meret, Niedersachsen Next.
Hello, I'm from Niedersachsen Next, the innovation agency of Lower Saxony here in Germany, where I'm managing the bioregion of the state. We've nominated the startup Allogenetics because they've developed a mechanism of treating organs before organ transplantation in order to really hide them from the immune system. And we believe that this is a real breakthrough because it would actually allow patients to live without immunosuppression and avoid organ rejection, therefore breaking the wall of organ rejection. Please join me in welcoming Allogenetics, Rainer Blaschik.
Breaking the wall of organ rejection, Rainer Blaschik, Allogenetics.
Hello everyone, I'm Rainer. I'm founder and CMO from Allogenetics, and I'd like to share our vision on transplantation. The vision at Allogenetics is simple and clear. We want to make organs unrejectable. Yeah, we want to make organs unrejectable so that they last a lifetime as long as the patient lives. So you're very familiar probably with the procedure of organ donation. That is, after donation of whatever organ it is, liver, lung, heart, kidney, the organ is transplanted to the patient, and the organ would immediately be rejected, almost immediately, if you would not apply immunosuppressive drugs. These immunosuppressive drugs do not create a specific tolerance towards the organ, but just create a general immune paralysis, which then create a status of a kind of blindness of the immune system towards everything which enters the patient. So this is associated with many side effects which come from the immunosuppression, inducing infection and dangerous cancers. And at the end, the organ is finally rejected, and it comes with toxicities none of you would like to have, which is kidney failure, hypertension, diabetes. So this puts a high burden onto the patient, this is not the best situation. We have many young patients, especially young female patients, who refuse getting transplanted because they fear immunosuppression. So what we did at Allogenetics is just rethinking the whole problem and put everything on its head. instead of making the immune system blind, we thought it would be much better to make the organ invisible. If the organ is invisible, it can't be seen anymore by the patient's immune system, and then the rejection can't occur. And for that, the donation is the same, but the organ is then put into an ex vivo organ perfusion device and then perfused with our allogenetics compound, and then the organ is transplanted and no immunosuppression is required anymore. That's the basic idea behind it. So it's not my idea, it's actually the idea of nature, because if you can't be seen, you can't be eaten. In our case, you can't be rejected. It's more or less the same. So this is the only technical slide I have, sorry about that, but to make an organ invisible, you must know what makes an organ visible. And we know that perfectly. These are the histocompatible molecules on the surface of every cell in our body. And these molecules, these histocompatible molecules, are different in all of us. There's no person in this room identical to anyone else. So this triggers rejection, and the immunosuppression is required to shut down these immune cells who would reject the organ. So at immunogenetics on the right side, we just change it by perfusing the organ with our genetic engineering compound, which is integrating in the genome and removing these histocompatible antigens completely so that the organs can't be detected anymore, can't be recognized by the immune system, so that rejection can't occur and patients don't need any immunosuppression. In whatever animal experiment or animal study we applied this, rejection disappeared. There was no rejection in any animal model, so we decided to move forward to the toughest system, which is lung transplantation. Lung transplantation is the most difficult transplantation in humans and in animals as well. So we decided to go for lung transplantation in a mini pig model, and we treated pigs with the lung of the pigs with our compound ALG-115 and had a control group as well. And as you see here, the control group rejected the lungs within below 100 days, and our ALG-101 treated lungs were not rejected in most of the cases, and the pigs are still alive, probably the most happiest pigs in Germany, because they live now 7 years after transplantation, and there's no rejection despite there's no immunosuppression. So this is a wonderful result. We also put all these pigs at the beginning of this year through CT scanning and found these excellent morphology. It looks very beautiful. On the right side, you see a lung, how a lung should look like. So there's no sign of rejection, the slightest sign of rejection in these mini pigs, in this CT scanning. So we launched a seed round last year, and the seed round was designed to get. So we are looking for another. We are preparing another round.
No.
Thank you very much. This is a team, perfect team, with a highly expertise, and we are happy to connect.
Yes, we have the questions now anyway. That's great, and I see already the questions coming up. Cyriac, you start, and then Detlef, please. Okay. You were faster than I was. Please, Detlef.
Technically, you are talking about silencing. It's a transient, it's ASO, it's microRNA.
So the compound is a lentiviral construct which integrates into the genome and is permanently effective.
So with ASO or SI, or what is expressed by the lenti?
It's a short hairpin RNA, two short hairpin RNAs, which are permanently silencing the beta-2M and class 2TA. This is a perfect way to do it, because if you would completely switch off the HA molecules, that wouldn't work, because the organ would be rejected by NK cells.
Okay, Cyriac, please.
So that triggered another question. First is, how do you keep that, how do you get that throughout the entire organ? Yeah. And secondly, how do you deal with the fact is that if it's not visible at all by the immune system, what if the tissue itself gets cancer? Yeah. Is that detectable?
A good question, yeah. So I didn't tell you the fully truth, because we do not switch it off, we regulate it down. So there is a residual expression of the MHC, of these molecules, which are required to enable the organ to combat infection and cancer. And if infection occurs, it's upregulated a bit, and probably the same in cancer. But I mean, the way cancer escapes immune system is just switching it off. So we do not see any problem with it.
Andrea, you are the next one.
Yeah, it was answered by your answer. I wanted to ask for local infections in the organs because but
all the
you
pigs
answered.
are under normal conditions. They never never experienced a lung infection, and we also vaccinated them with attenuated vaccines, which are normally deadly for immunosuppressed pigs. But with these pigs, there was not a problem.
Next question, Stefan, please.
I mean, you had the wonderful story about the surviving pigs, 7 years, yeah, and now you're at TRL 6 to 7. Yeah, it took a long time to get from there to here. Is this correct? What were the reasons, and what other roadblocks could be ahead?
So we just got the approval by the authorities, regulatory authorities, for our preclinical data. And we had proposed a clinical study, which was approved as well. And we are now we have started the production of the pilot batch for our compound. And we are now looking for a pre-A financing to get clinical readiness. We have already finished our clinical development plan, which is a few patients in Germany and then a global study in the US. We are working together with IQVIA. So we will then have a phase 1 and phase 2 global study without control group, and then phase 3 with a control group to get early access, not only for lung, but also for heart, liver, and kidney.
Detlef, you still have a question? And then Andrea.
So LV integrates, have you ever considered in the next generation of your potential product to go for transposon integration?
Yes, we did that as well. We are working on that as well. But you have a very, very small window during that ex vivo phase, which is we have a 3 to 4 hour window.
Perfusion, yeah.
And we need to do it, to reach it during this perfusion, otherwise it wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm. Last question, I guess, Andrea, please.
You mentioned different organs. Are there any differences in the outcome of, do you expect any differences?
No, I do not expect any difference in the outcome, but it's not easy in the same way in all organs to get the entire organ transfused. Heart is the easiest organ. Lung is also easy. The most difficult organ is kidney, but it works as well, but it's more complicated.
Yes. Thank you. We have again 0, 0, 0, 0, the last pitch.
Thank you
we
very
made
much.
it. Thank you. Okay, well, okay, before you leave this room rushing and etc., I have a couple of announcements to make. First of all, I want to say thank you to the live stream for following us, because now we're going to cut it because it's going to be a chaos, because we want to have the pictures and etc. So, bye live stream. Hope you enjoyed it. And I want to thank first, of course, all the presenters, nominating institutions and startups. I want all the startups to stay here. I want to thank the jury. Did you hit the save button? Yes, you did, because it's really the last chance. Huh? So this is great. Thank you, dear jury. Thank you to the advisory board. Thank you to everybody who were here. Thank you to the tech team. Please, really, that was really great. You made it the best you could. Thank you for you, dear people running with the mic. There we go! Are you ready? This is my favorite format. As we started it, and Paul, you might remind me, was it 2 or 3 years ago? There was just the rest of the people after 25 or 30 pitches, which were half dead, and they came here and they're like, oh, okay, we're going to look at the VCs. We had to throw the VCs on stage, and then it happened. And now it's packed, because it's a very interesting exercise, and we love it here at Falling Walls, as Sebastian was saying this morning. I think it's a brilliant idea that we reverse the roles. So, how is it going to work? Well, it's the turn of the VCs and the partners which have funds, right, to introduce themselves to the startup and to all of you in the audience. After that, we're going to go to the award ceremony, 6:15, upstairs in the Curie Hall. Curie Hall, I mean, it's a French name, to have a look together at the awards with Falling Walls Lab and Engage and Venture reunified together and see who is the best of the best, because you're already the best, right? So let's see if the VCs are the best too, right? Let's have a look at that. So VCs, where are you in this room so that I can count how many of you dared to come? Can you make it a little bit higher, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, you were a VC. I saw you before. You had a question. I didn't take your question. Okay, now you can dance. This is great. So you have 3 minutes, which is more than enough. If you only want to dance 2 minutes, that's fine. You don't have to go over time, because you cannot go over time, actually. Do we have the knock, 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 or I just come on stage and take the microphone? We have the knock, knock, knock? No? Yes? Yes? Yeah, let's put them on the knock, knock, knock. Yes, I mean, everybody is fairly, handled here. The same for everybody. Good. So what are you going to talk about during the 3 minutes? Well, yes, we know you have cash. That's why you're there, right? So unless you have it in your pocket, I mean, can you please go beyond the cash so that they know why are you great? Why are you truly great and a partner they want to really work with, feel trust, understand that they are understood. So make this happen now on stage, because the good thing, it's really rewarding for both sides. You know you get a great partner. Actually, it's a matchmaking stuff here. I mean, it's like we could do it with an app, everybody. Yep. Well, okay, well, no, we will talk about this next year. Okay, great. Are you ready? Yes. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. So I don't know who of you are actually there from my list, so I'm going to take it completely random, and then we will see if you dare to come here. And somebody is going to give you a microphone, so you will approach the stage maybe from... You can maybe put a line if you want, right? You can tell me who you are. We could also do that. Otherwise, I call on stage, the first on my list is Johannes Otterbach from Sprint. Yeah, fantastic. You need a microphone. Can I have the timer on 3 minutes? Fantastic. Great. Let's go.
All right. Who of you guys have heard of the US ARPAs? Who of you have heard of Sprint? That's great. I'm actually very happy. Typically, it's the reverse way around. So that's great. So Sprint is a German government VC. We are funded mostly by the BMFTR, which is now called, like space, technology, and research. We are also often calling ourselves not partners of VC, of investors or funders. We are friends of the founders. Why are we doing that? Because we are actually in that very, very nice sweet spot between where you have an academic prototype and a true technological breakthrough that you can then take into the market. So many VCs that are here also are typically have the massive risk of building a venture. So they don't necessarily are interested in like also taking the risk on of developing a technology. We are exactly at that spot where we say, like, we actually care about the technology. We want to help you bring that technology to that readiness level where you can go then out and raise the money from a VC to build a venture around it. So that's where we are very special. We are sitting in that very nice sweet spot between industry, between VCs, between government, and we are friends of the founders. Comes also with like a lot of benefits because we have like between regular equity and equity tools, we also have grant tools that we can leverage depending on like what your startup needs. So that's why we call ourselves the friends. And yeah, if you want to know more, come and reach out. Thank you.
The VC with friends benefits. Well, okay, they care for the technology. That sounds great. I'm allowing myself to make a couple of jokes about you, right? I mean, I may do that. Yeah, okay, this is wonderful. The next one, get ready on my list. Why is it only men? Hold on. Let's jump to Maria Renner. Where are you? Yes, let's make it gender alternative. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Maria Renner. I was here earlier as a nominating institution, and I was also part of the advisory board, so I asked to also be here talking again. I am a general partner at Gridex. We are a VC fund with a focus on life sciences and biotech from Latin America. Since 2017, we have invested in 93 startups across Latin America, so in 8 countries of the region. We still have some more countries to go. We invest in a very early stage. We actually have a venture builder program where we go looking for scientists that want to become entrepreneurs and have great projects like Leandro here. And we also go looking for business profiles, and we help them match and build teams that can complement each other. We invest in those very early stages, and then we can also do follow-on investments. So probably none of the people here that gave great pitches would be for us, because there are not many, they're not from Latin America, and we invest in earlier stages. But I still wanted to take the chance because there are many funds, so I don't know if I'm cheating here, but there are many funds that might be interested in deep tech startups born in Latin America that are going global. We invest across life sciences in agri-food tech and land use, human health, bioindustry, and deep biotech. And we are also currently raising our 3rd fund at Gridex. So also, if you are interested in investing in being one of our LPs, you're also welcome to talk to me later. Thank you.
By the way, one never knows, in case you need to expand or you know people who are going to... This is a network here. This is why we're here. So thank you to jump on stage. Okay, let's go back to the guys. Martin Arndt, where are you? Oh, it's you. Okay. Do you want to stay on your seat or you want to dance here? Of course. Sure. Yes, wonderful. Great.
Yeah, hello. I'm quite happy to be here. I'm not from a VC. I'm from Heraeus. We are a materials group with a long history and a strong focus on the future. So Heraeus is a family-owned German company in Hanau. We have about 15,000 employees, about 40 countries, generating about nearly 30 billion of sales in each year. Our strong focus is advanced materials. So we are looking for startups being in advanced materials, maybe in AI. So Heraeus materials you can find in your smartphone, you can find in electronics, you can find in the global communication networks, or you can find it in medical devices which help the life of many billion people in the world. We have a strong focus on R&D, so we work with academia and of course with the normal industry, and we believe making real progress happens when you combine established knowledge with really new ideas, as you can find in the startups. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. Great. As we have a little less women than men, I have to put 2 men and 1 woman, and then we will make it somehow in a nice flow. Sergio Balassone, 28 Digital, where are you? Yes. Very good. Are you ready to own the stage?
Yes.
This is yours.
Hi. How many of you know EIT, European Institute of International Technology? Yeah, so 28 Digital is EIT Digital. Now we changed the name. Let me tell a little bit the story of one of our researchers, Marco. Marco was working on his fraud model in January, and to detect false payment in an easy, fast way, basically. And you had the problem of accessing the industry. He doesn't know how to access the data from industry. So he engaged through 28 Digital in our pre-incubation program. And it's very easy. It's about structure, good coaches, good contacts, and a network of European partners. So he engaged in this training, and the first day I remember the question he asked. Who owns the problem? What's the cost of the problem? And also, how can I flip a maybe into a yes? How can I flip maybe in 2 years, meaning how can I convince a company to use my model and invest in my model. So he started to work with our coaches to define IP agreement, data agreement, also for the lawyers, you know, it's important. He started to work with our venture builder to define a test plan, to contact our companies and test this model. And he did it. After 2 weeks, he defined this model that worked very well for a bank company, and a letter of intent was signed. But this is what 28 Digital is about. It's about pick one owner, problem owner, pick one economic metric, and pick one proof number that can flip from maybe to a yes. So I'm Sergio Ballassone, 28 Digital. If you are like Marco looking for a training to help you to flip this, and or you are a TTO willing to host one of our spin rise court, come to talk to me. Okay?
Great, Sergio. However, it's not you picking them, it's them picking you now. This is the reverse pitch. No, joke by side, we need the next one, Fiona Wong, Zaz Ventures. Pick the microphone.
All right, thank you.
There you go.
I don't have to dance, right?
You don't have to.
So we're Zaz Ventures. We're not a VC firm, but we're a strategic advisory company that helps company access funding. Before you guys go to sleep, this is still important. One of the hardest things for founders like yourself, we heard wonderful, wonderful development stories about your roadmap, developing your technology, but part of that important storyline is how you're going to fund that. Are you going to fund it through grants? Are you going to fund it through equity? And what we do is we help you navigate that landscape and understand what that funding stack could look like. I would say a lot of the companies that we've seen this morning actually are some of our clients. I also supported in the selection process. The reason is our business model is a no cure, no pay model, which means our incentives with companies is completely aligned. We'll give you a very clear idea. We'll assess your roadmap. We'll look at how do we map out where are the different projects, where are the different opportunities. Because in Europe, there is a 90 billion public funding program, specially aimed to financing projects and companies. Within that, there's a program with 10 billion called the European Innovation Council. And as of 2025, they've already invested 6 billion of funding to startups and projects. I encourage you, I won't go into the logic of the program itself, to come and speak to myself and my colleague Eduardo to explain a little bit more. And we're happy to help you navigate through what that landscape looks like, because it's important for you as founders to invest your energy in the best way possible to securing the funding you need and focus on what's truly important is getting your technology to the market. Thank you very much.
Great, the motorway to funding, right? Fantastic. I love fast tracks. This is great. Quentin Calleja, I hope I say it right, from Atlantic Labs. Are you here? Well, note this name. Next one. Maxi Peter Schramm of HV Capital. You must be here. Yes, I wanted to say, please.
Hey, I'm Maxi. I'm a principal at HV Capital, leading our early stage deep tech investments, and happy to be back for the second time at Falling Walls. We are one of Europe's leading venture platforms with a 25-year history, and we've deployed or invested 1.7 billion in European startups and scale-ups. Where we are today, we currently invest from our 9th fund generation, which is an 800 million euro multi-stage fund, giving us flexibility to write first tickets anywhere between 500K and 50 million. We also have a continuation vehicle separate from that to basically support portfolio companies for longer. than the usual VC fund lifetime. And what that means in terms of, I guess, a pitch to you all, we are a very patient investor, very deep pockets and looking for big outcomes. And we do have the experience to help you get there, whether that's on scaling organizations, securing more financing, or productizing, industrializing, commercializing cool technologies. To give you an idea, we backed companies in space, in dual use, in robotics, European companies like ESA Aerospace, Neuro Robotics, Quantum Systems, as well in supply chain resilience, climate and energy like Marble Fusion and again bio. So very, very excited to see all the innovations here. If that sounds relevant, come talk to me afterwards.
Excellent. We love deep pockets, partners who are patient on top of things. This is great. Okay, so now, Harald Abolins, are you here? Yeah, okay, this is fantastic. Yes, the microphone. Go on, go on.
All right, so I'm Harald from Positron Ventures, and this is gonna come as a shock, but we really like science. We like to think of ourselves as a ever-present lab buddy, you know, one who brings snacks and questions and occasionally funding. You know, what I'm trying to say is that we like to be involved. We like to be involved in your science, in your mission, and all the messy stuff in between. We don't want to pretend that we know your science better than you do, but we love diving in and trying to figure things out together where we can. And it's totally fine to be early. You don't need a polished pitch deck or a refined go-to-market strategy. As long as you've got promising science and a spark to create meaningful impact, you know, we trust you're going to figure the rest out, and we'll help where we can. And so what do we mean when we say promising science? So we get excited by ideas that can change the way we live on this planet. So things pertaining to environment, health, and the hard stuff that, you know, makes it all happen. So atoms rather than bits. So if you can explain your science and your North Star to us in a way that makes us sort of take a step back and be like, damn, that could actually change things, well, clearly you've got our attention. And then when you get to the place where you start to wonder, maybe this could be a company, we're there to brainstorm, to challenge you, and to encourage you to take that next step. So, yeah, I'm sure nobody here will disagree that the road from lab to market, you know, is hella bumpy. But we want to be on that ride with you. We don't want to drive, we just want to be riding shotgun. And when you're ready to hit the gas, we'll make sure you have the fuel to keep you going. So if you've got a crazy idea grounded in great science, you know, come tell me where we're headed. Thanks.
Ha! Great pitch! Great pitch! I love that. Totally love that. You drive, we take the gas bills. Fantastic. Okay, so I think that Ingo Klöckner was not here, right? Exactly. So let's move on to the next one. Wow, we have only women suddenly. Sophie Lamgruber from On-Site Venture. There you go.
Hi everyone, I'm Sophie Lamgruber. I work as a project manager for On-Site Ventures, which is a VC fund based in Innsbruck, Austria, arguably the most beautiful city all over Austria. Our anchor investors are Hermann Hauser, co-founder of ARM, the company whose chips power most of the smartphones on this planet. Christoph Huber, co-founder of BioNTech. At On-Site Ventures, we invest in deep tech, focusing on areas like semiconductors, quantum technologies, AI, and synthetic biology. Our sweet spot is co-investing in strong syndicates, where we can add value through our strong network across industries and research ecosystems. We're currently raising our second fund. We are already invested in 20 portfolio companies across Europe. And this year, we also launched the Hermann Hauser Frontier Lab, which is a deep tech bootcamp for deep tech startups from Europe. We are focusing on helping them refine their fundraising strategy and connecting them with the right investors. The next lab will take place in September 2026 in Innsbruck, and it would be awesome to see many of you there. Thanks.
Great. I confirm it in Innsbruck. It's a very nice place. Okay. Alina Bassi, where are you? Yes. Wonderful. Microphone for you. And tell us more about Ananda Impact Ventures.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Alina Bassi from Ananda Impact Ventures, a German impact fund. I'm based in Berlin, but as you can tell, I have a British accent. So we've got team members in Berlin, London, Munich, and Amsterdam. But 16 years ago, when the fund started, Johannes and Florian had this idea that they could marry impact and profit to create businesses that would completely disrupt industries that they were working in. However, 16 years ago, in the German impact scene, climate tech wasn't really a thing, right? So they had to completely create the businesses that they were going to then invest into. Fast forward to today, 16 years later, we're investing out of our fourth fund, 108 million, and we like to lead investment rounds. We support early stage entrepreneurs, and we're a research-driven firm. So we'll spend time understanding a whole value chain and then identify the right company within that space that fits our thesis. That's companies like Nature Metrics, leading in biodiversity data, companies like Quantistry, AI for material discovery, and they're pitching tomorrow, I believe, and companies like Aurora Tech, detecting wildfires from space. So as you can hear, very, very broad portfolio, and most of the teams have a scientific, engineering, or entrepreneurial background. Like myself, chemical engineer at heart, spent 7 years in industry, turned founder, building a startup in waste to plastic before switching to the dark side of VC. Now here to support you in your journey and really excited to see what you all build. So come and speak to me.
Great. Great, great, great. So we're going to move to Karma Venture, SCA 2, if I say it right. Yes. Great. Microphone and tell us more. Karma is a great name. It's very promising, right?
Yeah, no one likes bad karma, right? So yeah. Hey guys, my name is Ska. I'm a principal at Karma Ventures. We are early stage deep tech software fund, so not as, I think a lot of funds here are more scientific driven than we are. We're not purely scientific driven, but I would say a lot of our founders that we work with have scientific background, and we love very scientific founders. So what we do, we back very deeply technical founders, very ambitious founders solving hard problems. Could be something from, from the range of, there's a wide range from cyber to DevOps to IoT to AI agent, AI infra. We do only software though, so that's maybe addressed for what normally known as deep tech. Our fund is, we're currently investing our second fund, 100 million. First one was 70, we've been around since 2016. And prior to the founding of Karma, we actually were the founding engineer family office for Skype. Myself is based in Berlin. We are currently actively investing. Our sweet spot is usually 1 to 5 million. We love to lead around late seed to Series A stage across Europe. So if anyone in the room is ambitious founder solving hard technical problems at early stage, come speak to me. Thank you.
I'm very glad to see that we need now to insert a man in this series because it's very rare. No, I would need, really, if you have a look at the VC figures and you see how many women do invest and do decide, it's not so many. So I'm very glad that they are overrepresented here because it's not representative of what the stages are. And when you have a look at how many women get the money, it's not 10%. If I, 2%? I would have said between 1 and 10. I thought maybe in science it's better, but no. Okay, so I want to acknowledge that. I think it's really bad that I have to acknowledge that and note it's a woman. I don't want to do that, actually. But I think this is something that we can acknowledge and encourage. So, this said, What about Pierre Luigi Freni? Are you here? Yes. The last man in the room, because it's only women after you.
Good. Yeah, that's very, very good. Good evening. I'm Pierluigi. I'm an investor in Lifty. Lifty is an early stage venture capital. We are based in Italy, in Turin, and we do invest tickets between $500,000 up to $5 million in companies that are based on deep tech. So myself, I work with companies that are in semiconductors, quantum, AI, cybersecurity, but we have a number of different verticals spanning the scope of our investments. We started actually in 2020, and as of now, we have 60 portfolio companies spread across Europe, US, and Singapore. What we are looking for is founders, because my belief is that cash is a commodity while entrepreneurial talent is not. So we are always on the look for good teams, because at early stages the resilience and quality of the people makes the difference. So I mean, if you have strong ideas and work in technology, I think that we have things in common to talk about. So please reach me out. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay. Angelika Vlachu? I don't know how to say it properly. Angelika, yes. From HTGF. You go, you take a microphone and rock the stage.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. My name is Angelika Vlachu. And I'm very happy to present you the HTGF. HTGF is one of the most active seed investors in Europe, and I think the active one in Germany. We invest in people, in founders, in great scientists to implement their high-tech ideas in their innovative business models. We provide them with venture capital and also with access to our network. This is quite important in the very early stage of the companies for the further development. And I think a lot of you have read about the most impressive financing round of Tubulis announced last week. This is one of our companies. We worked with the founders very, very early, 5-6 years ago. We seeded the company 5 years ago together with other investors, for sure. But we helped them to become a big one. And to gain last week one of, I think, the greatest Series B round in Europe. So we have 2 billion euros under management in 5 funds. 4 of them are seed funds. 1 of them is a growth funds. This enables us to support the companies and the founders on the whole lifespan. So we are an industry agnostic investor. Deep tech is one of our seed spots, also industrial tech and digital tech, and life sciences. This is my favorite one, and this is my passion. So I'm here today and also this evening. So reach out to us. I'm based in Berlin as well, and my colleagues in Bonn and Munich. So reach out to us. We are happy to talk about and discuss your high-tech ideas. Thank you.
Excellent. Yes. Yes, quick question. How do they, I mean, yes, they want to network with you, but if they don't manage to see you tonight, can they reach out on LinkedIn? Do they find your name, phone number, email, phone number maybe not, but email, a general email address maybe? And they can refer to Falling Walls as an entry card, right? Can we say that for everybody? If they say Falling Walls, venture, red dots, you danced in front of me, they have to answer, right? Okay, good. From my list, it's the last one, but if we have spontaneous volunteers, VCs loaded with cash who want to... Yes? Look at her, this is wonderful. Okay, so I still have Jessica Burley of Planet Ventures. Is it you? No, okay. Okay, sorry, please. And then we will have you.
Hi, thanks a lot for having me. I'm Jess, and I'm representing Planet A Ventures. We are a venture capital fund backing systemic or founders who are having systemic impact. And what do we mean by that? So we're looking at founders tackling environmental challenges, who are not just making optimizations, but rather creating products with orders of magnitude improvements. And so we're a little unconventional because we have our own in-house science team. We've got a lot of scientists on the investment team as well. We're generally science and deep tech lovers, but we also have a science team. And this science team do full life cycle assessments for all of our portfolio companies. And where they're not appropriate, we also have other systemic measurements, which essentially can quantify the impact that your company has in a way that your customers can understand and future employees can understand, other investors can understand, and that's peer-reviewed and with a scientifically valid process. Beyond the science team, we also invest fairly heavily into our platform team because we invest in early stages. We want to be a support. We like to call it a buffet offering. You don't have to take any of it, but we also unlimited for everyone that does need the help there. So we support, because teams are so important at early stages, with key hires and strategies on talent. We also support with comms, branding, PR, and leveraging our network, which is fairly diverse across Europe because the partnership is so diverse. And it's a lot of tech entrepreneurs. That's how we started out, as well as industrials, commercials, corporates, and various also people within policy, grants, debt financiers. It's fairly vast, and so we have someone full-time understanding the needs of our portfolio companies and trying to match that to who we have in our network. So that's a little bit on our value add in terms of capital add. We tend to invest pre-seed through to Series A, and ticket size initially is 500,000 to 7.5 million. We reserve significantly more for follow-on financing because we like to be a support through the financing journey. And invest across Europe and the UK. And very happy to talk to anyone who's interested to raise. I'll be around after this. And as you said, you can jump into LinkedIn messaging as well. Jessica Burley for anyone who wants to connect afterwards. Thanks again.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you so much. I actually still have two I nearly forgot. And that's why you have to wait a little bit, Karina, sorry for that. But we have Agata Baricevska, who should be here. Well, there is two names you have noted tonight. Good. So, Karina, I heard about Fund F. I want to know more. This is a fantastic opportunity for me also. So please, take the stage.
Well, thank you very much for spontaneously having me. But I heard before that we talked about that just 2% of the entire venture capital is actually going towards women. So I have to say something. So my name is Karina Roth, and I'm from Fund F. And what we do, we invest exclusively in teams with at least one female co-founder. Yes, thank you. And yes, of course, we do that to solve the gender funding gap that we see in VC, but also, since we are at the Science Summit, studies show that diverse teams actually perform better. In fact, women-led companies have 35% higher ROI. So we believe that in the long run, if you invest in diverse teams, you will also outperform the market. And third reason why we do what we do, just look at what happened with health. If you exclude a large group of women, for example, from scientific studies and clinical trials, those things also will not work for this kind of group of people. So as we're experiencing the huge AI technology shift happening now, we want to make sure that these technologies are also built by all people, so they also work for all people. We are a first-time fund, have invested into 21 companies so far, hopefully 23 still this month. Are sector agnostic. We invested pre-seed and seed. Tickets up to 600,000 euros, and we very much like impact-driven topics, so invest a lot into health tech, climate tech, education, and so forth. So if you have a female co-founder in your team or are yourself one, please come and say hi to me. I'll be here all 4 days. Thanks.
Thank you. I wanted to say it's kind of difficult to top that one, right? But we have a spontaneous volunteer wanting to dance also, and Elton John Souza. You'd better dance. Let's go.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me spontaneously. I'm Elton John. I'm representing Redstone. We are a Berlin-based early-stage fund. We have offices across Zurich and Helsinki as well. We back founders across Europe and the UK. We are very tech-driven in terms of our investment focuses and also our strategies and also the way we run our deal sourcing processes. We have our internal tool called Sophia. We are one of the pioneers in data-driven VC. Talking about investment strategies, we invest across various verticals, including fintech, SaaS, health and education, prop tech, deep tech and industrials. That's where I focus on. Blue economy and so on. Within the deep tech and industrials, we write early tickets of between $500,000 to $3 million. We focus on semiconductor, photonics, energy storage, AI, future of compute, etc. Not biotech. We are not experts at that. One of our very recent portfolio companies, Battery BT ROI, was presenting or was about to present today on one of the pitching sessions. I don't think they made it. There was some emergency, but I'm happy to talk. I'll be at the dinner tonight, the Sciencepreneurs dinner, but also after this session, feel free to approach, and you can find me on LinkedIn. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elton John. Great name. Yes. So, I need to rewind. I just heard that Agata Baritsevska is with us, so we want her on stage. You made it. This is great. Microphone. I take everything back I said.
Hi, everyone. Apologies for the mix-up. I'm Agata. I'm an investor at Plug and Play. In terms of where we are based, you could say that we are based all over the world. We have over 50 offices across the globe, with our headquarters based in Silicon Valley, second biggest office based in Spain, in Valencia, and pretty much majority of European countries have our offices as well. In terms of what we do, we are not your regular VC investor. Not only, it's easiest to summarize us into split what we do into three parts. So first one is early stage investments, where we invest from pre-seed up to Series A. In terms of focus itself, we Plug and Play as a whole invests across over 20 different verticals. However, each of the verticals has a designated team member. So for instance, I personally am focusing on sustainability and deep tech. Then the second big part of Plug and Play is corporate innovation. So we work closely with corporations across the globe. We work with over 600 of them at this point. And basically how it works is we meet with them several times per year, and whenever we do, they tell us their pain points, needs for innovation. Based on this, we facilitate the matchmaking between founders and the corporate partners. And then third part of Plug and Play is our acceleration program, which is building on the corporate innovation angle. Let's say roughly 70–80% of the needs and pain points that we hear from our partner are mirrored within every year's cohort. But then, of course, we leave room for additional general trends that we see in industry. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we still have people wanting to join on stage? Yes? Okay. Well then, we need a microphone again. What's your name?
I'm Peter.
Okay, let's go, Peter.
Hello, Peter. I'm representing Springboard Health Angels, and as you hear in the name, we only invest in health tech opportunities. And what's special about us is we are a group of people from operators, which means they spend hundreds of millions into innovation, so kind of in the companies we are investing in. So these are, in example, managing director of Merck or the people responsible at Novartis or AstraZeneca for innovation. And the other part of the group are entrepreneurs like myself, who've raised hundreds of millions and built companies with a few thousand people. And we are investing and are along your side to get very successful and help as many patients and as many people in this world as possible.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, maybe I forgot someone, but nobody told me. Joshua, are you there? Joshua Müller, Meerkatz? Very nice name. No? Okay. Well, then I just wanted to double check. I have a very long list. Anyone else wanting to join me on stage? Okay, we explored all the cash we could. We made it so far. That was really great. Thank you so much. I just note that we managed nearly as many VCs within less than an hour, and we had 24 life science pitches in the full day. So just noting the difference in work here, but very, very, very glad that you joined us and that we had these reverse pitches. So a big applause to all the VCs who danced. Yeah. So, a couple of last announcements for the day. I want to say that you still have a couple of minutes to chat. This is the moment you jump at the VCs. This is the game. We didn't tell the VC, but now you're going to jump at them. And you can use the space, but we will need to leave this place latest in half an hour. I mean, latest. They're going to push you out at 5:45. So I suggest maybe you want to slowly go out or see with whom you want to talk. You can stay for a little while there, but then you can take the place, the way to